is.
I don't know what's happening with Roger's sound, John. He keeps on cutting out.
Has he
So I'm
checked
not
the
sure.
general settings on Discord in case there's something on there? Because I mucked up on it. I had half volume for ages on it by mistake.
Did you hear that, Roger?
I'm just gonna go off the mic for 2 minutes, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Okay. There we go. I found it. I had to reset it. I had to go in and put it back on default. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly now.
It was in the Discord settings. It went to my speakers when it should have been on default. And as soon as I put it on default, I could hear your voice.
All right. Awesome. Okay, that's really cool.
That was crazy. Where's John at? I heard
He
him
was.
somewhere.
Yep, he was here, and then he said he's just got to go off camera for a minute. He'll be back in a second.
Okay. Now I'm gonna do pop out because I noticed that it has a really good pop out screen on Discord.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So I'm gonna start using that, and it's my opinion. It's up to you guys, but why don't we just start using Discord and stop using freaking Jitsi if we can on this program? Because like I don't know, it just seems like a better program, you know what I mean? If we can get through this stuff.
Yes. Well, I mean,
Nobody really comes on. It's just us,
right.
usually. I posted a link on there, and all the anti-Discordians on freaking mines don't want to freaking come on. It just annoys me. Like, all they got to do is freaking come in. I mean, it's like they think the CIA or something's gonna freaking snoop on them and shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Mine's is the love of my life. You'll never get me to leave mine's, never in a million trillion years, ever.
It still doesn't take away the fact that they're crazy. Every single one of them's nuts.
True. You know, they're not as bad as me, so.
And Mark, he's the worst out of all of them. And he's supposed to be the freaking brains behind the outfit. He's the worst.
Is he?
Yes. Well, he has the open source thing. It has to be open source.
But that's just an ideology, isn't it? That's just a belief in the future of technology. Isn't that just like choosing what sort of cell phone brand you have?
Yeah.
I like the idea of open
craziness.
source. I think it's kind of a good thing that we should be able to understand each other's code and we shouldn't have secrets. I like that idea, and I like it that there are people in the world like Mark who care about that and want that to be a reality in their little corner, you know? I'm not like that at all, but I'm really pleased that there are guys like that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but there's a certain level that kind of goes into craziness with that too. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna not participate in everything else because it's not open source.
Yes. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I mean,
I know they go very far with their belief systems. These guys, they go very, very, especially the purists. Man,
it's just
they go far.
It's interesting.
Oh shit.
It's interesting. Well, I know how to click a few buttons. The problem is that I keep on clicking red ones, and that disconnects me. Remember to stay away from the red ones, and then mostly I can drive.
Okay, there we go. We got both of you on here now. I do have the introduction and everything set up with the audio and everything. This time I'm going to freaking hit start stream before I do that because I notice that's what's been messing up. I haven't been going on YouTube and starting the stream, and that's probably what's the problem. So when I hit start stream, I have to freaking go to YouTube and start stream manually on Wonderful World of Weirdness.
You set that up first, don't you?
Yeah, it's set up
And
and good to go.
OBS just turns it on?
It does on my channel, but on Wonderful World of Weirdness, I have to go in and do it manually. So
Weird.
so
Right.
Must be a setting somewhere.
let me go get my coffee and stuff.
Yes, I'm going to 2 minutes. I'll be back. Well, a little bit more than 2. I'll be back.
Okay.
Shit. Okay, that's right. Thing. I'm going to be live in 2 minutes, babe, okay? Okay? I'm just saying for you to know, that's all. I won't be able to talk to you in the next 2 minutes. Just waiting for the others to come back.
Hi, John.
Oh yeah. Hang on, wait, I'm off. Hello.
How you doing?
What's about you? Your
Good.
screen's all distorted unless it's my signal.
Good.
Yeah. Unless it's down to me. Unless it's my internet, I don't know. But
Mine looks fine on this side. That's
yeah.
odd.
All right. I don't know. Let's see what Roger says when he comes back.
Well, I am streaming on my laptop, so, but I don't know if that would that interrupt? Well, I don't know. Do you think you can stream on 2 computers out of one house at the same time? Or should I turn off the stream on the other computer? Let me turn off the stream on the other computer.
Well, you can maybe try it just to see if you want, to see if it makes a difference.
Yeah.
At the moment, I can't even see a face, just see a shadow. That's all I can see. It's not a proper picture.
That's interesting.
Wow.
That is interesting. It's weird.
Are you seeing the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't see a face properly at all. So I'm not sure why.
Okay, well, that's the stream
We
on
can
the other
do
computer.
we can do that though, because that's kind of cool. You can make
Move
it
it to
the
face.
we can make it the anonymous Bob Dub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're back.
There you go.
You're back.
You're back. You're back. I liked it before though. That was
Yeah,
awesome.
that's cool, yeah.
But
Are we
let
streaming?
me get the introduction started, and we'll go from there. So first, I'm gonna hit stream and do this right, because I gotta go to YouTube and manually hit live stream.
Why is it not doing it through OBS or no? It's not working through OBS.
It's supposed to be.
It's happened. I'm quiet.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little crazy if we do it that way. All right. So now we are live. We've got everything there set up, so we are good to go. Hello everybody and welcome back to Tech Talk. I'm here with Mark Edworthy. Today is the first episode for the second season. I guess that's the way Tan wanted to do it, wasn't it, Mark? Huh? I think he wanted to start it over by the seasons, which it doesn't seem like a bad idea, I guess. So this is the second season, first episode. Today, I was thinking we should go over some of the stuff that we've done with like this program right here that you set up for us, and then maybe cover some of the stuff later on about the websites and ideas and stuff like that we were doing. What do you think, Mark? I think he's... Oh. Can you hear me, Mark? Hello? Mark, are you able to hear? I don't think he can hear me. Let me see real quick. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me, Mark? Here, I'm gonna leave and come back in. And do it again. Can you hear me? Mark, can you hear me? That is weird. Hello? The audio went out. Yeah. I think something's up with this audio. Hey, man. Okay, what is the deal? Yeah, the audio just went out. I'm gonna have to let Mark know. Audio went out on me. So, let me see here real quick. I have no idea what's going on here.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to drop it again. Come in and give it another try, because it's causing me issues. That's probably what it is. I had to back out all the way. Now hit join call. Can you hear me, Mark? No, I can't even hear him. It's been doing this. It's been acting really weird. We had issues like this yesterday on Discord too. So this is getting kind of messed up. Hello, can you hear me? Mark, can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. This is getting out of hand. Okay. Mark? Hello. I'm gonna troubleshoot my audio, see what's going on there, because something's not right. This makes the second day that it's been doing this. And of course the windows don't have anything good.
What you mean?
Can you hear me, Mark? Alright, so that's going to be an issue right there. I'm gonna have to do something though, because yeah, I'm gonna have to. I mean, I've left the call, you know what I'm saying, twice, 3 times, so. All right. Are you able to hear me at all? Mark, can you hear me? Mark.
Yeah. Sure.
He's not hearing me at all. Hello. Alright, so, yeah, I'm just gonna have to end the call. That's the best way to do it. Just end the call. So, connected again. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm not able to hear you at all. Or you're not able to hear me. Something's gone. No audio.
No audio coming from you.
No, yeah, no. It's been that way for about 15 minutes now. For 15 minutes. For it just went dead. It just went completely.
No. Audio went out on me, been like that for 15 minutes. Okay, I think it's gonna start out.
Alright, so we definitely need to get this straight because I know that it's not just this one because we were having the same issue on Discord, so it's got to be an issue that's going on with the computer or something, because it's just not supposed to be doing that, you know what I mean? And I've been yeah.
And I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
It's getting pretty bad. I'm not able
Okay,
to
what's working?
ask him sign out and come back in. Let's see if that works. Because I keep signing in and signing out. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear nothing? See, it's not working out. This is getting pretty bad. And
Okay, those working to stay.
I have absolutely no idea what's going on there. Yeah, I have no idea. Let's this is getting bad. Okay, so let's see.
Okay, so there's no audio. Even though there was audio comments go.
And let me see here.
So I need to make sure that things are up and running before.
Make sure. Yes, my phone access is on. Everything in the settings is on. There should be no problem. Okay, so yeah, there's absolutely no problem in my program, so I have absolutely no idea what's going on real quick. Okay, so anything? I mean, we were just talking, dude. I was having a conversation just a second ago, and something happened to where it's not there no more. So, I'm like, this is getting ridiculous, is what it's getting. No, I'm not sure. Yeah, I can't do that. Let's see here. The best I can say is we need to go back to Jitsi. Back to Jitsi. So, because this isn't doing it. Let me see what's going on here.
Reports from someone who's left. I'm confused. What the hell? Why has he started 2 calls in separate rooms?
I didn't do that. I didn't mean to.
And I think I can do multiple calls in.
Okay, mine's Tech Talk. There we go. Okay. You there? Yeah, sorry about that.
What's that?
Yeah, I went into the wrong. I went into the wrong room. So there's absolutely nothing going on that I know of that I can do to fix this whatsoever.
Making no difference.
Okay, let's try Jitsi because this isn't
Oh,
working.
okay, it's prepared.
Alright. I can't do anything. We need to try Jitsi real quick.
Okay, so what's happened then?
Okay, alright. It just doesn't seem to be working right now. I mean, test it with Jitsi, see if it's a,
Anything, we need to try Jitsi quickly, pending,
and we just so you guys know, we've been having issues with this for a while, so Let me. Yeah. He's coming back in. I don't know for sure if it's gonna work out or not. I mean, I'm getting audio and everything with no problem when it comes to being able to get on there. So let me see here. We can find out real quick what's going on here. Okay, so it's picking up my audio in Jitsi. See if it is doing the same thing with Mark. Now it's not even showing them. Okay, can you hear me on here? Can you hear me?
Audio.
Are you able to hear me? Yeah, see, now I'm pretty sure.
No.
Okay. Yeah, if it's not coming in on Jitsi,
What the hell?
could
Something
be.
around.
Oh, yeah. This is getting ridiculous. Can you hear me?
No, it's just something around.
Alright. Nothing? Oh man. Now I think oh yeah. Now it could be an issue with the headsets, but I'm getting all the audio and everything on my OBS. Like every time I talk, it's coming through. So
I'm not doing this stupid shit, you know?
I mean, this is. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm here. Or
What the hell is happening now?
I'm hearing audio on my mic and OBS.
Ah.
Not on here.
It was my machine all the time.
What is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it was my machine. For some reason, I've got with my audio volume framework splits each browser up, and each browser tab up as separate audio inputs.
Oh, wow.
For some reason, your tab for this browser window was muted.
It really? Okay. Now,
Which is weird.
that is weird because we were having the same issue with Summer Todd yesterday. I mean, it was horrible. I've been.
Okay, that's more of a localized issue, but
You know what could be the problem with that? Because that actually, if it's something I can take care of, man, I'll do it.
no, in my case, this was more of a localized issue.
Okay.
More of a issue my side.
Because that
Strange.
it really is strange. Because like I was sitting here talking to you, I get up and I go get coffee and take a smoke
Yeah,
break.
and then you got disconnected, and then when you reconnected,
It was right during that time. That's strange.
you want to swap over back?
Yeah, I was
That's
just
over,
wanting.
yeah.
I was just wanting to jump on here to do the test and stuff. So
Yeah. In fact, I'll remove that, your last comment from, oh, I can't actually remove it, you'll have to remove it. Your last comment from, live and with Roger.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'll swap back to Mixcloud.
Okay. No, what I'm doing the call right now, so
Okay.
it should be going to it, and then we can switch in. So.
You just initiated 2 calls, and my video and audio will only do one. Can only do one or the other.
All I did was hit join call, dude. That's
Hey, might confuse my camera thinking.
Are you still on?
Yeah, well, I've got a tab open.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, all I'm doing is hitting join call.
Yeah. Only problem is that how this operating system reacts with the camera. I think I can only use the camera on one thing. That's fine.
Okay.
Let's just set up some footage.
It says waiting for others to join the call.
Actually, no, I can use both.
Send call notification to you. There we go.
Hang on. Just blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Stay on page. Leave. Oh no, I'm getting confused there.
It's got you marked as a moderator.
Yeah. So tech talk join call. John Cole.
Oh, there you go. You're coming in. Finally.
Yeah.
All right. So can you hear me on there? Let me.
Let me give just see.
I gotta drop that. There we go. Now,
Yeah.
Now can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're good. Well,
That's weird.
See, and that's what I was talking about. Like, this is, I think, should be the topic that we have today, anyhow. So this is kind of good that we're having this stuff because it's part of tech talk. You know what I mean? So, like, and the weird part is like we were having a problem similar to this on the show that I was doing yesterday when it was with Summer Todd and her son. The only way we could resolve that was he literally had to turn his telephone off and turn it back on. Usually, you know how we've always had to sign out and sign back in with Jitsi?
Yeah.
Yesterday he had to freaking turn his phone completely off and turn it back on for it to work.
Okay. Anyway, no. Again, it's very localized issues. So it's related to frameworks, the audio frameworks on each individual device.
Yeah. So she tried with hers on one of those iPods, and I told her, I was like, you probably better just go back to using your phone because like she couldn't even have any audio either. And that was with Discord. So we moved.
Okay.
So we moved from Discord to frickin' Jitsi, and then she was able to have her voice. But when frickin' Austin came in, that's when he started having problems, the same problem. So it was like we were bouncing back and forth. Somebody's coming in, I think. Did you hear that? What was that all about? Alright. That was a bit strange.
Yeah, okay.
That was a bit strange. What was that all about?
I think that was to do with my docking station yet again.
So
I think my monitor, this monitor blanked out on me as well. So yeah, I think that was due to my docking station.
what did it do? Sign you out and sign you back in?
No, my connection to the docking station's handling the connection to the internet. Got an RJ45 cable on it, and it's controlling 3 of my 4 monitors. 3 of my 5 monitors. And yeah, the power just disconnected from that immediately and then came back.
Okay.
So that screen and this other screen there went blank.
Okay. I'm telling you, it's gonna be an interesting beginning to the year, man. I've been trying to get my routine down and stuff, and it just everything is. I'm like having issues just starting up video calls and stuff. You know what I mean? And this isn't the only one either. Like, freaking, I've been having to use YouTube again, and I keep forgetting that on YouTube you have to start the stream. So like,
Okay.
So like 3 seconds or 3 minutes, whichever. How much time I ever forget to do that is missing from the live streams. So that's why I'm glad I back them up with recordings, because I've done that 3 times so far at the beginning of the videos. So that's why I'm glad I don't do live stream with YouTube on like Tech Talk and freaking the other one, Roger's Real Time talk show. I'll just do those on Rumble and all that, because I can take and I can archive those on YouTube and deal with the whole live stream on it.
Yeah, and also because the demonetization and all the issues with YouTube, it's better to record first and then upload. I would argue, because
I've been noticing that too, because like I was telling John, like on the Rumble, you know how they show the ECPMs or whatever they call that. You know what I'm talking about?
The monetary value.
One simple but brilliant trick to heat your home in 90 seconds and save thousands of dollars on your heating bill this winter.
The audience numbers then, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This genius way to heat.
They call that the EPECM, or here I can pull it up real quick. On there, the ECPM, whenever freaking I post stuff on there, it shows you the ECPM, and I found out that like their unique views are like the actual views that you get on YouTube. So like I can use.
I wish these companies stopped using acronyms for everything. I thought we were talking about the average user. The average user is not going to recognize what an ECPM is.
Well, after I figured out what it was, okay, I finally realized how useful it is, because like whenever I go on YouTube, I don't get an ECPM. They don't tell me exactly, freaking that it's.
And also the term ECPM, cost per mile, doesn't even make sense in this context.
Yeah.
Cost per mile. Mile? What mile? Jesus, these marketing executives. If I ruled the world, I would execute every single marketing executive.
Now, come on now, you're against freaking Cromwell. You're an anti-Cromwellian, so you can't be talking like that.
I am an anti-market
those telemarketers, damn them.
Yeah.
Well, I just that was very insightful. That.
I did criticise or critique, let's say, the mine staff in Canaries couple picker about for using abbreviations and acronyms or abbreviations, which is understandable for most users.
I think they do that on purpose, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I know. That's why I criticise them.
I mean, because it came out of your mouth, though. You're like, the average user doesn't understand that stuff. Like, and that's what they want. They don't want you to really understand it all that easy, because then they can screw you, basically.
There's somebody who's working this business for as long as I have, obviously I've dealt with abbreviations on a daily basis, and it may be okay for internal people to understand what they mean, but the average user,
I think the only thing that really benefits is like big content creators. When it comes to the content creators, because like
precisely people that are internal of the environment ecosystem. It doesn't make any sense to Mr. Joe belongs from the street.
Mm-hmm. Somebody who's just got maybe making like with us, what we've done so far, we made like 19 cents, you know what I mean? So but like people who get more money off of it, I'm sure they know what's going on, because they've had to
of course, but if you're an organisation that's aiming at the general public as your viewership, as your audience, as your customer base, what you don't want to confuse them with millions of acronyms.
Yeah, I know. That's that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand that, but on the other hand, too, they don't even have this on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like they don't give you the ability to see that, like estimated. Like estimated earnings versus eCPM, they don't even show that. And then I found out that the unique views on here is like real close to the actual views that you get on YouTube. Now the raw views, those aren't. And then if you go on here for Rumble and you look at the unique views, that's the amount of views that you would get on YouTube, and I'm actually realizing that with Rumble. And what I've noticed from what we were talking about a second ago is like you get more views on Rumble from live streams than what you do on YouTube. But on YouTube you get more views from uploads than what you get on uploads from Rumble. So they're opposites, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
If you want to live stream, it'd be best to use Rumble. If you want to frickin' use uploads, it'd be best to use YouTube. So I've been doing a little bit of both on that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's my old pointer, but again, thumbs on seats. Making sure that your content is being pushed to as many users or as many viewers as possible.
But I don't really know how frickin' like that's even going to be useful, to be honest with you, because like I've tried to freaking do everything other than spend money on promoting the shit. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
like, it, it just seems like it's a matter of you have to be hostages to freaking the platform that you're putting it on. You know what I mean? How many are they gonna allow me to freaking get views on? So.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you spread it around multiple platforms, and then do some marketing around that. I mean, as an example, Jeffy does what, 4 different platforms?
Yeah.
5 platforms. He tries to market all of them.
I don't know if I want to try D-Live though.
Okay, D-Live's probably the lowest take, I would imagine.
Like it just D-Live
As
kind
far
of.
as as far as the average member public's concerned, D-Live doesn't exist.
Yeah, like they kind of they're kind of scary too. I was looking at them and like you know how you're talking about writing and stuff and how they do their language and stuff on their documentations. Like there's parts of it where it kind of looks like Chinese, like you're talking about before.
Okay.
Like I mean, you can kind of tell that it's not American or English. You know what I mean? It's It's kind of funky.
Look at the lives ALS or contractual agreements at all, actually.
So, I mean, it's kind of like with Odyssey, but with Odyssey it kind of looks like it's more French than it is like it could be like a French company or some shit like that. So
this is where you need natural English reading proofreaders to review all of your documentation before it gets published.
that's probably why they're in so much trouble right now. Because they never.
And again, that's down to good project management.
Yeah.
Again.
Well, I'm not going to say they're in trouble. I'll say library's in trouble.
Okay. A lot of these things come down to project management at the end of the day.
They could have handled that a little bit better, though. You got to admit that much. Like, and then now Odyssey broke away. I guess now freaking they got auctioned off here within the last 2 months. They were talking about it in their Discord, help and support.
Yeah.
So they're now separate from freaking library altogether.
It's this thing about going with the latest this much without thinking it through, where there's alternative sort of longer term sort of projects that have been out there. Yeah.
Have you been able to see that yet? Like on the D-Live? Are you checking that out?
I'm just reading terms of services at the moment.
It's kind of weird. And I already I already told John and them, and I got another guy named Crappy Gamer that I've been talking to. He went over and did that freaking that kick, and I told him straight out, I was like, I'm not doing that shit. I've going over and putting videos up on Kick.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
That's the one where you become like an employee instead of.
Okay, I would have to have a look at the terms of, again, read the terms of services all the time.
Like I mean, you literally fill out a W-2 form and work for them, you know what I mean? And they give you money and shit. Which, that right there is kind of strange, but
have they got offices in Europe?
Is it?
No, have they got offices in Europe?
Don't know, being honest.
Because if they do, then there's a whole load of employment law legislation that they would have to consider.
I'm sure they would have
Especially
to.
if the offices in the UK, yeah, Jesus, the employment laws are really quite.
Let me see real quick. Kick streaming. And let me see.
Okay.
I can come in here and, yeah, here it is. Kick streaming. And I can see private policy, terms of service.
Services. Check, blah, 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 blah. And very straightforward so far. Which one?
Yeah, it's well, at least they're using capital letters. I mean, they're
still using the US rules on commerce before words like button and or, which is a very American thing.
Mm-hmm. They're using they're actually pointing out terms too, like the term for using the term we or us. That's actually in the terms of agreement.
Yeah, I should say at the start, we, us, yeah. Otherwise known as company, we or us, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, which is standard.
I mean, some of them don't even do that. You know what I mean?
Under EU and UK law, any contract has to be spelled out in layman's language, how it can be considered invalid contracts.
Well, nobody really cares what the UK thinks.
This has been a piece of legislation for 6, 7 years. Something about what the UK thinks.
Yeah, you heard me.
Sort of, vaguely.
Yeah, with the UK and well, the UK and they don't even mention anything about like location. So I've been looking.
They should dispute on resolution. Should say which country they are in.
Like DMCA policy, privacy policy, terms of service.
That would be a DMCA is only typically a US policy.
Okay. Trademark takedown request. That's all that. Repeat infringement policies. Yeah. We take intellectual properties seriously. That kind of stuff. Privacy. It's Kick Streaming Pty Ltd. And
yeah, it doesn't actually say in which country or in which territory they are.
No, it says contact information, but that is for personal information collected from us. So that's what they want. But yeah, they want government issued IDs and tax ID numbers.
Yeah, but that's no good if you are in the, let's say in the UK. That's not, generally speaking, require any sort of government ID. There's no such thing as faith-based ID except for passports and driving licenses in this country.
Now, they could be just using it for identification purposes, though. Like, it technically doesn't have to be, like, strapped to a government organization. If they just want to have a verification that you are who you say you are, then, you know, like a lot of people get caught up in thinking that it's just about, you know, you're having to do it for the government because of government requirements, but a lot of times people don't do that. You know, it could be just to verify who
Yeah.
you are, just to make sure, hey,
And
this is...
then under EEA GDPR rules, I would demand that they give me information on how they're using that, how they're storing that.
Exactly.
And if they do not, and probably under Californian consumer protection rules as well, you could demand that. Presumably that you're a Californian resident.
Right here they say, we use third-party identification verification service providers to collect this information directly and facilitate all identity and background checks. These providers...
Okay, in that case, I would, before providing any information to them, I would be sending them an email demanding that they provide me with a list of all third-party providers that they going to use my ID information or send my information to, how they are storing it, and how I can request the SAR subject access request, and how I...
There it is. And it says, additionally, privacy information may be available to you by the third parties at the time your information is collected. So it's interesting. You just had to come back in, I know. He's getting call-ins, call-outs. So it's pretty interesting how that works. I'm gonna pretend like he's here and just keep talking on so that... Yeah, I just went ahead and pretended like you were still here, so... I knew that you had to get off of there, so... that you went off thing, but... It said right after that about where you can get the information after they use it, the third parties to...
No, not after they use it, before they use it. I would demand that information before they use my information. I'm not going to agree.
Actually, let me read it. That way we can... Because I probably said it wrong. It says, additional privacy information may be made available to you by the third parties at the time your information is collected. So at the time your information is collected, that then
because before time you're not customer of those companies, but
yeah, I think that's kind of fishy. I still don't like
not having an address. Not having an address on that.
Because PayPal started trying to do that shit too. You know what I mean? Where they wanted you to show valid forms of identification and shit. They stopped doing it.
But the difference with PayPal, I believe, I know in the UK, they are regulated by the UK equivalent of the FCA, FSA, Financial Services, whether the UK equivalent is, from my head. And obviously they've got offices in the UK and other EA countries, therefore they have to abide by the laws, the regulations of those countries.
I still
be subject to legal action.
I still don't see the location though. Being
honest,
I don't see their location at all, where they're located at or anything. At all. I mean, And their terms of agreement is huge. I didn't see one spot in the beginning where it showed where they were located at geographically.
But usually within the sort of final stages, usually in the liabilities or the resolution sections.
I know Rumble is in Canada, right?
Possibly.
And Odyssey, I believe, is in France. I don't really think that they're like Chinese or nothing. I've heard people say that they could be Chinese, but I doubt that because the spelling's too French. It's more like a French person trying to speak English than a Chinese person trying to speak English. You know, you can tell the difference. And then I found out the other day that Tom is on is a part of their help and support on Discord from MySpace. That would make sense what happened to him, because I remember whenever he finally sold MySpace, he said he was going to travel around the world and then come back with a different plan of what he was wanting to do. And didn't freaking Library start right around the time MySpace went out of business?
I think there was several years between the two companies, but yeah.
So maybe that's what he did. He probably dove into setting up Library and getting it started.
By looking at section 11.1 of Kick's terms of service, it seems like that they are just basing their laws on the user's country.
What's the user's country?
Yeah, wherever country the registration is signing off on.
That means they're global. They're not even. These guys have big money.
So that raises an interesting question in relation to speech issues. Speech issues, because
that means they're you know what that means though, right? You know what that means, right? That means they're not localized. They're freaking a national or international freaking corporation.
Are they though? Are they? Have they got offices in non-US locations?
Hey, you also have to realize Kick is taking like a big bite out of YouTube. Now, a lot of their bigger content creators have moved from YouTube. Like, they're losing money because of Kick. Like, this isn't like Rumble.
I think Kick is just another fairly small. It's not really a platform I'm that much familiar with. I don't hear very much about Rumble. Obviously, I hear quite a lot about locals, but Kick no.
No, I've been using Odyssey, but I don't really see what the purpose is anymore. Like, other than being able to download shit, you know what I mean? Like, if I wanted people to be able to come in and download my videos without having to do the whole transferring over Google Drive, then I could see that as being one thing for it. But like,
based on Kick's TOS set clause 2.3, they mentioned FTC. So presumably that's a US-based company, but it's again they're using acronyms again. This would not be suitable for any EEA. Would be not suitable probably for EEA contractual agreements. I mean, what is the FTC? We know what the FTC is, but there's some kid out of Mongolia know what the FTC is, and I mean, what country is the FTC? FTC, what? Future trade. I don't know.
You had to throw Mongolia in there, you know. I mean, it could be coming out of Mongolia for all I know.
Yeah.
Poor Mongolians.
This is really if this is the. I think they need to employ. Kik needs to employ a better legal team.
I was reading through it, and it's like a lot of that is just a lot of long jargon. You know what I mean?
Most of it makes sense. Most of it's fairly standardized. But yeah.
Most of it's just jargon, though. Like it really is. Like when you sit there, I went through at least half of it, and they didn't have anything that like geographically located them in any kind of freaking country at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, which raises questions about arbitration.
You know. So what happens if they decide to freaking just bail one day and everybody who's on Kik gets on there and the platform's gone, you know?
Companies come and go. That's just fact of life.
Yeah. Well, at least they could get a warning. That'd be nice.
Let
me see. I better check on my live stream.
Okay. You may have in the privacy policy they have some contact information. Australia, Melbourne.
Oh, they're in Australia? Oh,
yeah. Jesus. I do hunt to land for that bit of information.
See, and it would be cool if, like, us being here in the United States, I could take and put my content on their platform and I be protected by the Australian copyright freaking laws.
No.
But that's not how it works.
No, they've got a section on EA, UK, Switzerland, additional UK, Switzerland information.
You know how their copyright laws are in Australia, don't you? Like, it's okay.
I'm not overly familiar with the intrinsic points.
They have an open copyright law enforcement. Like, if you take and put something up on the internet, then you surrender your copyright laws because you're opening it up to the public. So, because they don't want to get involved in all that. You know what I'm saying? So, if you don't want people to freaking use your content, stop posting it on the internet. It's their stance. You know what I mean?
Okay, under UK law, and it's the fair. We don't call it fair usage. We call it something fair trading or fair something or another. But it's very similar to the US concept. Unless the only applicable use of reusing the content is if there is a license agreement that's appropriate for that, or if it's for education, news reporting, or commentary.
Now, don't you think, like, when with this new whole educational purposes, don't you think that's kind of like
that's not new. That's not new. I remember dealing with this back when I was working in education.
Well, I mean,
years ago.
That was for real educational use. But what I'm trying to say is, don't you think it's kind of getting manipulated a little bit too much these days?
That's for courts to decide.
Yeah, I mean, being honest though, compared to back in the day to now, I mean, do you kind of see that getting bent a little bit? Because like back when it...
In what sense?
Well, here in the United States, if it was for freaking educational purposes, then you would, before the internet really got kicked in, you would see it on educational programs. Like here we have PBS, which is the public broadcasting system. You know what I'm saying? And that's usually where educational shows and freaking information was usually shared at. You know what I mean? Things that were basically freaking set up for the purpose of public education. You know what I mean? Now, like,
yeah, but it's all about subject matter. It's not all about context. PBS isn't going to start providing educational information on, I don't know, the history of the Middle East.
yeah. Well, that would be cool if it was actually historical information. You know what I mean? Freaking. That's my whole point. It's like people can just use the whole education thing because it's cheaper. I mean, let's just be.
And also you've got to consider the sort of goldfish phenomenon, the sort of 3 minute attention span.
Yeah.
The concept.
Yeah. Nobody likes hearing that. I get arguments about that every time I bring it up, but it's the truth. Like,
well, up to your point tonight. Yeah. With the average
person, they got an attention span. They said that most people today have an attention span of 7 minutes. If you write a blog that's longer than freaking 14,000 words, there's a good chance that nobody's gonna read even half of it, because they don't have the attention span to read that far. So they said keep your blogs to 14,000 words, which is horrible. That's like maybe a page.
I think the longest blog article I've written is about 15,000, maybe 16,000. But yeah, I try to keep them around 1,000 words.
Yeah, and then they say the best videos that you can put out with lengthwise, where more people would watch it, is no longer than 15 minutes. They said 15 minutes is the golden range.
Yeah.
And they also say that, like, if you want to do long ones, do it to 45 minutes. Maybe go an hour, but don't push it. You know what I mean? After an hour, you're...
Yeah, and my sort of concerns about your 8-hour videos.
Well, those are aimed more towards podcasts. Now, people who watch podcasts are a lot different. Now, these guys, they're freaking...
And most people don't watch podcasts. They will listen to them. It's a sort of...
Mm-hmm. When you go to bed...
doesn't require your direct attention.
And that's why it's 8 hours, because, like, when podcasters or people who listen to podcasters go to bed, they freaking like to turn the podcast on and listen to them. And like, if you have like an 8-hour podcast,
but if you are asleep, well, you're not.
That's not my
listening.
That's not my whole point. Okay, that's why they freaking do it, is because they want it running while they're sleeping. You know what I mean? So it's not for me to debate if they're listening to it or not. It's just that people who listen to podcasts likes to sleep with podcasts on. So, I mean, and a lot of them do it. So, and all they want to do is...
I just noticed a mistake in Kickdown privacy policy. Mm-hmm. They've got the word "to" but with double T.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Mm-hmm. Again, lack of proofreading.
There's a few other ones in there if you look at them. You're talking about Kick's spelling? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like the grammar and stuff like that. Well, this entire week has freaking pretty much been the same with me on this stuff. It's getting off to a freaking crazy start, like with the technical issues and stuff. So we've been doing or we've been having issues on all of them with like Discord, Jitsi, and even on here, I guess today, because
really that's down to my machine more than to this platform.
But I think it's more the routine too. You know what I'm saying? Like it's getting.
This is where to just maybe 15 minutes is not long enough. As a sort of recording.
Once we get when we get on here, we need to have plenty of time to organize and stuff before the show starts and everything.
20, 30 minutes should be, I would think, could be more.
And
so if we do have problems like we have had, then we can sort them out.
It's like I said, this is the first episode too, so it's good that we're on here at least freaking, getting things organized and stuff. We don't have to have it all technical and stuff. At least we did an introduction and we went through and started getting things ready. So we're actually on here doing so. We finally got it ready, and now we're talking about like the platforms and stuff. I thought that was important about Odyssey too, to bring it up on the show, because we've mentioned Odyssey before, and I mentioned it a lot about what was going on there. And then I found out that they actually got auctioned off, so that was important.
Okay.
That kind of goes back to what we were talking about in a previous episode. So
yeah.
And to be honest, it's probably the best thing that happened to them. To be honest, because now they've got a free break from library altogether. Maybe it'll save them from getting their asses in trouble.
Well, technically, the library was a separate company. Therefore, if any, they wouldn't get themselves in legal trouble because they can say it's their fault.
Well, you got to remember too, they're still using the library coin. Those coins they've got are library coins. Tokens, I should say.
Okay, I've not kept up to date with what's happening there.
And I don't know for sure if they're really worth anything when it comes to monetary value, because I've never figured out how to cash any of them out if you can. It's one of those situations that happen with mines where I finally just gave up and said I'm not even going to try no more, So
yeah,
I people say you can cash them out, but I've never.
Again, as far as mines tokens concerned, you've got the entire section 17 of the Terms of Service Agreement, which says that they cannot be cashed out. There's no monetary value to the tokens. And people like Bill Ottman and Jeff Ottman knows this. I've informed, critiqued them many times, both in public and private, and they have yet to do anything about it. And this has been going on for, 2-3 years now?
Well, it amazes me that people don't understand why the gas bill for frickin' trying to do it is so high. You know what I mean? It's like they do that for a reason. I mean, they don't want you to frickin' cash that shit out because they don't.
Well, no, there are external expenses when it comes to related to gas bills. This relates to Ethereum miners.
Miners.
Paying them for the amount, paying them for the work that they do.
You know that miners have been phased out of Ethereum, right? Like they don't.
No, they still exist.
Yeah, miners. Ethereum doesn't depend on the miners anymore. Like they're freaking now. No.
Since when?
since 2 years ago. They freaking yeah.
You'll have to provide some documentation on that one.
That'd actually be a good thing to bring up then, because I thought
Yeah,
you knew that.
yeah.
This happened. You remember that big scandal that happened just recently with the guy? I was always picking on him. He had that mansion in the freaking Caribbeans with like 200 friends partying and shit. And what was it? It was that big freaking Ethereum coin that he had, and they found out that he was freaking he was misusing freaking the funds and shit, and like his investors were getting ripped off and shit.
Okay.
And
So it was just a standard case of fraud, fairly standard case of fraud. So
during that time period is when all this happened, because like they went from there to freaking Ethereum breaking away from the miners and stuff, and then the miners started having a problem, and that's when they freaking that's when shit started happening with the price of cryptocurrency with Ethereum. They didn't know for sure if they were going to make it over the hump or not, and they ended up recovering from it pretty good. So I think they did better than freaking the crap that Bitcoin's been going through, to be honest with you. They had a rough spot for, I'd say, about 4 or 5 months, and that was it.
Okay.
But I can pull
No,
stuff
there was
up.
some movements that have not really followed the.
I can pull some information up about it for later, because it really is. I mean, if you're interested in hearing about it, it's a pretty good story.
Yeah, I'm just interested in looking at from a sort of consumer and legal point of view.
Mm-hmm. It's like there's been a lot of crazy shit. Bob Dub was right the other day when we were talking about it. Like, there's been so much insane stuff when it comes to cryptocurrency right now. So that is true. It looks like everything streamed out fine, so we did get everything going right, and I've got it recording, so I'm pretty sure that it was only like 15 minutes of a hiccup at the beginning. So yesterday it freaked me out. I thought it was like maybe an hour, and come to find out it was only like 20 minutes. And I'm like freaking out, thinking we have like an entire hour of trying to get on the internet and talk to one another and stuff. And so it wasn't as bad as what I thought it was. I'm glad.
Okay, I'm just reading something from August 2023 on Ethereum.org saying that proof of work is no longer underlying Ethereum some consensus mechanism, meaning mining has been switched off. Instead, Ethereum is secured by validators who stake Ethereum. You can start staking blocks. First of all, it's just marketing the chain.
Yeah.
I
think it was a good call. I mean, being honest, I know it hurts a lot of people, but in the end, though, like these miners are scandalous. The more they mine, the less money freaking me and you make. You know what I mean? So everybody's got this idea like it's a good idea to have them, and it's not, because freaking like the more they mine, the less money me and you and the average person makes. So
yeah, but the idea is that the more they mine, the more more coins there are, and therefore more it's sort of the trickle down concept.
Yeah, that cool trickle down concept that doesn't work and never has worked. Is that the one you're talking about?
Something like that. Something like that.
And, it's like, yeah.
And of course, if you are providing your hardware for the sole purpose of for for the purpose of our mining, then only fair for you to be stated for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing of it is like they lose money too after each block. Like they don't make a freaking rich killing every block of freaking data they make. You know what I mean? They lose value for the next block as well. So it's pretty messed up how that works. Even they lose out the more they freaking mine. Like the value of what they're mining is lower. There's no winning there. Why would you do that? I don't understand the whole concept about that. Why people think mining is actually good, because the value goes down the more you do.
Yeah, but the more coins there are,
Yeah.
and therefore it should balance itself out in theory.
In theory. You know, so. Well, if you want to, man, we can cut this short, I guess, because I'm pretty sure we've covered an hour of non-hazardous, dangerous, crazy freaking techno stuff. So, what is it? Yeah, we've got like a hour and 18 minutes. I'm pretty sure it was only like 15, 20 minutes where we had that problem, so.
Change. Okay, yeah, it's only big restart there. I just looked at the clock on there and it's saying 55 minutes, but I looked at it multiple times, so yeah.
But I think we should start using this on a regular basis for Tech Talk. What do you think? All of it actually for it, for our channels and stuff.
Set it up. Yeah, that's why I set it up for the purpose, just to have a singular platform which is under our control rather than under control of some third party.
Right, exactly. And then I'll remember that I need to use those links. You know what I'm saying? I apologize about that. I'll make sure to remember that. Matter of fact, I should.
Regular users, regular commentators can use the base URL, but for just viewers, the extra address really necessary. I was getting into a lot of issues in relation to things like terms of services and privacy and GDPR and blurbs.
So, he got booted. He got booted. Wait a minute. It was doing so let me see here. You there?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, that was weird. It was right after you said what you did, and it just popped off there. So
it's just like the term GDPR.
So I figured I'd wait until you got back on here before we ended the show. That way it was appropriate. We didn't want you just like bouncing off and like, well, that's the end of it. I know. So, well, next week I guess we can start it out. I'll come in and start setting up about a half an hour beforehand instead of 15 minutes.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah,
and get things organized and stuff, and I guess we can end it here, man, and be back later on, and we'll kind of go over some stuff on like we said at the beginning of this, like using this program, and then maybe talk about like websites and stuff like that we've been going through.
Yeah.
Domain names and shit.
He reminds me I'm going to start doing some development for Jaffe from next week onwards.
Mm-hmm.
From tomorrow, actually, probably Tuesday, Wednesday onwards.
Okay. And I will see you later then, okay?
Okay. Sure, yeah.
Talk to you later, man.
We do.
Alright. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and with that, I am going to end the stream. Have a good day. Today, what we're going to do is something that we discussed beforehand, guys. We're going to just wing it without a topic. And today, it's the same as usual. It's me, John Clark, aka Old John, and Bob Dub. So with that, let's just go for it. Let's open it up and see what's been going on in the week with each other, and go from there. So,
Yeah.
so
we.
Yeah, it's working.
Oh yeah, I thought that was me. You need to mute your YouTube.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Okay, I heard that. I was like freaking out. I thought I was the one that did it.
No, I can't mute it till the actual stream starts, so I have to wait for it to start and then mute it.
So, what's been happening with you guys that's interesting this week? Anything interesting at all?
Intro. Did you play the intro that you said you were going to play?
Yeah,
Okay.
It wasn't that good of an idea. I think we should just wait until the archive,
Okay, yeah. I do on the archive, that'd be easier.
because it's like
Oh, I see.
it's so quick, and then it repeats after I do it. And so I can do that. I seen an option on YouTube where I can actually put one on there, but that means we'd have to upload it to the channel. And then,
Right.
like before the video starts, it would do that. Well, they don't call it a thumbnail or an introduction. They have a different term for it, but
Okay.
we could do it that way, I guess. But
I don't know how to do it.
you
I'm
don't
keen to learn.
yeah, that's something that I need to do too. I've been going through and setting up playlists on the Wonderful World of Weirdness for the old videos, John, and I figured I'd let you know that I checked out a lot of that stuff on there, man, and like there's a idea that I have on there that might work. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I've been noticing a lot of other channels like Viper TV. They've been making shorter playlists, like 12 at a time, and
All right.
and then they take and they make all of them but one playlist private, and then when they want to switch them, they take the one that's freaking public and they turn that private, and then they go to the next playlist and make that public.
All right.
And
That's good. I've heard of that.
I wanted to run it by you guys to see if you think that would work, if you'd want to give it a try.
Yeah, could do. Yeah.
Because
I never heard of it. I didn't know about it till now. That sounds good though.
I've been noticing it on some of the other channels that I have been watching, because I really get into Viper TV. I got mostly into the original ones they had before they got all mushy. Like now.
Have you noticed on it should be on the same on all our channels actually, you've got an only you section now.
Yeah, what is that about? Do you know?
That is, if you've got it turned on, it means is every person that goes on that channel on the homepage, they'll see something different. What suits what they are looking for, what YouTube thinks they need to watch. That's what that is for. So like if I go on the homepage and look on only you, I'll see something different. So say if Bob went on there or if you went on there, everyone will see something different. So it's quite a good idea. I think I quite like that idea. You know,
So someone
it goes by your viewing habits, so to speak.
That's pretty
You know?
good.
Yeah. So that's what that is about. You have to turn it on. I think it is turned on all my channels, but
Yeah.
I think it is.
I seen it on Wonderful World of Weirdness. It was turned on. So
Yeah.
that,
I think I've put it on mine. I don't know. I think I've done it. I'm not sure. But that's what that is about. So it's quite good because it goes by the viewer what you tend to be watching, and I think, oh, that video will be suitable for you, so that goes on the only you pit, you know, so it'll be different for every person that goes on there. So I think that is quite a good idea.
I wonder if
And
that,
it's supposed to help with views as well, somewhere I've read. Again, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's supposed to help.
I wonder if that would work out with like the or if that would be a part of the AI and stuff too.
Yeah, good, probably is, yeah. I'm thinking about it, yeah.
Because they said they were going to come out with a lot of new AI technology and stuff, so.
Yeah, I've got something to say about AI after anyway as well, when we get into the show proper.
Oh, we're into the show proper. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. Right, it's just that, I don't know if I should say this, but, something I sort of being, like, shown, and it's not something I've even read, not something I've even seen, it's just something I've been told or shown, whatever, is that, you know, like, we got, like, a material world, we've got a spiritual world. Pretty much, it's two worlds, and you sort of live in a variance between either one or the other, yeah? If you agree with that. If you agree, don't know if you agree with that. Well, AI is going to come smack right in the middle of that. AI is going to become, in time, it's going to be an spiritual, like AI spiritual. That's what it's going to become. I don't ask me how I know, but I just know it's going to happen. You're going to have people who are going to be right in between it, and AI is going to become like almost like a spiritual like thing for people, but it's not the proper spiritual. It's artificial spiritual, if you know what I mean. If that makes any sense. I just don't know how I know. I just know that it's going to happen, and I haven't seen it on any videos or nothing. Nobody's said this to me on a video, and I just know that it's going to happen. And I've not been seeing it for weeks, and I've actually said it in public. So it's just my opinion of it. So I think it's basically gonna go right in the middle of materialistic world, spiritual world. It's gonna be right in the middle of it. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I don't think it is a good thing, no. But maybe for some people it is a good thing. Who knows? I don't know. But that's just what I know. So.
Like a bridge, do you mean, John?
A bridge, yeah. Like almost like a bridge, yeah. I suppose, yeah. I suppose it would be, yeah. So in that sense, it could be good, but otherwise, it could stop people who really need to find their spiritual path because they'll just stay on that path. I don't know, but I just know that I think it's going to happen. So.
Well, I was reading an article yesterday, John, but I didn't read very much of it, just the first couple of paragraphs. But it was just saying that Generation Z, or whatever you call them, are using ChatGPT and all the AIs as therapists.
Really?
That's what they're doing. They're going in there to like talk in a therapeutic way. Like, what do I do about this? And I've got that problem, and so, you know, like they're not using. They're not going to their parents, and they're not going to their teachers, and they're not going to their school counselors. They've started all of a sudden, masses of them speaking about therapy stuff.
And it's going to be the same with art and video, I think, in time. Before long, you won't know if you're watching someone. At the moment, AI is in its early stages. You can pretty much tell that someone's AI now. But as it becomes more defined, I think in time you're not going to know if somebody's actually, you know, done something or created something, or is it AI? You're not going to know in time. It's just going to become so good that people are going to find it hard to tell, and same with videos and stuff as well. It's sort of quite frightening, I think, in a way. It's a little bit worrying, you know, where it's all going to go.
Oh, I know. I have a pretty good idea where it's all going to go. Like, everybody's all big on talking about, well, we don't have Android technology and all that stuff. And that's not the important stuff at this phase. Like, you're looking at video games. You're looking at freaking VR video games more particularly. And then not only that, you're looking at holographic technology. They don't have to have a body. They can be holographic artificial intelligence with a holograph. You're gonna have like people who are holographic popping up with an artificial intelligence guiding you around town, doing things, and you probably have a bracelet on your arm for it, you know, stuff like that. Just weird stuff. That's kind of like that. They don't have to have like a freaking artificial body or anything like that, but like these video games, people are going to be getting more and more into virtual reality. So when they start mixing VR with AI, that's when you're going to see things really take off. It's going to get crazy.
Yeah.
But what if when they put the chip in your brain that you can interface directly with your phone? You don't need to like actually take your phone out your pocket. You can just send thought waves to your phone, and then you have an earpiece in your ear, and you just get an instruction, like turn right at the next intersection, sort of thing. So you don't even need to access your phone with anything except your brainwaves.
Yeah.
I had a glimpse to the future. I don't know what it was. Something I forgot about it till now. A little while back, and basically, I'm not talking about like in the next say 10 years, probably more longer than that. I saw that basically all cars will be like connected to the internet. You won't be able to speed because they'll instantly know, because it'll all be tracked. Everything will be tracked like our phones track us now. Every journey in our car will be tracked. Everything will all be connected to some sort of interface. I saw it a while back. I forgot all about it till now. And that's where we're heading in long term. I don't know, it's not really that practical to have internet on cars so much now, but it's going to become easier and easier, and then eventually they'll be making cars that'll be built in, and I can see that that's where that's heading anyway. And there's another thing I forgot all about it till now, but it's a long-term future, that is.
Yeah,
happen.
They've been doing research on that stuff. Like they had those funny looking skateboard things where you stand on them and they freaking have like two wheels. They're setting them up now to where freaking you can stand on them and you don't have to freaking like do any type of motion. You just have to think move and the thing will move on you.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Turn left, turn right, and that's it. And all you do is stand on it.
Incredible. Well, last week they put the first set of cell phone satellites in space, cell phone towers on satellites or whatever. So there's now places where you can directly cell phone off the Starlink satellites. So soon we won't even need towers down here. We will just be connected worldwide, to every village.
I figured they had already had that. I didn't even know that they didn't have it. It was kind of...
Most of the world doesn't have cell phone coverage.
That's cool.
Yeah. No mass in it.
I don't know. Like, whenever we got into satellite, on trying to get satellite internet and stuff, I had to really check all that out and everything, and I found out about latency.
Yeah.
So I mean, when it comes to satellite technology, I'm not really too impressed, because like latency with satellites is really, really horrible. Like the farther away the satellite is, the more latency you get. Like with what we're doing here, if you're doing a satellite internet with your provider, you're gonna get like crap loads of latency from it if it's farthest away. But if it's like in the lowest atmosphere, then you'll get better latency. But they're working on trying to get satellites to where they can be closer to Earth, so that they can actually get better latency off of it. But they're really bad.
This that I'm speaking to you now with is Starlink. This is satellite internet that I'm on. Yeah.
Now, have you ever checked on your latency and everything to see how much latency you do have?
How do I do that, Roger? I don't even know how I would check
Oh heck,
what latency. I just do a ping test and it says it's fast.
no. Usually they have the free tests on the internet. You just type it in your Google Chrome or whatever browser you're using, and they'll do a latency check for you.
I do that now.
No, they'll tell you how much latency you have. But we had what was it called? Net something. It was horrible though. I tried to like play games, and I'd play freaking Elder Scrolls Online. They wouldn't even let me do that because of the latency issues. And when I first got them, they were actually not wanting you to freaking play video games and stuff, live streaming and stuff like that, because they freaking didn't have the capability for the amount that I was paying, is what they were saying. But this was years ago. This was like maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. Could have been 6.
What's the
So
latest? Oh, sorry.
it is on this ping test here. It says download is 170.
What about your upload?
And then it says upload 14.
Oh wow.
What does that mean?
Your upload is what's important. That's really low. I mean, I'm surprised.
Low?
Yeah, that's really low.
But she's streaming at the same time, so maybe that's
Oh
why.
yeah, that's true. So that
Yeah.
could be it. Could be the fact that you're streaming that's doing that.
Okay. Nah, I've stopped the stream.
No, don't stop the stream.
Oh, well, I think that's because, like you said, there's all this stuff about weather and wind and whether the satellites are close and I don't know, all these different things.
Yeah, don't get carried away. It's all good. We're here. It's working. It's working.
Here and it's working.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Don't worry about
And
it.
it might be. I don't understand it. Let's talk about something interesting for the viewers, not being an egg.
Well, we've gotten pretty interesting. We've done a test on the internet to find out if you have a good upload speed. That's about as good as it gets. So,
And I don't. We've discovered that I don't.
well, right, like John said though, you're in the middle of streaming, right? So,
Yeah.
So you've
Yeah.
got a stream going on. So
There's stuff going on, so they might be using it up, right?
right.
Okay.
I just
Yeah.
didn't expect to hear 14. No, that was like back whenever I had my toaster and I was trying to freaking, live stream freaking all the cool games, and they wouldn't let me do it.
Do it. Yes.
Is it ping? Is that what you mean? But I get mixed up with it. Is
Ping is
mine's 7 to 800 MBS a second down and 110 upload. Mine is.
110.
But the ping is 20, I think.
Yeah,
It's good anyway. It's green, so I presume it's good.
110, 120 is about the average.
Yeah.
So
I'm on internet to a mast, which is it's wireless wireless fiber I got.
well, fiber optic is always the best way to go. If you can get fiber optic, go for it.
But no, the normal broadband we couldn't get it. It was just normal we could get, but it was like 1 megabyte speed. It was awful, absolutely awful. That's why we got rid of it. So
We have AT&T here, and we were using AT&T, and they literally bypassed this region where we have our freaking internet and telephone, so they still had copper wiring and stuff here. To this day, their freaking internet their internet provider bullshit is still run off of copper wiring because they don't want to freaking run fiber optics through this area. So So we have to basically use MediaCom. We're forced into having to use it because they're the only ones that took the time to actually run fiber optic wires through here. So it's pretty crazy. You're quiet, Bob Dub. What's wrong?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm looking at this ping screen and I'm wondering why it says 12 now. So it's going lower and lower. Anyway, I'll find out about it. That's one of the very interesting things about having met you, Roger, is that you're getting me to find out about all these technology things that before I just...
Well, you know what that's from, though, right? Like,
Sorry?
You know what that's from, though, right? I was forced into doing it. Like John knew me back in the early days, okay? Like, everything was crap. I mean, I was like, when I say toaster, I'm talking like a freaking computer that was made in like 2002, you know? And I literally went in on my OBS and I said, to hell with freaking YouTube. I'll figure a way of freaking streaming this shit. And I took that old computer and I freaking did the settings on my OBS to where I could actually do it. But the only problem is the quality was horrible. Okay. So I could stream, but it was horrible as hell. And it went from there to now, and I had to learn all these tricks because I was stubborn, and I was like, I'll be damned if they tell me that I can't do it, you know. And that's one of my biggest arguments with all this stuff, you know what I mean? Like, people who have like a smaller computer should be able to freaking do the same thing that we do right now with better, you know, computers, because I was one of those people, you know, and I don't see why every time they freaking come out with all this new shit, they want you to have a stronger computer, you know. Why can't they make it to where anybody could use it, you know, instead of like making it more freaking harder on your computer to where you have to upgrade. That's the thing that I don't like.
It's planned obsolescence, isn't it? It's not that we have to upgrade, it's that they want it to sell us something else.
Yep.
So, you know, they want more of our money. It's like, have you ever bought a keyboard? I don't know if you have those places where you go buy a keyboard online and they send you a keyboard, and then the next month they send you a email advertising keyboards, and then the next month they send you another email advertising keyboards, and they never stop.
Yeah. I remember at Walmart, you could go and get freaking the value packs. You could get like 6 keyboards for like a certain amount of money. And I went up there and I looked about 2 years ago, and they're nowhere to be found. It's like now freaking they tell you, oh, don't worry about keyboards. Just throw it away and get a new one. You know what I mean? It's like, freaking now they're treating it like freaking a throwaway disposable aluminum can, you know, like just throw it away.
Yeah.
Go get you a new one.
Yesterday I saw a thing. It was like one of those braces that you put on your teeth, except it wasn't braces. It was a mouth pad. It was a mouse pad on the top of your mouth. So it was a mouse pad for you use your tongue with your mouth pad, with your
That's crazy.
How would we talk? I would be sitting here going,
Well, I don't think they want you to talk. You know what I mean? I was like, these days, I think that's the reason why they freaking are doing that, because they want to shut you up. They're like, put this in your mouth and shut up, just shut up, because they don't want us to talk. So.
And all you need to do, I figured it out though, Roger. All you need to do is clone your voice on an AI, and then just think in what you want to say, and then get your AI voice to say the thing, and then everybody can still hear you, even though your tongue's busy.
Well, see, I suggested that to Mr. Robot, and he didn't like it. He said he had a good voice. He likes his voice, but...
Your same voice?
Yeah.
You clone your voice? Oh, you mean he wants to use his voice in his voice box?
Right. Well, Well, what it was is he wants to do like a documentary format, but he keeps saying words like and everything in between. Well, I told him what you do, since he's always into AI, go in there and have the AI recognize his voice, and then he can just put the words in like a narration, and it would say it in his voice. And he's like, "Oh, I don't want to do that. I like the way I read and everything." I'm like, "Well, dude, I was just saying it because you said you didn't want those words." Like,
Yeah.
So.
Well, do you know what I do? I take the things that I've recorded, the interviews that I've recorded or whatever, and then I stick them in my Premiere Pro, and it's got an auto transcribe, and it transcribes everything that has been said in the interview, and then I just click on delete filler words, and it deletes all the ums and ers and everything just out, takes them all out.
That sucks. Now I'm gonna have to figure out how to freaking get Premiere Prime. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to find something that could capture my words, edit it, and then do all that, because I've been doing my narrations by hand, doing it manually. And that would actually be useful for me. Which reminds me, it was funny because John went on my channel and he was listening to some of my videos, and he goes, "I don't think that's your video. It had this weird woman with a foreign accent." And I go, "No, that was my video, John." It's a narration that I did. He did, though. He thought he was on the wrong channel, didn't you, John? Yeah.
When you used to say about keyboards, I don't know if you were on Fruit Lab when I did it, when it happened. I actually won a keyboard on Fruit Lab. £250 worth of keyboard. I won it on there. I never win anything, but I happened to win it that particular day. And it's, I don't know why it's worth £250, but that's apparently it is. It's, you know, it's a nice keyboard, but nothing amazing about it. But it's customizable. You can change keys. You got loads of you can change the lights on it. You can change. You got shortcuts all over it and all that sort of stuff. But I don't know. But apparently it's worth £250. So there we go. It's the only time I think I've ever won anything in my life.
That's cool. The lights, is it the neon light setup where like they blink on and off and things like that?
Yeah, you got them. You got like matrix lights on it. You got all sorts of lights in it. Yeah. There's a clock on it.
Oh, that's
a
cool.
picture of my dog on it. There's loads of stuff on it. You know, shortcuts for Steam, shortcuts for Facebook. You know, whatever you want. You know, stuff like that on it. The number keys you can take off and put them back on if you want to. They interchange. Wow. You can move out on the left, out on the right. The keys are supposed to be. It's a mechanical keyboard as well, but there we go. I don't really know much more about it than that.
That's actually pretty cool. That really is.
Yeah, I had a shock. I was talking in chat on Fruit Lab saying that I've been on a short list to be a partner, and someone said, "Oh, so you might be a partner soon, and you on a keyboard the same day." And I said, "What are you on about?" And that's when I found that I won it. I thought, "Oh, okay." And so there we go.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Very lucky.
Now, see, my son had those, and that's how he knew his computer was going out, because like whenever the CPU started blowing on him, freaking the keyboard would start blinking and shit, and like blink on and off, and that's how he knew it was happening. Like with mine, I don't have the blinking keyboard anymore, so we got this, just a regular black one, and if it was on there, then whenever something was wrong with the computer, it would start blinking. So that's the one thing I really miss about them. I can see why that was worth $250. I mean, you got everything right there on your keyboard. Next.
It made me tear as well. I'd be delighted, you know. Click a button. No tea.
It's kind of what I was thinking. You know, coffee, good coffee
Like
maker,
a machine, yeah. Tap on it.
tea maker, stuff
Yeah.
like that. My niece, I think, gave my mom and dad a tea maker, and it's sitting up on the table. And I figured I'd share it with this because I know you like tea, but I seen it on there and I was like, hey man, that's cool. And everybody's like, yeah, Samantha got it for your grandma and them. And I was like, for mom, you know, like, she doesn't like coffee. And I was like, that's a good coffee warmer and everything. And they go, that's not a coffee warmer, that's freaking a tea maker. I was like, oh wow, that's useless. I was like, it's not even worth anything to me. It's not a coffee maker. It's just for tea.
Oh, Americans and their coffee.
Well, tea has to be made on the stove. That's just the number one rule for anybody who's a dignified tea drinker. You have to cook that stuff on the stove. You don't put it inside something that's like a coffee maker. And you know what I mean? Come on. I mean, have you ever done the tea thing on a tea maker?
I've never seen a tea maker. I didn't know there was such a thing, Roger, to be honest.
I didn't either, not until then. I was like, that's kind of disturbing, you know, because everybody I've ever known has always made their tea on the stove, at least with a tea kettle.
Yeah, my mother had a tea maker years ago. It never worked very well, but she did have one. It had a clock and I remember that because a clock and fillable like teapot or kettle, like I don't know, something like that. I remember it, but I never used it.
It just seems weird.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem right. Like, you know, I'm go ahead. I was
gonna say, have you seen these coffee pod? They got them in the UK. These coffee pod things, little tiny little things, and you put them in there, and they make tiny little little cups of coffee. They're miniature cups of coffee. I don't know what they call them. As they got them over with you, but I just think, well, if I wanted to drink coffee, I'd want more than that. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. Tiny little cups, tiny little amounts.
Espresso shot glassy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
I pick on my nephew because he drinks that stuff. I call him sissy coffee. That's the sissy coffees, because like freaking they're like little bitty tabs. You put them in there and it makes one cup. And I actually tried them. They are pretty strong, so I was kind of wrong about it, but they're more expensive than if you just go out and get your own coffee. You know, I mean, go out and get you a big container of coffee to where you can make a full pot, and you're like saving 5 times the amount than what you would. They come in boxes, and then you stick it up in the top, you push it down, and they take a cup of water and put it in there, and it fills up the cup for you. And that'll cost you about $7 for a box of them here in the United States. $7 is like $20 to freaking you guys over in England. So
yeah. Well, you know, we were talking about 2024 and AI and all the things that are coming and everything. I saw an article about an artificial womb.
wow.
So like, you know how if a baby's born prematurely or something, now they put it in an incubator. Now they've got like this, it's not going to be an incubator, it's not going to be a box, it's like a bag, like that's got, you know how when you vacuum seal a bag with like vegetables or whatever for the freezer? This is like I saw a sheep inside one of these, a baby sheep, and it's sort of like vacuum sealed in this bag with the like tubes going in to make the liquid flow around it while it finished maturing. Isn't that amazing?
It's kind of disturbing. I mean, I guess it's amazing, but I mean, that's kind of disturbing. I don't know. Like, it's kind of.
Have you seen The Matrix?
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking that one vampire movie, too, where they had the humans inside the bags and they were feeding on them. I forgot the name of it.
Ew.
They-
Ew.
Vampires took over the planet, and like, you know how we run around doing our business, everyday business. It was the opposite. It was the vampires now that controlled the earth, and humans were on the run, hiding away from the vampires. So it ended up being like that.
Interesting.
I forgot the name of it.
Yeah.
I can't
Well, I don't
that
know.
one.
And I think Blade had it on there too, where there was like inventories of humans that were inside of bags, and they would frickin' bleed them out. And they had their frickin' blood suppositories to where the vampires could come and drink the blood without having to go out and drink straight from the human. Like,
Yeah. I
you-
don't watch most of those movies.
You ever watch Blade?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
play.
I think so.
Blade was the.
First and second was good. The third one was awful.
Yeah, I know. That third one was just. That was bad. It was more
Anyway,
aimed. It was aimed more towards the kids than it was. Like,
yeah.
It was more trendy, I should say.
But like Blade, the first disco scene, I think it was, when he went in and he was kind of, that was just like, and the music, it was just like, oh wow, this is cool. You
Yeah.
know? Really like that.
I am keeping an eye on the chat too, so you guys know. I figured out how to do it with because the Discord has that pop out, so I was able to use the pop out to where we can have the stream going, and then I can keep an eye on the chat, so if anybody does say something.
Oh, that's what the pop out is it? I didn't realise that. I
It's
saw the pop out, I didn't know what it was for.
It was new to me. I've never seen it before. I mean, this is the first time I've seen it, and it's actually cleaner than what the regular one is. Like, we don't have any of that sidebar stuff. If you notice,
Yeah.
it's completely freaking you guys, and I think it's pretty cool.
Oh, I see.
It's really nice.
I'm doing it now. Yeah, no one's talking on the chat today.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing, because that means we don't have to answer nothing.
Oh, yeah, I was interested in what you were saying about your Q&A, John. Are you
Yeah.
thinking of changing the Q&A into a team Q&A? Did you see that message, Roger?
Yeah, I did. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I think it's the best because it's it's a team now, isn't it? You know, it's not like there's just one person like running it, but like a team doing it now. It's you know, a group of us, and it just didn't seem the same just to me, like being a figurehead and answering the questions. And well, it's not just about me anymore. You know what I mean? I will be answering as well, but I mean, I just think it's more better if we all did it. Just feels more right, you know. That's to me anyway.
And like you said too, though, it's a better way of everybody getting to know each other and getting more comfortable with one another, stuff like that. So
They also said on Discord, oh, I got echo. Is it me? Hang on.
it could be me.
I think we should sort of make some sort of video, let people know what's going on, because there's been a few changes, like with you know, seeing different programs, like not this one. This one was there before, but like the Into the Abyss, the Summer Show, and Duality, different shows. Tell them about what's going on and the new shows that's come in with me and stuff as well. And also the fact that we're archiving the videos, because some people get confused about that. They don't know what's going on because they're seeing the same thing like twice in a week and they don't understand. So I've had to tell a few people. So it just maybe I think good if we did something so they sort of knew what was going on and they get used to the system, and then it should be all good, you know. That's the only thing I think, because people don't like change, you know.
I was kind of thinking that too, when like setting up an outline to where freaking like you can go on and do the video since everybody's familiar with your face, and then like go through and say these are the changes that are taking place.
Yeah.
You know, and like tell them that, you know, this is new content, but and like now you'd have to kind of coach me on it, on some of the stuff that you had to do to find the content you did before with like the scary stuff and everything, but I can do it for you. You just have to kind of like give me tips on what to do, where to go to get it, stuff like that. But I think somebody really does need to be still doing that, because your fan base really loves that stuff, okay? And I understand that you don't want to do it, but
yeah,
you know, and I'm willing to do it, but I just need to kind of know where to go, how to do it.
Yeah, I'll help you out anyway that way, but I will just say it's going to take a lot of your time to do it.
I know.
It used to take me like about I could be looking at 8 hours of videos a day just to find like maybe 5 minutes of videos for one video.
Yeah.
And then the next day I could maybe in the next hour I could find all the clips I need. You think, oh, brilliant, got everything. But you sometimes could be going 2-3 days of looking at videos all throughout the day, and you don't even find enough to make a video. So that's part of the reason why I used to get so frustrated at it as well, because it was so hard, so time consuming. And I obviously for different reasons now I can't do it anyway. But that's just saying, if you start it, it's going to take a lot of your time, and that's the only thing. But I will help anyway I can. Yeah, I'm not you know. We don't have Julian for the music either now anymore. That's again, the videos had his music, so I don't have that option anymore. He doesn't make music anymore. He doesn't have time to.
Well, we've got an advantage there, because like if you can't forget Mr. Robot. You know what I mean? He loves doing that AI music, and like he does do a really good job of it. And then I found out
he does. Yeah.
Then
he could, you know.
Yeah, go
could
ahead.
do that. No, it's a good idea. It's just saying, like when I was doing it before, I was turning out almost like a video a day, and I don't know how the hell back then there was so much content. It was easy to do. It was very easy to do then, because there was loads of content. And as time gone on, and you use almost every clip on the internet, then it started to get hard, because you have to look for it further. That's hence why it was taking me so long towards the end to find stuff.
So
but then again,
what I've heard people do is that they go back over their old content and they remix it, and they take a bit of this video and then go to it, and so like you have finished all the content, but you've also made yourself this really concise library of your own content. So then you go back to your content, which is like the summary of all the content, and you refine your content and like raise the level.
That would work.
Yeah.
Cutting it down, and shorts, man. Shorts are the thing. 1 minute sometime.
I also came up with an idea on that too, like reaction videos. I've been talking to some of the gaming community about doing a project called Ghost vs. Gamers, and having some of the people that we know on Discord that does the gaming sit back and watch some of John's freaking scary videos and see what their reactions are.
Your reaction.
Be a good idea.
Yeah.
That could be work. Yeah. There's one guy actually did reaction videos to my videos a long time ago. I can't remember his name now, and I actually saw some of them and they were hilarious. He was like freaking out almost at the intro when he first watched. He was like, "What the hell?" You know, and I love it. It was really funny, you know. But
cool.
No idea if he's still doing it. It was years ago. I mean, I don't know about him, but it was funny.
No,
especially if they watch it the first time, and it's like what the hell, you know?
Yeah.
Mm.
I've contacted Darker Things. He said that he'd be willing to host it, so that we'd have him as a good host for it, because he likes to do all that stuff, and he's wanting to get into the cryptid stuff as well. So
Yeah.
I think
Well, did you see Mr. Robot's message earlier today?
yeah.
And he said, "Bring me into some of your chats, guys. I'm missing you."
Well, he
Maybe
needs
he
to.
would do a reaction. Would he? I mean, how's he? You said that he's really cool with
Well-
all the sorts of things that he comes up with on shows. Would he be good at doing reaction to ghosts?
The thing is he's so used to ghosts and UFOs. And we want to get people that are freaking not used to ghosts and UFOs, like gamers, people that play video games. They have no tolerance for cringe, okay, at all.
Yeah.
So
Sure, cool as well. If you had girl gamers who were scream queens watching it, then that'd be quite funny.
yeah, like
That would be.
it would be. And then like we've got I hang out with Matt and Matt, aka Linda, and his sister. She's one of the funniest little girls I've ever seen on those gaming things. Okay, and like she says that her and her brother always watch like scary videos and stuff. So what I want to do is I want to get them with Rapid on there to do a reaction video, because Rapid is just a big old sissy in the first place. So if he sees that stuff, he's probably gonna flip out.
Yeah.
You know. So
So, Roger, are you suggesting that you do a reaction series and you make new ones, new videos, new spooky videos?
well, it's like John said. I mean, I'm gonna have to take that into consideration, because if it really is hard to find new content, then maybe do both of them, but not like to get together at the same time. Like whenever I'm hard up for finding new content, we can do a reaction video maybe.
Yes.
Or a few
Can we
reactions.
generate our own content with AI? Can we generate our own spooky content?
Well, you don't really want to use AI when it comes to UFOs and aliens. You will get so much bad feedback. Like,
Oh, really?
yeah,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, I see. I see. Oh, I
Because
see.
when they see UFOs on a video, they don't want it to be AI and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like if they find
So
out,
it's more like a documentary. Understand? Sorry, yeah.
they will flip out. You'll hear like so much bad feedback from that, man. They will
Right.
comment. That's
I
kind of
understand.
that's kind of like the Minecrafters thing I said. You know what I mean? Like you go on Minecraft with a crappy video, and they'll sit there and they'll yell at you over freaking the resolution and stuff. No, you turn around and you come up with a video that's been manufactured to a bunch of people who are watching things about UFOs, and they will go off the chain on you. I mean, they'll literally explode. So
Yeah, I was thinking more about science fiction, sorry, rather than UFOs and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to get so much grief because some of the stuff of mine wasn't genuine, because I always posted, always been in the YouTube license thing, entertainment, because that's why I was making the videos, to entertain. And obviously I tried to have some original stuff in it as best I could, but there's no way you can fill 10 minutes of video back then every couple of days where I was making videos with original stuff. It's almost impossible. So you had to fill the video up, you know, and then you people, oh, that's fake. Oh, used to get me wound up so much. I used to put disclaimers and they wouldn't have it, and oh, it's just got me down so much, you know. I don't miss it at all, to be honest. I really don't miss it. Fair enough, I built my channel up and I appreciate that. I met all nice people, but it's not a world I really want to go back to be honest. I won't be going back to it, to be honest. I'd help out, whatever, but I can't go back to it myself. I can't do it. it just took too much of my life up, you know. Just
But see, that's what I was saying. I can do it for you because I don't have a life. I'm just a big old loser who loves your channel. And
but there's things that it would be hard for me to sort of teach, like, because stuff like as you went on, there were certain people you got to know. You think, oh, stay away from them. You will get a copyright strike, and some material that I deleted that you might go and use again. And I said, no, don't use that, because you'll get a, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of stuff. It's a big Pandora's box. Once you start, it's you've got to be really careful, and it can cause a lot of stress. So we warn you, it can good for the channel, maybe, yeah, if you can do it. Don't get me wrong, because that's what people want to see. I'm not disputing that, but
try
it's
to stay.
yeah.
See, and that's the thing too. We'd have to filter through and find out which ones is potential copyright infringement, because there's 2 of them so far that I found that were in the library that I had to pull off there. And I knew about them before, back whenever I asked you if I could use some of your videos off Odyssey. And I was taking and doing the clips and, you know, trying to see with Blender, all that, the short clips. Now, to see if there's like maybe some kind of alteration in the videos. And there were 2 of them that I freaking found on back then. But even with them, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, man, I mean, that's pretty screwed up. If you're freaking doing video about UFOs and aliens, why the hell are you getting a copyright? Why are you copywriting it? You know what I'm saying? I mean, this person posted it up as a real freaking, like, monster or ghost, I think is what it was. She was walking around with a phone, and she thought that it was so important that she had it copywritten. You know what I mean? I'm like, are you serious, dude? I mean, and people are doing that crap. I mean, it's just freaking.
Yeah, and some are like, I can't think of the names of them now. I seen them. You see them on YouTube, but I can't remember. I don't watch videos on YouTube very often. There's some like companies that they want people to send videos to them and stuff like that. And if they do, and if you use one of their clips, they're down on you like a sack of spuds. They really are. It's a minefield. Honestly, it is a minefield.
Yeah.
But there we go. You know, we can discuss that again. So you just got to be careful if you start it. Because you get 3 copyright strikes. If it happens, you get 3 copyright strikes together, your channel's gone. This is all gone. Say goodbye to it. So, you've got to be very careful. Whereas the stuff we're doing like this is all original material. Into the Abyss is all original material. Everything's all original. It's all us, you know, all the people that are involved, it's their material, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, you go back the old route, you've got to be careful. It's Pandora's box.
That kind of helps me out on it too, because then, like, I've already gone through the library and cleared out everything that it's been muted off the videos, the stuff that was copywritten, so it's all clean. Now, that right there would be a good idea, to just use those for freaking reaction videos, and just don't worry about coming out with new ones and focus on reaction videos.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, I think that'd be good. People like stuff like that. I think it's a good idea. You know, I've always thought about going into it myself. Reaction videos ages ago, with other things. Not with my videos, but other stuff years ago. I did think about it, but I never did.
And Austin's been reaching out to me in the last couple days, and we might be doing a video series together with when it comes to his experiences and everything. So we'll put that up on there and get that going, and that'll bring a little bit of the paranormal elements and stuff into it. We've already got Summer Todd started up, and she did really good on hers.
Yeah.
So
is her show weekly? Is it weekly with Summer?
Summer,
Oh.
Summer is going to be doing more of them, but like right now, it's a scheduling thing. I think that's something that we need to think about too. Like doing a regular scheduled videos is okay for people who are okay with it, but like we need to kind of fill it out to where if like how I'm doing mine is if we can get people who are interested into coming on and doing Into the Abyss, then we can come up with a panel and then we can go from there and set up a date, you know. And I think on a lot of these that's what we need to do, but so because like
I think from the stats that I've looked so far, that seems to be the most popular of the new shows so far, of any of the shows we're doing so far, I think.
you know what
I think it is.
That's all SEO. You know what that is, don't you?
What?
Abyss.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Find any reason, any way that you can put the word abyss into your title, and it'll freaking be a smash. That's
Yeah, it is. Honestly, you've done this. That's we looked at it. It definitely is doing well. That first episode, anyway, did really well.
That's my favorite word now. Abyss.
There's one more thing I'll say. You know, on Home and Away from YouTube, Doug set up that thing, the channel analyst thing. If you look at Wonderful World of Weirdness on there, it says on there about the analyst thing, something about some of the shows need like more better description, because people don't know what they're about. And I do think we need to do that. If we're going to be doing shows regular, we need to have some descriptions for them, even if it's a set description we use each time, even so people know. Because Jackie emailed me and said to me as well that she said she didn't like when she first saw this program last week. She didn't know what it was about. She didn't have a clue, no idea at all what it was about. Just sort of stream starting, she went on it, didn't know. It doesn't have to be the topic we're sharing, because it varies from week to week, but it could be like a general description about what the whole show is about. I think we need to do that for all of the shows that we've got set for now and in the future. We need to sort some, because just for people to know what's going on, if you know, to know, because otherwise it's like, well, it's just it's hit and miss for them, isn't it? Because they just don't know, you know. So I think we need to look into that for sure, in some form or other. Yeah, to have like a typical description for each of the shows we do, just to give people an idea. And as I say, we can use it every week. We don't have to rewrite it every week. Just use it every week, copy and paste it, just so that we know it. I think we should look into that.
No,
you know, that's what you say, Jack.
We can do a default in the settings too, where we can do a default comment thing on there if we want to do it that route. But that right there means that we would have to change the default for every single time that we do.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. No, I just have it like in a notepad, copy and paste it, boom, job done. For each show we do, that's what I would do. I think maybe something like that. I don't know.
When you
that's what I do in
upload
my videos. Is I just copy and paste all the stuff. Sorry,
John, when you upload a video on YouTube, it gives you the option there to reuse the details of another video that you've used before.
Yeah.
So you
I didn't know that. I didn't know.
use details and then go to that old video and then just choose what you want, the description, the copyright,
Maybe you could even do it then on the archives then. Once you've done the descriptions, just when you do the next archive, just do it like that, and it saves having to write it out each time. If it's a bit awkward to do for streams, you could do maybe the stream for the archives. It would be good. At least it'd be written down then, wouldn't it? They know then.
With the live streams, we could do that and then have it set up with a good description, and then after the live stream comes on, whenever freaking I go in to do the archive with the edits and everything, I can just copy off of the live stream, put it right into the upload. All I'd have to do is open an extra tab. You know what I mean? It's not like it's crazy science and stuff. So,
Yeah.
it can be done. So,
Yeah, I'm just getting feedback from what people, because I've answered a few. You've probably seen it yourself. Asked a few questions and I've had to answer. It's the same with airing, premiering the archives as well. Some people think because you've got like live chat on that as well, it's just the same as chat like on this.
mm-hmm.
And some people like commenting to us as if they think we're actually still live, and it's like, no, this is a repeat. It's like, oh no, I'll click
don't say
on that
nothing,
as well.
Jim.
It's
Don't-
like,
don't-
no.
Don't say
I
nothing.
think, oh, you're ignoring me now. I said, no, we're not live now.
Just
You know?
just whenever they start premiering, man, you know, if you want to go on there and respond.
I do sometimes, but I don't always, not always around. You know,
It's fine.
Bob did one as well.
Now,
A duality one. I think Bob was on for that one.
whenever I
Can
have
do
a
that.
chance, I'll go in there and check, you know. But usually, every time I go in there and check on the premieres, nobody's ever there. So
Yeah.
it's like but yeah, I've been trying to keep up. But don't worry about all that. If they're premiering, man, get on the chat and have a conversation with them. You know.
I have to. One video, Into the Abyss, I spent a whole chat talking with Jackie about trying to have sort of Discord out. And it was like, and then once the premiere ends, all that chat was gone, because it's like, oh, it's not like live chat, it doesn't come back, it's gone then.
Yeah.
So
That's another thing too. Like on the questions and answers, a lot of that stuff that we got, especially from Jackie, we need to bring up too and have part of the
Yeah.
conversation too, because
you
I
have to
think
remember, yeah, get
I
that.
think that's important. You know what I mean? And particularly everybody's comments, if they have something that they want feedback from, that would be a perfect time to bring it up and everybody can discuss it, you know? That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
Would be cool. So cool.
Be kind of like they'd be involved as well as all of us being together, you know? And that'd be kind of cool. Just keep track of the
Yeah.
comments.
Yes.
I think if people get to like communicate with us better, like you say through chat and stuff like that, it's nice for them, because it's like they feel like we're identifying with them, whatever they're talking about, what have you, and we're sharing our experiences with them and they're sharing theirs with us. It's good two-way. It's nice for everybody. It's good for the channel. It's good for everything all round, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got some good level of communication between your people that are watching you and your viewers and stuff, I think it's good anyway. It's healthy. You can do that far more with live streams than even videos, because videos you comment, yeah, but it's just like somebody could comment at 12 o'clock and you might not see the answer. You might not see it till 3 o'clock, and you reply. And they may not ever see the reply because they won't go back on it, you know. Whereas a live chat, you're actually talking in real time, and it's like, it's cool, it's good.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a good. That's good. I never really did it that much because my internet was never that good before, but like now it's better. I just haven't got around to starting it until we started these shows. So
Now we've come to 1 hour and 2 minutes. So, Bob Dub, you wanna say some pretty cool stuff to everybody before we leave, since you've been so quiet?
Well, I have got one cool thing to say, and that is that I have restarted my Minds Boost feed live stream on YouTube, which is basically just an advertising of what sort of posts are happening over at Minds, and an invitation for anybody who's interested in having an open source free speech platform to, go on over to Minds and give it a go, because, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but some people are looking for that sort of content, and it is there. And so that's been a project that I've been working on with a little group. It's a community-driven project in Minds.com. And yesterday and today, I set up all our schedules of all our live streams. And at the moment, between the three of us, we're doing 11 live streams a week.
Awesome.
So we've got a slideshow there on my Boost feed showing all of our, and I hope that as we add more shows, I'll add more things to the slideshow. And so it will become like a little advertising tool for us, and maybe even a reference tool if we want to sort of, quickly figure out. And it's got an awesome playlist. It's got an awesome playlist if anybody just wants a couple of hours of music. So yes, so there we go. Thank you, Roger. That's my little splurge.
There we go. We got it all. We got it all out there. And I wanted to say we did another excellent freaking episode of Old Men Talking where we actually were talking, you know what I mean? There was no topic. It was just we were kicking back and talking and having a good time. With Bob Dub especially. That's the cool part. So we are going to go ahead and end this, and I want to say thank you guys for freaking showing up. This was great. So
thank you.
Thank you.
It was great.
And
It's
you
done.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. I'm Roger Hanson, and today we are getting into the fourth part of my conversation on law, I guess. Today I want to discuss civil law. Now, we went through and discussed the concept. Well, let me kind of go back through a fast one. We went through and kind of broke out to the judiciary laws, discussed separation of state, and the executive, the budget of the judiciary, stuff like that. Then in part two, we talked some about the Constitution and the United States Code and codification of laws, things of that nature. We also started talking about how each state has its own constitution as well as a federal constitution. I was trying to get information from Mark Edworthy about England and if they had a constitution. We had a little bit of a conversation about it the other day with Tan. And it does seem odd to me that most people in Europe and in England don't know for sure if they have a constitution or not. You know what I mean? So that's one subject that really popped out whenever we started talking about that. But after that, we went into the third part, which I got into criminal law and how it regulates social conduct and stuff like that, and how it prohibits undesirable acts and everything like that, regulatory offenses and mens rea, stuff of that nature. So then on the fourth part, I just did a recap and talked about corruption of the judiciary through budget planning and privileges that are set by both the state and private. Started talking about non-governmental organizations, things of that nature. Then mostly did a recap on the budget of the judiciary. That's one big thing that really I should discuss more, but I haven't. And maybe someday we can get somebody in here who we could have a really good conversation about that, because a lot of corruption in most countries, not just here in the United States, is done through the budget, through the government budget, where they fund the judiciary mostly. Then after that, I started discussing plenary powers, like the president has the power to pardon the Congress has the power or plenary power to extend its plenary power to pass laws, levy taxes, wage wars, arrest people, and then not only can they, or do they have that power, but they can extend it to these non-governmental organizations, which I've talked quite a bit about. I believe in it. I've covered that quite a bit. So now Congress, whenever I'm saying plenary powers, I'm saying it has unlimited powers to do this. They can pass laws and levy taxes and stuff like that, and it's unlimited. There's no limit to it. So Congress can also create charters, and that's what I'm talking about. They have duplicity of its plenary powers, and like when you have the Federal Reserve, you have the IRS, you have the Social Security Office here all in the United States. Okay, those aren't government offices, and a lot of people believe they are, but they're not. What they are, they're non-government organizations that have been given plenary power with duplicity from Congress to do their job, basically. And the reason why they do that is because it's constitutionally illegal for those organizations to run as government offices. Now, it's legal for the United States Postal Service to be a government office, and the drivers, DMV, the driver in motor vehicles, it's legal for them, okay? But like the Social Security Office, the IRS, the Federal Reserve, all of those are constitutionally illegal, and a lot of people aren't aware of that. Well, then I started talking some about the United States Code, and I want to go into that but in order to do that, I'm going to have to talk on the subject that I'm bringing up today, which is civil law, because that's where a lot of the codification comes from. What the United States Code is the official compilation codification of general and permanent federal statutory laws, and that's where you get into the term statutory laws. Now, when you get into those, that's where you start, it starts blending in, and you have to watch out with like the Constitution of the United States, the federal law, the big law that's not state constitutions, because like I said, we've got the federal constitution, and then each state has their own constitution, so they have to really be very careful about how they codify their laws and everything. Now, after that, I went in. That's when I started discussing about the federal constitution not being not being universal. It's limited, and that's because it's limited to just one constitution, whereas each state has their own constitution, which some states give a little bit more freedom to its citizens, where some states don't give as much freedoms to its citizens. So you have a diversity of laws that are taking place in each state within the United States. And we had a conversation about that too, and I was asking, like, does Canada have its own constitution? And Tan told me that they do, so I know that is happening there, and that goes according to a constitution constitution that was set up in England that he mentioned. Maybe sometime we can go over it and get the details on that, but Me, Tan, and Mark had a conversation about this last Friday in Mine's roundtable weekend, or Mine's weekend roundtable event, or however I named it. And it was a pretty good conversation, so I ended up getting the end of the conversation because I walked away to get my coffee and come back and they were talking cool stuff. You know, they always wait for me to leave before they talk about the cool stuff, so, because I'm not as smart as they are. But anyhow, I got to say a little bit. I got a little bit in on it, so that's what happened there. We started talking about it, and then now we come to the civil law. Now, civil law, or it's short for civilian law, it's actually a legal system that originated out of Europe. It was intellectualized within the framework of late Roman, with features and core principles that are codified into a referable system and serves as the primary source of law. So, civil law contrasts with common law, whose intellectual framework comes from judge-made decision laws, which gives authority to prior court decisions on the principle that it is unfair to treat similar facts different on different occasions. Now that's stare decisive. Okay, so the thing that comes down to it is, well, let me go on further and then we'll cover this, because the important thing is to remember stare decisive. That's what makes things important between all of this. Like, civil law is, and its framework, like I said, is, it comes from judge-made, civil law contrasts from common law. Common law is, it comes from judge-made decisions, where civil law, it is just a framework of late Roman law, and it's codified. Okay, it's a codified system, and I'll go further here, and we'll get into that a little bit more. Now, historically, civil law is the group of legal ideas and systems derived from the code of Justinian, but heavily overlaid with Napoleonic, Germanic, canonical, feudal, and local practices. Civil law also has doctrines strange such as natural law, codification, and legal positivism. Okay. Now, natural law is something that I do want to get into, because that's pretty crazy. I never thought about natural law the way I do now, since I've actually done the research on this stuff, but that's some pretty messed up. It's messed up what that's really about. So I do want to make an episode where I discuss freaking natural law. I'm not going to get into it too much now, because I want to have all my notes up and ready so that I can go through them and kind of get into it. Legal positivism is another thing, and you'll see that in a lot of things that are going on in Europe today, in England too. Like, there's a lot of liberalism being pushed on the United States coming from Europe, and the reason why is because they're trying to push statutory laws at the United States and making our Constitution irrelevant, basically. So that is something that really does need to be discussed too, because it's like I said in my other episode just before this, you know, when it comes to constitutional government, I mean, I'm no big fan of constitutional governments. I have my disagreements with it, just like everybody else does. But it's the closest thing to freedom that we've got. You know, you can bitch and yell all you want, but there's a lot worse that can be done to us than what we've got now. So, I mean, like I said, I do have my disagreements with it. I don't think that it's like 100%, but at the same time, we could have worse. So, it's the closest that we do have. But I also find it disturbing that there's an uptick in positivism and natural law going on in the United States as well. And to me, I personally believe that that's coming from Europe. Just like these statutory laws, there's things that we have allowed to take place here in the United States that really shouldn't have taken place. It just made it easier on people, so they decided to let it go. You know what I mean? And it's not just us, it's our parents who allowed the stuff. It's our grandparents. You know, the New Deal, that wasn't very good. It was actually a horrible thing that led to a lot of the problems we have here in the United States today. A lot of people think that that was a great deal, and it wasn't. It was one of the biggest mistakes that probably could have happened in our government. And I personally do feel that. So that's one thing that I do want to also talk about, as well as natural law. But codification is something that really hits with civil law. Now, conceptually, civil law proceeds from abstraction, formulates general principles, and distinguishes substantial rules from procedural rules. Now, civil law holds case law secondary and subordinate to statutory laws. So, in civil cases, what that means is they don't go off of previous judgments from judges, okay? What they go off of is statutory laws that have been written from old civil laws, statutory laws that, like I said, originated from old Napoleonic Justinian laws and Germanic and conical feudal laws from a long time ago. I mean, these statutory laws go all the way back, and for me personally, I don't like that. Because from what I've been finding out, people have been signing these laws into practice, and it's not being voted on. They're just being pushed out there by government officials that aren't even voted into office. Codified laws that we don't even get to vote on. We've got frickin' seatbelt laws, and we got mandatory insurance for driving, and now they're trying to push universal insurance on us, where everybody has to have universal insurance and stuff. And like I said, it comes from Europe. Who's got all those things going on right now? You know what I mean? You know how much money it takes for a person to frickin' live and then pay all these frickin' mandatory insurance laws? And it goes even farther than that. Now cities are able to frickin' fine you because of the height of your grass, or what your yard looks like, you know what I mean? All of this stuff is code. You know what I mean? City code, state code, federal code, all of that, and we just allowed it to happen, you know. They came in, they freaking started making codified laws for this stuff. And then we sit back and we wonder why freaking our life sucks, you know. You're wondering why you have to pay freaking for 30 years to pay off your house, you know. Well, it's because you got all this crazy shit coming in. You're having to pay income taxes to a freaking organization that's constitutionally illegal. You know, you allowed it, your parents allowed it, your grandparents allowed it, and everybody's like, oh, that's just the way it is. You know, no, that's not the way it is. Stop allowing this stuff to happen, and things won't be mandatory like you think they are. Now, with the concept of codification, I can go on further with that. I got notes from a long time ago, so I'll read a little bit of this. And it says, the concept of codification was further developed during the 17th and 18th century as an expression of both natural law and the idea of enlightenment. The political idea of that era was expressed by the concepts of democracy, protection of property, and the rule of law. That idea required the creation of certainty of law through the recording of law and through its uniformity. So they're more interested in the certainty of law, and they want these laws to be recorded in uniformity, so they have to be uniform. You know what I mean? They don't care about case by case. They care about the laws being in uniformity. So the aforementioned mix of Roman laws and customary and local laws ceased to exist, and the road opened for law codification, which could contribute to the aims of the above-mentioned political idea. Another reason that contributed to codification was that the notion of the nation-state required the recording of the law that would be applicable to the state. So that's just a bunch of jargon at the end. But the one thing that I noticed when it came to all this is, first of all, I don't like the idea of still living according to Roman law. And second thing I noticed is I don't want to obey a law that concerns uniformity. You know what I mean? That is just crazy. I've ever since I've heard about this stuff and I've listened to it, it's really, I really don't like the idea of what civil law really means. I've also had some personal experiences when it comes to civil law. I tried to bring it up before when I was talking about custody laws and everything, and with non-custodial parents, which that's what I am, and it went the wrong direction is what I'm trying to say. You know, I was aiming for something else, but instead I ended up getting 2 interviews from people who were wanting, were red-pilled and talking about women and trying to be, anti-woman or something. Well, they don't claim to be anti-woman, but it wasn't what I expected. You know what I'm saying? I'm more serious about this stuff. I don't want to talk about how horrible women are, and them fucking bitches, you know, and stupid stuff like that. I mean, that's not what I'm about. I was trying to talk about non-custodial parents' rights, and like how being refused being refused the right to frickin' see their children, you know, non-custodial parents and stuff. I personally had threats that the police would be called if I went out to see my son, because my son lives with his mom and their grandparents and everything out in the country. So, you know, it was constantly that if I went out to see him, I'd be arrested. The cops would be called on me and stuff like that. And they got away with it. I mean, that was basically what it was about, you know. And for me, I didn't want to focus on all of that. I could have easily said, you know, that she was so-and-so and all this shit, you know, but I didn't want to go there because of the one thing that really messed me up. It wasn't my ex-girlfriend. It wasn't her family. It wasn't the threats. It wasn't any of that. What really screwed me up was the legal welfare system. Now, everybody loves to talk about, you know, oh, those people on food stamps. Oh, those people on food stamps. All those people on welfare. You know, they don't understand there's more to the welfare system than food stamps and frickin' welfare checks, you know. You got the juvenile court systems. You got frickin' child support, enforcement. You have frickin' the frickin' family services. You know, you got the foster care. All this is the welfare system. You know, children are frickin' falling through the cracks on a daily basis. There's children in foster homes that are vanishing, disappearing without a trace. Okay, and it's been going on for freaking decades, and nobody seems to care about that. You know what I mean? Then that's what really alarmed me, was when I had to deal with that. What happened is my ex-girlfriend ended up getting real bad into drugs and alcohol. And mind you, I was sober, and I was away from her for a good 3-4 years at that point, and not seeing my son. And I ended up getting a knock on the door. Well, I get a knock on the door, and there's a police officer standing there with a subpoena saying that I need to show up for court. So I take the subpoena and I read it, and it says that I need to show up for court because of my ex-girlfriend getting in trouble with the law, and my rights could be taken away from me because she got in trouble. Okay. So I turn around and I was like, okay, I'll show up. So I show up for court, and when I get there, they don't even know how I even received the summons that I was supposed to get to freaking show up for court. Okay? According to them, they took the word of my ex-girlfriend that I was nowhere to be found, freaking, and they didn't even bother searching for me. I live maybe 15 miles away from my son. Okay, all they had to do was a diligent search and they would have been able to find me, but they didn't. Somehow I ended up getting a summons in the mail. I have no idea how it happened, but I ended up showing up for court, and that was when you would think everything would be better, because at least they showed up for court, but that wasn't it. It actually got worse. Okay. Now, one thing I also wanted to talk about too was like you have to be careful when you deal with these things, okay? Like, for me, I didn't understand terminology all that well when I first got into this situation. I didn't understand that when I was asking for a lawyer to help me with custody, I should have actually been saying visitation, you know, because one thing that slowed me down quite a bit was I tried to call a lawyer that was recommended to me to get visitation rights. I was recommended to call him, and I told him I wanted custody rights, and he said, well, good luck with that. And I never realized that they were talking about custody, whereas I was meaning visitations, but I said custody instead. Now, understand if you're in that situation and you're wanting to see your kid, you need to say visitation, because I didn't do that, and that slowed me down. At least I'm letting you know what I mean, because that was a mistake I made. So okay, now the thing that got me the most was with my oldest son. Back when I was 19, I had my first son, and I've never had a good track record with women. I never married my second son's mom, okay? We were boyfriend and girlfriend. I did ask her to marry me, but things happened, and things went bad, you know, is all I can say. And the first one was a teen pregnancy, and my first son's mom ran off with my son and my oldest boy, and I tried to find him, and the only way I knew, I didn't even know his name at the time because she was still pregnant when she ran off with him, and I didn't even know what she had named him. So I contacted child support enforcement. And now see, the thing with child support enforcement is if you're a non-custodial parent and they want money from you, oh, they'll bust their hump to search you down and find out who you are and where you're located and all that stuff. But if you are a non-custodial parent trying to find out where your son is or your daughter is, whatever, they won't help you. As a matter of fact, they refuse service, okay, because they are legally told that they are not allowed to freaking search or give you that information. They cannot give you that information legally, okay, but they can hunt you down for freaking child support like a dog, you know what I mean? But they can't assist you. They can't assist you at all. You know, that was something that I thought was messed up. And then like with my second son, when my girlfriend was going through troubles with drug addiction and everything, and I needed help from this legal service that was supposed to be, it's called Land of Lincoln here in Illinois, but when I called them up and I tried to get assistance from them and help from them, I got an automated question service instead of speaking to a real person on the phone. All right, I called up the number, I dialed up, hit the buttons they wanted me to, and then they asked me questions with an automated question service. It wasn't even a real person. And then instead of having a real person refuse service to me, the freaking automated question service refused service to me. So I never even had a chance to talk to a human being about it. You know what I mean? They just wanted to know what my freaking age was, what my marital status was, what was I married with her, single, you know, what my freaking financial status was. It all concerns age, race, marital status, and financial status. And after that, they just flat turn me down. So that's something that really disturbed me there. Now these are also, let me point out, non-governmental organizations that are supposed to be doing the job of the supposed court systems. Okay, so they're not even constitutionally legal, and they are able to do that. You know what I mean? I've already talked to you about the freaking child support enforcement and things of that nature. So, the thing that really got me is that when it comes to the juvenile court system in civil cases, okay? Now, the DCFS has the right to force parents into juvenile court on a civil case, and that's without being charged with a crime. No crime whatsoever, okay? Your kid, let's take my story out of the equation, all right? Let's say your kid is skipping school, all right? Let's just say your kid's skipping school, and he does it a whole lot, and you don't have any clue that this is going on because you're going to work, you're coming home, and by the time you get home, your kid is already supposed to have been out of school, done his homework, everything, right? Come to find out, for the last month and a half, your kid hasn't been going to school, he's just been skipping, all right? And you find out. You know how you find out? You find out because a police officer is knocking on your door, forcing you to show up for juvenile court. And if you don't show up to juvenile court, you go to jail because your kid decided he didn't want to go to school. Okay? And then when you get to juvenile court, you know what happens? They make you take classes. They make you pay for a freaking attorney. They make you freaking pay for freaking court costs. And you have to freaking pay these things. Or, guess what? You go to jail and your kid gets taken away from you because your kid decided not to go to school. So, these are the kind of things that freaking I found out. And you don't even have to freaking be brought up on a criminal charge. Not one criminal charge can be brought up against you. This is all civil case, and that's it. It's a civil case. It has nothing to do with you being a criminal. Now, after that, the DCFS investigators have a right to waive searches for non-custodial parents, and that's what they did with me. Not only did they do that with me, but freaking they took the word of the woman who caused all the shit in the first place. It was my ex-girlfriend. You know, they're the ones that popped her freaking with drugs and everything, and then turns around and takes her word that freaking I was nowhere to be found. You know, so what they did is they just went ahead and waived the search because they're lazy and they didn't want to do their job. All right. Now, that is required of them according to their own DCFS rules and procedures. It's required that they do a diligent search during their investigations, but they can also waive it. And that was their chance to freaking not do it because they didn't want to do their job. You know, I brought that up. Nothing ever came out of it. And like me being the non-custodial parent, I had no rights about knowing what was being discussed in court about the case concerning my son whatsoever. They wouldn't give me no information. They wouldn't tell me nothing. They wouldn't. I could understand, you know, if with my ex-girlfriend, you know, she had a case going on where she had to freaking obey what DCFS wanted, and that was her deal, you know what I mean? But this was my son, so that kind of upset me there that they wouldn't, disclose information to me about it. They set him up with his own lawyer, you know what I mean? And I had to have a lawyer, and my ex-girlfriend had to have a lawyer, and we're all sitting there with lawyers. But guess what? My lawyer wouldn't even say nothing to the court about what I wanted. I actually called him on the phone, and he told me that he wouldn't get involved whatsoever. He says, usually when I get cases like this, it's usually a crazy man who's freaking going nuts and wanting to get irate and shit, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there listening to him like, are you freaking kidding me, dude? And I told the freaking judge that I wanted a new freaking public defender, and he wouldn't give me one. He said, there's none available. So I didn't even have the right to freaking get a different public defender, And that's another thing that I can bring up at another time about public defenders. Everybody's like, well, if you're defending yourself, then you have an idiot for a frickin' client, you know what I mean? Well, maybe you should find out what happens when you frickin' sign your name on a frickin' piece of paper for a public defender. You waive all rights to speak in court. That person has the right to speak for you, and that's it. If you want to speak to the judge, you have to ask for permission. He can refuse to even let you speak in court, okay? So be careful about that. If you can't afford a frickin' lawyer, don't frickin' get a public defender. Honestly, don't get a public defender. Alright. So, if the custodial parent is in trouble with the law, or DCFS, and then a non-custodial parent is also in trouble, and both have to show up in court to keep their parental rights. Now see, in that situation, I wasn't even in the equation. I wasn't even around, okay? But since she got in trouble, it's not just her ass in a sling, it's her ass and my ass in a sling. That goes with everybody, not just a certain case by case, alright? That goes by every case. If one parent gets in trouble, you both are in trouble. So understand that. If a child is being threatened to be taken out of the family and one parent is involved who caused the problems, that means both of you are in trouble. So just understand that. That's where the civil law comes into place. It's about statutes. They don't care about previous cases or anything like that. This is about statute law, not case law. So just remember that. If the custodial parent is in trouble with the law, okay, I already did that. Now you both have to show up in order to keep your parental rights, but they have a loophole now. Like, you can still have your parental rights as a non-custodial parent just by showing up, but then they can turn around and give guardianship to anybody they choose. Okay, so you can still have your parental rights, but this is the guardian of your child. See, that's another loophole they can get away with. So just be aware that that's going to happen too. So, and this is the stuff that this court system does, okay? And all the time they're wrapping up money, you know what I mean? The freaking public defenders are getting paid, the freaking state's attorney's getting paid, the prosecuting attorney, whoever, the judge, all these people in the courtroom, they're getting money from this. They're getting money, and it's creating a freaking monopoly, you know what I mean? It's like they go out and they get all these kids, they freaking get them in, get the parents in trouble, they start freaking making money off of it. I mean, it's a big business now. So that's the one thing that you got to understand. This is how our government's getting corrupt. They're doing it through the juvenile system, and then they hide behind privacy laws in order to do it. All right. Now, the juvenile systems have been freaking manipulating the law so bad and doing it in secrecy so that the public can't freaking tell what's going on. You know, Mark said that he thought for sure that he could find court cases, and he never got back to me on it. And I know why he never got back to me on it, because he can't find them. They're sealed. You're not allowed to freaking have them. If it concerns a child, you don't get to hear the cases. Now, you might be able to find blogs and stuff like that, but that's about it. You might hear hearsay from people, but that's all you're going to hear. Okay. So, with me and what happened to me, I can tell you that a non-custodial parent has to go and get evaluated in order to see if he or she is mentally or physically fit to care for the child or children. So, in order for me to get visitations with my son after freaking all of the crazy stuff that had happened, they wanted me to go down and be mentally evaluated to see if I was mentally capable, mentally and physically fit to take care of my child. Okay? And this, mind you, is with no issues that have ever came up about my mental state at all. I mean, I did recover from freaking alcohol and drugs, but I believe at the time I was well over 9-10 years sober by then. You know what I mean? Like, that was a far part of my past at that point. So that was one issue that freaking was gone, you know. So that's kind of the stuff that I'm talking about with a lot of this stuff when it comes to civil law. This is what happens with people who aren't even charged with a criminal crime. Okay, this is what the government gets away with. And when I was talking about the plenary powers, it's passed on to these organizations like the Catholic Social Services and freaking other organizations that are supposed to, you know, take care of like transporting the child to visitation, stuff like that. If they need to be taken out of the home, they put them in temporary foster care, stuff like that. These are the organizations that does it. So the Department of Family Services doesn't even do their job, which isn't really their job. It's the juvenile court system's job. But it was handed off to them by the judiciary plenary powers, and then they extended it to this Catholic Social Services, okay, to do their job. Again, so you have freaking 3 different organizations that are making money off of this stuff. Alright? Now, that is what I'm talking about when it comes to corruption in the government. And they do this with the prison systems. Somebody's got to freaking bring food in to the freaking prisoners in the cafeteria, so they create a monopoly there. You see? So now you have to go down and you have to take tests to be evaluated to see if you're able to freaking cook food for prisoners in a prison or provide food to the cafeteria. So that's just to deliver it, you know what I mean? It's one big scam, one money maker. It's how they make money. And this is the kind of stuff that they're doing. Now, from what I've just told you, you know, even these freaking organizations are making money to find out if you're freaking mentally or physically fit to take care of your children. So there's another organization who's making money off of you, you know. Now, before I even showed up for court, I also want to mention something that the circuit clerk did. Now, the circuit clerk, I found out, is able to do this too. They're able to file what is called a dispositional order that states that a non-custodial or a custodial parent is unable to care for, protect, train, or educate their children. Okay? Now, this can be done without any explanation for why the order was filed. They can just file it, and usually they file it automatically. So if there's any kind of trouble that happens concerning your son or your daughter or your daughters and sons, the circuit clerk is automatically going to file this. It's called a dispositional order, okay? And they will automatically file it on you, okay? And this can be done without any explanation for why it's being filed. This can also be filed without knowledge of the non-custodial's parents' whereabouts or the diligent search for the non-custodial parent being done. So even if the non-custodial parent isn't even in the situation and they're not even aware that this is going on, the circuit court can still say that they are unfit to freaking care for their child. They don't even know anything about this person. You know what I'm saying? And these are all illegal, non-governmental organizations who are getting away with doing this stuff. All they have to do is tell the freaking juvenile court that they need this. And they need this, and the circuit clerk and the juvenile clerk courts and all of them just frickin' jump in line and they file these cases. You know, the circuit clerks also have the ability to frickin' confiscate everything that frickin' somebody has when a criminal case takes place. Now, I was talking about not even being charged with a crime. There's another scenario that can happen where a circuit clerk can steal your shit. And how they get away with this is because of civil case. Now, say you got a son again, and you're going to work, you're coming home, you're not paying attention to what's going on. And while you're at work and you're not paying attention to what's going on, your son's smoking freaking pot in your garage. Well, guess what? Cops roll up, they bust him in your garage with marijuana. And because it was in your garage, the circuit clerk has the right to frickin' go in with the police and confiscate everything you have in your house because your son was smoking pot on your property, okay? And they can take it. They not only do they take it, but in order for you to get your stuff back, you don't even go to see a judge, okay? The judge doesn't even watch over that stuff. You have to go to the circuit clerk in order to freaking file papers to try to get your stuff back. Judge doesn't even care about it. Doesn't even reach the judge's desk. Has no care about it whatsoever. And these are the kind of things that are going on here in the United States. So with all of that and all of my long-winded preaching, I am going to leave it alone. I'm gonna let you guys hopefully enjoy your day. I'm glad that I freaking was able to go through all that and get it done, because that was something that I really wanted to do. And see, this was the direction that I was wanting to take on that conversation. I wasn't wanting to talk about the Red Pill Nation or anything like that. And don't get me wrong, I mean, Naroki 5 and they were good guys, you know, but that just wasn't the direction that I was wanting to go with that. And I still Sorry. I still, to this day, don't hold any hate towards my ex or both of my exes. You know, especially my youngest boy's mom, because of the situation that happened. You know, it was the stuff that happened with the court systems was way worse than what happened concerning her, if that makes any sense. You know, I would hate to have to be a woman having to go through that kind of stuff. And I'm sorry if you're a married man and you got separated from your kids. I understand that. That's a horrible thing too, you know, but this is a situation that didn't concern that kind of scenario, you know what I mean? The thing is what I didn't mention before was she had a drug addiction that wasn't even properly cared for. In most states around here, they have like a drug court or some kind of program where these women and men are forced into them because they'd committed a crime. First, they have to commit a crime. They have to be charged with something, and then they go into these courts, and then they have to show up for drug court in order to get through their program. Well, my ex never got charged with any crimes. And the bad part is she almost freaking died in front of my son trying to take these freaking pills, and nothing ever came out of that. She just had to freaking do what the DCFS wanted her to do. And they never put her on a serious drug program or anything like that. They actually went as far as saying that she needed to lock her prescriptions up so that she couldn't get to them. She had to lock them up. And then when the freaking counselor came to see her, she counted how many pills that she had and stuff like that. Just ridiculous things of that nature is what they were doing, and they weren't taking it serious whatsoever. So my ex-girlfriend never got the help she needed. My son was moved out of her house to his grandparents' house, 2 houses down, so that instead of having to watch his mother freaking slowly kill herself in the house, he could sit 2 houses down and watch it. You know, I find that appalling that freaking their whole job is supposed to be reunifying the family and worrying about the safety of the children, but in the end they don't care about that one bit. You know what I mean? They did absolutely nothing constructive. They didn't reunify the family. I mean, it got horrible with my son and his brother, my son's oldest brother, her oldest boy. And the drug addiction eventually sent her off to where she ended up in frickin' prison, I believe. I don't know. Jail. I know she's gonna be gone for 2 years. They busted her with meth, you know, because this court system's a joke. They don't care about you. They care about your money. They want to frickin' use the children to frickin' exploit you for your money, and that's all they care about. I don't care what anybody believes about that. I know it because I've seen it. Thank goodness it wasn't me. You know, that's all I can say. But I did witness it. And I love my kids. That's the one thing I can say. I do love them. We might not get along a lot, but at least they know I do love them, and I'll tell them I love them every chance I get, you know, because They don't deserve that. Nobody deserves that. So I'm coming up on 2 minutes before the hour, and I am going to go ahead and end the recording and stop the streaming. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Later on we can get into I do want to cover freaking positivism and natural law. So I know this might be boring for a lot of you guys, but I do want to cover this stuff because these are the kind of things that are going on in our court systems, and I've said it in previous episodes that you can sit around, you know, bitching and arguing with each other about Donald Trump and frickin' dipshit, whatever. I forgot his name. Joe Biden, all day long, you know. But this is the shit that's going on in real life. This is the stuff that frickin' is going on that you're not hearing about until frickin' they're knocking on your door. So I'm gonna keep talking about this stuff. I could easily get on here and just bitch and yell about all the horrible stuff that's going on when it comes to the mudslinging, you know. And yeah, I am voting. I am gonna vote, but that's as far as I'm gonna say it, you know. But for me, this is the kind of stuff I want to bring to people and I want to talk about. So if you're interested, you know, keep showing up and listening. If you want to join into the conversation, you're more than welcome. So with that being said, I'm gonna shut up and I'm out of here. Then at 5 we can do well, don't worry about it. We'll just start talking about it on the hour, I guess, if you want to. Let me go grab my coffee real quick, and then we can do it.
Awesome.
You just hit stream whenever you're ready, and I'll be right back.
Okay. We're getting ready to do this duality stream. Jumping in here with Roger. I want to check that everything's through properly on YouTube. Has it started? Am I here? Yes. It's me talking? Alright. So Roger and I are just hanging out a little bit, waiting for the top of the hour when we will be talking again about duality. Which is so fun. So fun.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
I am back.
Hello. Alright, we are streaming. I started it. I've checked it on YouTube and it seems to be working.
Okay.
Got to go back to the Discord screen. Just got to go back to the Discord.
Looks
Woohoo.
good.
Sounds good there.
Alright.
Okay, so my screen is a bit boring on this side.
Now, if you click down on your face, or down there where that arrow is on the
Yeah?
with the PayPal thing, if you click on that down on the bottom part where your face is, it'll pop you up.
Oh, pops me up.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, and I'm noticing that Reginald isn't with us. Reg, you didn't come for the stream? Unusual.
Where did he go?
Usually he's in here as soon as he hears me start speaking. See if he's around.
He's like,
Reg?
go find Reg. We gotta go find Reg. He's something else. Can't have the show without Reginald. Alright. Make sure got everything going on here.
Looks like he's off on a midnight walkabout, funny boy.
That's what happens. That's what my cat does. That's exactly what my cat does. He goes out on the prowl.
Apparently they can go for up to 20 kilometers at night when they go.
I was telling my dad, he didn't believe me, but we were driving down the road and I looked out the side of the car and we have this big orange cat that runs around with the neighborhood, and I swear I seen him freaking playing with a raccoon. A cat playing.
Wouldn't be
with
surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. They're so cute. You know, when I grew up, I was told about how animals, you know, killed each other and you had to be so careful and they were so vicious. But the more stuff I've seen on the internet, the more I realize that animals make friends far more often than they fight.
Yeah. And there's actually breeds of animals that get along with one another. Like cats get along with the rabbits.
Yes. Yeah, they sure do. And I've got a little flock of quail that they sort of walk up and down the road here. And they're so sweet because they have two little sentries, and the little sentries sit up on the fences. And if anything happens or a cat comes, they call, and then all the other little quails go running. It's just so sweet, and there's this just little community that runs up and down here. And my cats never attack them. They go out in the morning and they jump up onto the roof of the car and they lie on the roof of the car and they look at all these little birds running around in the grass. And everybody's all about, in New Zealand, there's a huge big movement of people who want to put down all the cats because they say the cats are killing all the native birds.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Crazy, yeah, I know, crazy. Imagine living in a country where they want to kill all the cats.
It's okay. So, what are we going to start talking about whenever we get started?
Are we going to? Well, the topic today that we're going to look at is, well, I don't know. If I tell you, then okay, then I tell you twice. All right.
Oh, no, okay, never mind. You're right. Good for you. You caught me. He's like, I was wondering.
Well, you were saying something about the Turkish Empire. Let's go back to that.
Well,
you were saying that the Ottoman Empire, did you say predated Buddhism?
No, not the Ottoman. No.
Okay, they came after.
Mithra was the ancient beliefs that actually came where Zoroastrianism and Buddhism and Hinduism all came from. It was Indo-European, and what happened was it's believed that it started in the Russian steppes, where Indo-European, well, it was a mixture of the Europeans and the Indonesians.
Indians, yes.
Right,
From yes. All right.
And it basically started out on the Russian steppes, and unlike the rest of the migration patterns, instead of it going west, Indo-Europeans went from west to east. So you have Indo-European influences going all the way from Western or Eastern Europe over to freaking China and India and Iran and Iraq and freaking Afghanistan, you know, which is really interesting, and Mongolia as well. Like there's
Right.
It's an amazing story, really.
Yeah.
So
Sounds fascinating. It sounds like there was less countries. Like from what you're saying, it seems as if there was more flow between the people. Or am I just imagining that?
there was more what?
Flow. Or
Yeah.
sort of.
There was a lot more interaction going on in the world than what people really believed there was during that time period. Like we've had more than one dark age. You know what I mean? Our dark
Yes.
age was after the Rome fell, but there was actually 2 or 3 different time periods in history where we've actually had dark ages where history was lost. And
Let's see.
they're finding out that that's happened more than once or twice. It's happened
Right.
different periods in time where information had just fallen, and there was a network of trade going all the way from China to the Caspian Seas, going even farther into freaking Greece. You know what I mean? But people aren't aware of that. It's like there's parts of history that's completely gone. So
Yes. Yes. But it seems as if at the moment there's a real renewed interest, particularly across the internet, in the Roman Empire and that sort of historical time period. I think people are seeing reflections of that history in our current situation, and our I don't know, these culture wars that everybody talks about.
well, I get bored by the Romans. That's a little too.
Oh, do you?
That's a little too new age for me.
Cool.
I wanna hear
So
about
you
the
go-
old stuff. I want to hear about the.
Oh, I see.
I want the old stuff. Romans, man. I mean, by the time history made it to the Romans, they were already like their values and their beliefs and their ideologies were already like watered down versions from ages before them. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Right.
so you have like even older religions and belief systems that go back thousands of years that were adopted by the Romans, just like with the Greeks. You know what I mean?
Right.
Greeks were they were the New Age groups that were putting things together. You know what I mean? Like they when it comes to civilization
Right.
or cultures or anything, whatever you call them, that was more in the later parts of it. You know, like when you start talking about Arm and the Urartu, you start talking about Mithra and the old Zoroastrian beliefs. You start,
Yes.
things like
Awesome.
that.
Well, let's get into that because it's 12 o'clock now.
Is it?
So, are you going to do a recording for us?
Yeah, I've already hit record for you.
Oh, you started recording, all right. Okay, let me do an introduction then.
Okay.
Okay. And then we will get going and you'll tell me all about Zoroastrianism.
Okay.
Don't know if I said that right. Okay.
everybody, and welcome back to Home Away from YouTube. I'm Roger Hanson, and I am here with Gemini. Now,
So,
we got Gemini on here to give his experience with gaming, and he has pretty colorful gaming history on streaming. Needless to say, if anybody's watched him, but at the same time, everybody who watches his stuff pretty much loves what he does. So, with that, I'm gonna open it up and give it to Gemini to start us out. Kind of give us a little background on his gaming experiences and stuff like that, and where he started out, and where he plans to go. So, I'll give it to you.
oh, good. All right. Well, first of all, appreciate being here. Thanks for having me. Those of you guys that don't know me, I'm Gemini, and I've been gaming forever. Like, it's hard for me to remember a time when I wasn't gaming. Gonna show my age here, but started way back when, with like not Nintendo, Sega. So like the Master System, the Mega Drive 2, your original OG consoles. Then I got a PlayStation, and it just sort of snowballed from there. And I don't know, I've always found a solace in gaming. It's like my happy place. And I was always like ahead of the curve when it came to gaming, especially as a kid, because my parents were the cool kind of parents that let you play, like, they'll look at the thing and they'll say rated mature, 18s only. Yeah, you can have that. I'm like 7, but I'm playing Resident Evil. So I got like quite a plethora of experience with video games, even at a young age, and it was hard for me to find a type of game that I didn't enjoy. So it just sort of spiraled from there. Found my way into YouTube fairly recently, and recognized that I can take my gaming across the board. A little segue as to why gaming is so important in my life right now is because going through school, that's all I ever wanted to do was video games. I couldn't wait to get out of school so that I could go home and game. And my teachers would always confront me about it. You can't make a career out of video games. You can't live the rest of your life playing video games. You're going to leave school, you're going to have to grow up, you're going to have to get a real job. I was like, crap, they're right. Because it's true, we do all need real jobs, we do all need to sustain ourselves, and we do all need to build fundamentals before we can start thinking about doing what we love as a career rather than what we want to do straight off the bat. And my only options coming out of school was like video game development or coding or software development, all IT related things. And that was always the case. It wasn't until I started watching massive YouTubers that you'll all recognize, PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, and I noticed that these guys are all making a living doing exactly what I want to do. And they're all doing exactly what I was told I could never do as a career or as a job. So I found my way into YouTube by being inspired by that. Well, that and not wanting to work for anybody because it sucks. But that's about my history pretty much, without going into grotesque detail.
No, let's hear the grotesque details. Okay. I need to remember to unmute. I
wonder what was going on.
No,
technical difficulties, guys.
That's called me. No. Let's not forego the grotesque details, though. That's kind of the cool part. That's why we have RJ here, so that he can kind of bring up some of those grotesque.
So RJ gets the worst of me.
So
grotesque details. Grotesque details.
So with that out there, why don't we open it up to the panel and see what you guys want to ask them some kind of question. Just think of something.
I don't have a question, Jim, but it's actually funny. Over the times that we've talked, this has actually not come up about you wanting to pursue the gaming, like a job in the gaming industry as a young child.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because I did too, right? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people did, but just like yourself, that stayed a thought, that stayed a passion, throughout school for me too, as it seems it did with you. And I came into the same problem that you did. Most of the jobs in the industry are IT related, right?
Exactly.
Or computer science related, and if you didn't study that in your regular education or university or whatever, it's like, better figure it out. And it's because like even though I was pursuing business, I was thinking, well, I mean, there's business jobs in the gaming industry. And it's like, that is true, but not at a developer level. Like a development studio level, was a publishing level most of the time. Yeah. But those jobs, it's not as welcoming for like new, like fresh hired people per se. No. There's not a whole lot of recruitment for like people bringing people on who are just learning how to be marketers or accountants. Well, maybe accountants might be a bit easier, but like marketers and other different fields. And so it's like, when I realized that, it was such a letdown. It was such a big blow, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate, when you kind of, not like having your hopes crushed per se, because like there can be an opportunity for me still in the future as my career grows, and I actually have like a reputable rap sheet to back me up, but but like when you're first starting out, you're just hoping like, oh, get that degree, and then you can move on, and like maybe you can get something out there, and it's like, no. And like with yourself after like high school or senior high, when you're done, you're thinking like, okay, yeah, let's go and try and see if we can pursue the gaming industry. Let's play games, make games, and you're like, oh, I have to code. I have to learn. I have to learn plus. I gotta learn C#. I gotta learn. Programming languages. I don't even know how to speak English, let alone how to figure out how to work C minus. Like. It's like so I can imagine you probably had the same like epiphany of sorts, but like a negative one, and I did too. And but it's relatable because I'm sure a lot of people had that growing up. It's one of those jobs that like as a kid you think it's just like, I'll just go and do this, but then when you get older you realize that no, the world doesn't work like that.
Mm. Oh. Something that I misinterpreted going through school. So here's some juicy details that you're not allowed to tell the police.
Please tell.
So when I was 14, bit of a sob story, but I was attending secondary school. I was 14 years of age, and I used to go to school and basically get beaten up like all the time. I was bullied relentlessly to a point where I didn't want to be in school anymore. Like, they couldn't give me a safe space because, again, we're going way back again, showing my age, but the world wasn't as soft and understanding as it is now. So back then, if they find somebody who's struggling with their mental health or ADHD or anything like that, they would literally just say, man up, and if you don't want to be in this classroom, we'll just move you to a different classroom, we'll put you with the special kids, and they just shove you in there and give you some blocks to play with. And it's like, okay, they didn't take good care of you when I was at school. So they would basically put me in a room and have me conduct my work, and then they'd leave. But 5 minutes after they left, the people that were giving me a hard time would show up and continue to give me a hard time. So I couldn't escape it. Like, telling the teachers didn't do anything. And talking to my parents usually resulted in my dad handling things the way my dad always does. Knock them out. I can't, Dad. They're bigger than me. Knock them out. So yeah, and I couldn't fight then either. Like, this is way before the kickboxing. Anyway. What I started to do was play truant. Because the school cared so little for where I was and what I was doing, it was very, very easy for me to just not go. I simply chose not to attend. I would go to school, I would sign in on the register, they'd be like, yep, he's here, and then I would immediately leave. I'd be on the school premises for less than a minute. Sign in, leave. And I would wander around. Didn't have very much to do. And I sort of fell in love with a cyber cafe because, again, showing my age, and I do that a lot, but at home, I did not have a PC. We didn't have a PC. We didn't have a personal computer that connected to the internet. It wasn't a thing. Like, it was commercially available, but we were poor. So when my friends invited me to a cyber cafe and they said, come and play video games with us together, that was the best thing that's ever happened to me. I was, oh my god, this is amazing. We can all play together at the same time and interact with each other on different screens, because we were all using different screens instead of the split screen that we were all used to in the 90s. Anyway, so I decided to go there. And I walked in and they were like, shouldn't you be in school? And I was like, no, I'm 16. And they were like, oh, cool, come in. that was it. That was a process of identification. So as far as they were concerned, I didn't have to be in school. And I just chose to spend all of my time in this cyber cafe, and it was really cheap to be there. Like, it only cost you like 50 pence for an hour. Or like, so I'd just go in with whatever money I was going to spend on food and pay for my time on the computer. And I started to play a game called The Legend of Myr, which is a really old RPG game. And it was really awesome at the time. It has like a very World of Warcraft kind of vibe to it. And I loved this game with my heart and soul, and I was really, really good at it. And because I played it 10 times as much as everybody else, because I would play it the entire school day, so I'd be playing this game for 6 hours while everyone else was at work. I got invited to what was called the GM Circle, the Game Masters Circle, and they gave me a job. The company was called We Made Entertainment, and it was a Korean company that owned the game. And basically they had events every now and again, they'd celebrate for Christmas, celebrate for Thanksgiving, celebrate for Halloween, and they'd create a new monster and a new NPC and a new map for you to interact with on these special events. And my job was to script these NPCs, write the missions, essentially like a dungeon master. That some of you guys in the chat right now, you might be able to relate. I've never played D&D, but as far as scripting goes, I was quite a good story writer. So I could invent a character and a situation and a monster to defeat and an item you would get for doing so. And that was my job. And they would pay me 50 to do it. Now, £50 a week in England is like, well, anywhere, it's nothing. It's pocket change. Most people earn that in a couple of hours. But at 14 years old, not paying any rent, no bills of my own to sustain, that was the best thing I could hope for, because I had £50 a week. So not only was I not going to school, but I had more money than anybody else, and I was happier than everybody else, and I was safe, and I was secure, and I was moving forward in life. So 2 years later, when they eventually caught me and said, look, you're going to have to come back to school and go through your education, I said, well, why? Because in my logical teenage brain, I was going to school to learn how to get a job. And I already had a job, so I didn't need school. So I continued to go back to the cyber cafe and continue to earn my £50 a week, and it was fantastic while it lasted. What I did not expect was technology to basically write me off. Similar to how, like, you work in a grocery store and your job is to scan items at the checkout, and now they've got robots that do that for you. They've got self-scanning services and self-checkout. Well, I was replaced by essentially a coding device. One of their developers found out that they could literally just have this, like, basically like an AI, very similar to what ChatGPT is now. It was really easy to script, and that's why they were having me do it. But they basically replaced me with a program that could do it for them. So they no longer needed to pay me. And then all of a sudden, I don't have a job, I don't have an education, I don't have a GCSE, and I am stuck. I'm completely trapped. And the only thing I know is video games. That's all I've got. So, yeah, and that's when the real world hit me real hard, because it's like, well, you're going to have to get a job. It's like, doing what? I'm not qualified to do anything. They were like, you're qualified to wash dishes. Better believe you're going to be washing some dishes. Like, go on. If you want a higher profile, then you're going to have to get educated. Crack on. That was...
That's awesome, Gemini. That really is. That's probably better than anything you've said so far, RJ, and you said a lot of good stuff.
I don't have a tragic backstory to cry about.
That was amazing, though. You got to admit, man.
No, it is. But he's fortunate that, I mean, I wouldn't say fortunate because he went through a lot.
Let's go forward. I live in this hellhole.
But he has way more stories than I do to talk about, to kind of like, be like, oh, this is what molded me to what I am. Like, I don't have that. Like, I didn't play no truant for 2 years straight in high school. I was a good boy. I was on the honor roll. So
Yeah.
like, no,
That's
I
why
don't
you're a
have that.
successful man. This
I don't
is why
have.
I'm every week saying, RJ, let me $20.
Yeah, it's like I don't have any of that. It was just me chilling, going to school, doing my thing, coming home, and that's it. Like I didn't even work in high school. I didn't even have a car until I was like a senior. So, I don't have any of that. So of course he's gonna outshine me in the soccer. Of course he is. I will say though, I think if we can transition this to something kind of more positive, Gemini, your story about, see the other issue with that job, because I didn't know about this job. This first time hearing this about this. The other thing is that yes, you had a job, but the thing is, you were given that job, right?
Exactly.
You didn't actually go for that job. It just fell into you, more or less, right?
Mhm.
And you could even argue that those big YouTubers or content creators that we all know and love for years, it kind of fell into them too. Like the OGs, like they had no idea this was going to be what it was. If you had told PewDiePie 15 years ago that he would have so many subs and comments that he had to turn off his comment section in all his videos, he would laugh at your face. Use a Markiplier like 15 years ago. Someone Markiplier, hey Markiplier, you were going to have several successful businesses. You're going to have an editor that is probably the best paid in the whole industry, and you're going to be one of the most handsome motherfuckers on the planet. He'd probably look at you and be like, "Get out of my face, you fool!"
Maybe take the Hanson compliment, but
and I watched the Game Grumps back before they were what they were today. When it was just him, when it was Aaron and John, the former co-host. And they were doing this before they were ever getting any sponsors and anything. Before YouTube even did all that monetization of creators. And if you had told them 10 years ago, like, hey, this is where you're gonna be at now, they'd be like, I don't know about that, chief. And so it kind of fell into their laps too, and obviously they took advantage of it. But like, I think that's a big problem. And maybe John, you can speak to this a bit more, but like, because you kind of went through it, it's like you grow up, and when you have things falling into you, it's like you don't really know how to actually go for something because you were just fortunate, which is fine. Like it's fine. You had good fortune, right? I'm not gonna take anything away from that, but you don't end up learning how to get it yourself. Right, you don't learn those real world skills, and then, like you said a minute ago, the real world came and it slapped you right across the face because you weren't prepared. Similarly, you have all these people, especially these younger kids, these young 20-year-olds and teenagers who see all these great YouTubers and Twitch streamers, and for a lot of them, it fell into their laps, fortunately. But it also doesn't tell. It makes them think that it'll just fall into their laps too, and it gives them a false sense of hope, for thinking that they could get something similarly. I mean, we've all seen, even in our discords that we're all a part of, we've seen so many creators come and go, and for a good chunk of them, if they really were honest with themselves, is because they thought that it would kind of just fall into them too. They're kind of in a way betting on the lottery.
Yeah.
I just wonder, they kind of just made me think of that when you brought that up, because you don't think about that. You just think like, oh, it happened for them, it happened to me. Or like with your similar situation, Gemini, you were thinking, I mean, yeah, you were a teenager, but like, you were thinking like, I already got a job,
Yeah.
But then you're not thinking like, oh wait, I was just very fortunate and I just fell into this job. You don't think about like,
That didn't even occur to me. In my mind, I was set for life.
For life. I'm playing this one game for the rest of my days.
That's it. It's never going to change. It's ridiculous. Because the thing is, back then as well, is it had thousands upon thousands of players, and you had to pay a subscription to play it. So the game was worth hundreds of thousands of pounds, and I worked on it. So I thought, this can only get bigger for me. I didn't expect to be swiftly replaced by technology that can do my job in 10 seconds flat 3 times over better than I could.
Yeah, and how could you, right? It's like you're 14,
Yeah,
15 or 16, whatever, right? I remember being in middle school myself, and back in the mid 2000s, and we're just learning this new thing called the Google. We're just like, we just know that it can search somehow anything we want. We're just like, what? And we're just like, okay, like we know what we're doing, but we don't like know what we're doing, and like it like we don't understand the gravity. We're just like, this is the thing you can use. We're like, okay, cool, great, it's awesome, you know. But how are we supposed to know what it would be today, you know? And likewise, you know, you're scripting, and but like you don't like, yeah, you're using technology, you're using a computer to play this MMO, you know, which is like, and that's a, I don't know that game. But given the time frame, that was a OG MMO. That's an old school. Like, so I remember I've seen footage of those kind of user interfaces. Man, it was the Wild West back then.
Well, like Google this game, it is the OG, and weirdly enough, it's still going.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I mean, if you said it had a subscription and had all this going on, I wouldn't be surprised. Probably doesn't have the fan base it once did, but I'm not surprised.
Huge in Korea. Huge in Korea.
I don't know.
Yeah,
for
a lot of stuff is much bigger over in the East than it is here. But
Have you
but
guys,
yeah,
have you guys heard of Neverwinter Nights?
yeah, it's on consoles too.
They're doing
Yeah,
the same
that I was
thing.
going to say, is that both? Is that similar? Same kind of storyline?
It's not like World of Warcraft, but it has the same kind of setup now. They actually rebooted it with a server where you can go on a server and play with multiple players and stuff. But the way you were talking right there, they do the same kind of setup. They have DMs is what they call them, dungeon masters, and you go in there and they just allow certain people in the game into certain servers, and like you're invite only, you know what I mean? So it sounds just like...
Neverwinter, just so you know, I just checked because I wasn't sure, but I just double checked. Neverwinter Nights is actually based in the D&D universe.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yes. And there's actually two of them.
Oh, two.
Yeah.
I only knew about one.
Apparently there's two. I just Googled it.
That's good.
I think you can get it on consoles too. So I remember hearing, like, it was first on Xbox for like a long time, and I think it went to PlayStation eventually. But yeah.
Looks like you've mastered that Google education you got back then.
Dude, man, Google was life in the mid 2000s, man. Like, and then if you got real desperate, you went to AskJeeves.com. If you were real desperate.
Oh no.
Like, if you really couldn't figure something out, you just tried just to see if you would get different results. Sometimes you did. A lot of times you didn't. So
most of the time you didn't.
But yeah, you would ask. I forget what was another one. Yahoo. There was a Yahoo search, but the Yahoo search was so garbage. like ask
Yahoo was before Google.
Oh well, I mean, Google did it better and Yahoo never updated. Like when Google Ask Jeeves. The things I like about them is that when you go to the sites, it's simple. It's just the brand and the search box, and you're good to go. But Yahoo was like had all these other things with it, and I'm just like, and it's even in the mid 2000s, it looked like it was from the 90s still, and I was like, what is happening? Yahoo, come on, man.
I think it's strange trying to visit old websites like that. Like, I don't know if you guys remember like the birth of social media, but there was like MySpace, Bebo, all Pixel, all of those kind of things. That was God, it's nightmare fuel to think about now, but back then it was peak.
I never had a MySpace. I went through that whole thing without a MySpace. Never got one. Then again, I also didn't have a computer that could run it well enough.
Yeah,
I mean, like, we had the computer we had. It was like from probably at the turn of the century, like a 2000s computer, but we never updated it. And so, like, I didn't even get a new computer until I was like into my when my mom married my stepdad in like 2010. That's when I got a computer that would like someone modern. And I didn't even get a Facebook until like 2011.
That was actually the type of computer that I just finished up my Pokemon games on, to be honest with you. Whenever I was doing them for Rapid, they were on one of those old computers from the early 2000s.
Oh,
and
gosh.
I was like, my computer, the one that I was using for gaming before, just completely crashed on me. And I had to start all over again. So I'm sitting there with that old computer trying to figure out what I could do.
Did you put in a floppy disk?
No, it didn't have floppy disk, but there was a slot where it used to be. It was horrible. But yeah, I do have to say though, I liked what you said though, because that puts a message out to the younger kids. You know what I mean? So you did have a negative / positive spin. You know what I mean? This is something that kids need to listen to. You know, it's okay to play games, but education is important.
Don't pin your life on it. This is the thing, you know. I tell it as a funny story because it's like, I was playing truant and everything. But like the part that I normally leave out is the massive effect it had on my life after the fact. So after I left school, again, no qualifications, like nothing under my belt, zero measurable skills. It was just a case, like RJ said, that job fall into my lap, and I was really fortunate. But that means that because I couldn't bring anything to the table when I'm making offers to potential employers, I basically had to depend on that to a point where my curriculum vitae, my CV, was so embarrassing that I went back into education at 17 years old through to 18 at a training company that used to do that. I had to pay to resit my exams a second time so that I could actually pass them, because I didn't pass any. I sat all of my GCSEs, but I didn't pass a single one because I couldn't answer a single question. Well, I think like, you know, the very basic stuff you can get. So I'd get some marks for spelling things right or working math equations out right. But essentially I failed. It was all like D's and E's because I had zero education. So if you approach a potential employer and say, I want to work for you, you can look at my D's and E's. This is everything I've accomplished in my life. It just doesn't work out, and it never will. Like, undervalue their education. I know that a lot of that's stigmatized because they'll say, oh, everything you learn in school is garbage, and you know, they'll just scrunch it up and throw it away. The rule book doesn't apply when you reach college and university, further education, jobs and things like that. But what they fail to explain is that is your stepping stone. That's your foundation. You know, that's what you build it off. That's why all these jobs want you to, you know, they want somebody with 8 years work experience, and you're like 18. It's like, how is that even possible? It's because they're not the jobs you need to be going for. You need to start at the bottom of these jobs and work your way up, and the way to get into them is by having qualifications and building your way up through, like climbing a corporate ladder kind of thing. So I had to work my ass off, as in, for the majority of my teenage life, I was working 12-hour shifts, like back to back between two jobs to make ends meet, because I had no choice, because I had to take a minimum wage job, which is understandable at that age, but that continued for so much longer than it needed to. And it was never in a direction I wanted it to go, to a point where I got to like in my 20s, then my late 20s, and I'm still doing the same thing for the same pay for ungodly hours. And, you know, it actually hit me just before the pandemic, like just before Britain went into lockdown. It sort of all came crashing down around me, and I was like, this is how I die. Like this, and again, sorry, I'm going back to the morbid bit, but like it was then I had to make a conscious decision to start moving towards a goal, because if you just consistently cycle the same thing over and over, you wake up, go to work, get paid, go home, do the same thing over and over again, that is all you'll ever amount to. You have to set achievable goals, reasonable goals, and if gaming is one of them, YouTube does give you the platform to do that. It gives you the platform to do basically anything you want to do. We live in the internet age where anything is possible. So if you do go to your these days, it's completely viable. You know, if you ask a 14, 15-year-old, what do you want to do for the rest of your life? And they say, I want to be a YouTuber and play video games. That is a viable career choice now. But it's harder and harder the more time goes on. People, like RJ said, people get into this YouTube gig and they expect that it's just going to fall into their lap because it has worked. And, you know, like people like Jack and Mark and PewDiePie and people like that, and prime examples. They're like walking epitomes of the fact that this can work. But it's so rare, because Markiplier is one in over 10 million gamers. You know, and that was then. That was then. You know, it sounds like I'm pulling these figures out of my ass, but it's not. I've actually researched where Mark came from. I've been watching Markiplier and Jacksepticeye for 10 years. I watched them before there were anything, and I've heard their life story, and I know where they came from. And I'm not going to say that they were entirely lucky, because, especially Jack came from nothing, absolutely nothing. He was using a broken camera as a microphone. It was an £8 microphone. It was an £8 camera that was broken, so he hooked it to his collar and used it as a microphone, and then he bought a £20 camera that was slightly better, and he stuck it on top of his laptop, which was he could afford at the time, or whatever, you know. And he didn't have any acoustic foam or anything like that. He just had mattresses, like old mattresses, like his mattress and his sister's old mattress that he used for sound dampening and everything. You know, his lighting was appalling because he had no idea about key lighting or anything like that. But back then, you didn't need to, because it had never been done. So although if you watch his content now, it's subpar. If you were to create now what Jacksepticeye created then, people won't watch it. Because it's not that your content is bad or that your personality doesn't attract people, but they will immediately take a look at that video and think, this person does not take this seriously. This video is not worth my time. Because if I scroll down a little bit, I can find a video that's recorded in 4K with perfect key lighting, a studio quality microphone, and you know, and this guy's going to take it seriously and know what he's talking about, and that's what they're going to gravitate towards, because they expect it now. It's not. You can't par anything off. It is understandable to, you know, the general public, oh yeah, you can't afford the best mic, you can't afford the best camera, you can't afford the best lighting, but it won't bring people to your channel. Excuses won't bring people to your page. It did, like back then it was fine. So Jack made it, and he's earned every single one of his subscribers because he came from nothing, just like we all came from nothing. We're all starting with the bare bones. Some of us are more better off than others, and it's true that you can make it, but you have to understand where the baseline is. You have to understand like where the starting point is, and if you're above or below that. If I'm making Markiplier, because I now can comfortably say in this studio where I'm at now, in my little office with my setup, I can make videos that are better than Jacksepticeye's and Markiplier's were 10 years ago. But that doesn't mean I can keep up with them now, not by any stretch, because they continue to progress. And that's what you have to do. You have to constantly be finding ways to move forward. And because they've been doing the same thing for so long, it seems like the rinse and repeat. So when young people come out of school, they say, I want to be a YouTuber. Look, it's easy. You just play games and people watch. It's really easy to sell, but it's really, really hard to execute. And I think that's a mistake a lot of young folks make, is thinking it's going to be easy, and then, like happened to me, life comes crashing down around you when you find out, actually, this is really hard. It costs a lot of money. It takes time, money, investment, and effort. You know, it's got to be something that if you want it to be your job, you have to treat it like your job, and you have to constantly be improving it day by day, little by little, step by step, in whatever way you can that you think your audience will relate to.
I know
I
exactly.
feel like we should almost start with Boy in a Band, because you were so relevant. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boy in a Band, I think that would be a good stitch, because you got the op-ed right there. Totally bought in and sold on that.
Yeah, I think I meant to said this last time, but when I was interviewing, but I was saying, you know, you can kind of chalk up YouTube and Twitch streaming to kind of like one of those kind of like arts type of jobs or professions and careers, because those are just as temperamental. They're just as risky. They're just as, you know, like like wishy-washy. You know, the passion is still there. You know, you talk to artists. I mean, you told me a story about a couple artists that in your town, right? And it's like, they still love what they do, but it's like they're not doing any better off with their lives than when they started, you know? And it's unfortunately that's just how those professions have always been. But the difference is that gaming and Twitch streaming and stuff like that gets so much more publicity, so much more spotlight, that you think that is easier, and you think that you can make it much more better or simply than like an artist or a sculptor or a painter or like a band, like Dr. Jen said. That's definitely an arts profession as well. You know, being in a band or going solo or whatever have you. But it's like no, it's just as hard. It is just as hard. And I think another component of that is that, you know, some people will make you know, they'll go to Twitch, they'll make a little bit of money, and they think that like, oh man, this is, look at them, I'm making money. And it's like, okay, you're making money now, which is wonderful, absolutely great. You know, you earned that. But like, there's a difference between making money, making a living.
Yeah.
Those are two different things.
The distinction.
Things, you know, and it's like, I remember an interview with Desert Bee Games, who she has, you know, I haven't checked her channel in a little while, but she's probably in the 50,000 K now. When I interviewed her, she was in the 40s. But even with all of that, I asked, you know, we were talking, and she was like, oh no, like, I have no intentions to quit my job. Like, no. I would have to be making so much money to be willing to quit my job that I went to school for, got a degree for, to do this full time. Because she also realizes, she has the wherewithal and the mindset to know that, like, yeah, this is great, my channel's blowing up, I get the donos and my live chats and stuff like that, which is great and all of that, but it's like, but like, I have a house, I have pets, I have myself, you know, people rely on me, I have family, whatever have you. You know, I got siblings, whatever, right? And it's like, you can't. It's just too risky.
It's a gamble.
It's just too risky. It is a gamble. You know, like I said, like you're playing the lottery in a way. You know, it's like, but like people kind of get a little too ahead of themselves when they start making a little bit of money, especially if they happen to be younger. You know, they make a little money, they get really excited, and hey, I don't blame you. If I was 22. And I was making, and I saw my first $1,000 from YouTube, I'd be like, whoa, hey now. You know, I'd be the same way. Absolutely be the same way. But you got to take a step back, and you have to kind of see, will this happen again next month? Will it happen the month after that? Will it happen the month after that? Like, you need to have a huge amount of data to back yourself up before you make that decision, because it is a gamble. And YouTube is a job, yes, but it's not, you're not going to get any benefits from it. It doesn't give you any benefits. I think I might have said this when I interviewed, like, I like, even if I was making stupid money, I probably still wouldn't even do it, because it's like, I still have to pay for my own health insurance, life insurance, dental, vision, you know, and then like retirements, that's all, and now I have to take care of all of that, you know, and it's really difficult to navigate that on your own, because that's something you never learn in any school. No. You know, whether in the US or the UK, you don't learn about how to set up a retirement plan. Like, no one teaches that. And even jobs don't. Like, not even all jobs do, you know? I'm fortunate that I've had a couple of jobs that, like, they set up time with their chosen company they've partnered up with for those benefits, that they would sit us down and tell us about it, so we could better understand it. And I do have at least a solid understanding of the retirement fund and how they work it out. But, like, my mom's job has one, but she has no idea how to work it. And if anyone should, it should be her telling me. But like, I'm the one telling her how the retirement fund works, you know. And it's like, but that's just a result of just how no one knows this stuff. But it just goes, it's just part of the whole picture about, like, you know, just, you know, you gotta just be careful. And I understand, like, for some people can make the argument about, like, you know, it's like, you know, it's some people, it's like, cause I've seen and heard that, you know, the argument about, like, well, when you really believe in it, you're really passionate, you let nothing stop you. It's like, also logic, is that one of those things you don't let stop you? Because it's like, you should still have some logic and some some reality here, you know. And it's like, it's I get that. It's like, you know, that unbridled passion, that nothing stops you, and that's what pushed you forward. And I get that, and I would love to agree, but the world does not work like that. And you will be punished for it. Gem and I can tell you, you will be punished for thinking like that. And
just rewind. You'll find, like, literally rewind this stream and listen to what I said.
He's already told us that doesn't work, you know. And it's just, you can't. You have to have a little bit of both. You got to protect yourself while you're pursuing your passion. Like, for instance, Brad Pitt, right? Obviously, great actor, been acting forever. That's his thing. But he has a degree in architecture.
Yeah.
He built his own house.
Really?
So, I mean, he probably by build, like he probably meant like he designed it, but like I'm sure he wasn't out there freaking building it. But like, yeah, I'm sure he wasn't like how Jem sometimes is on the demo day. It's just all right, boys, take it down.
Sledgehammer.
Oh,
I'm sure that wasn't him. But like, because my mom, she was very, when she was in school, she was really focused on trying to be an actress herself. So she didn't, but the passion was still there. So she still follows that whole entertainment scene. And years ago, she had told me about it, and I was like, okay. And I would remember that because it's so rare. Everyone just pursues this thing and they don't think of any backup plan. But like, I was like, that's really smart. So if the acting never did work out, or if he retires, it's not like he's has no more anything anymore. It's like, well, I can go maybe do some stuff with housing now if I really wanted to. I have the background. I have the education. So it's just, you gotta protect yourself, And yeah, you may have to go to school. School's not for everyone, but you can get training. You can get education. You don't have to go to school to get education. As Jim and I was telling us about before. You go back, you get education. It doesn't have to be through a school, but it'd be through something. You got all types of seminars. You have all types of webinars nowadays. You have all types of
webinars,
training programs. You got learn as you go training programs. You dictate how you learn. That's all over the place. You have master classes. So if you want something specific, you can do that.
Open University is even a doorway to it.
They've also got a program set up on LinkedIn.com if you guys are interested. So, like, anybody listening to this, if you want to go in and become anything connected with the internet, you can go up to LinkedIn, get hooked up in their program, and they'll teach you step by step everything you need to do. So,
and that too. LinkedIn's a resource. I mean, there's plenty of resources out there to get yourself educated without especially like, I don't know how, like, I know in the UK, I think as long as you're in school, they'll pay for it. I think, is that true, Jim? Do you know?
Yeah, pretty much. So, like, up to university, yeah. So like, you can get like college level, so A level for those of you guys in the UK. So you leave school, you get all your GCSEs, everything through school, that's free. Then if you choose to go to college, also free, also government funded. But then further education, university, where you get your degrees, your PhDs, things like that, then you start paying.
Okay, so for what we would call master's programs.
Exactly.
Or gosh, what are they? Postdoc, doctorate degrees, master's degrees. So everything after your bachelor's is something you have to pay for. Okay, well, especially here in the U.S., because Jen and Infamous are from the U.S. along with me, college tuition is not free, and it's also just been blowing up in cost over the years. And so, a lot of people, younger people, like especially the Gen Z era and the younger millennials, they're having second thoughts about university just mainly because of the cost.
It's understandable.
And I can nowadays, now that I've been seeing it more and more and being exposed to it and understanding it so much better. I mean, I have student loans myself, but like, with all of that said, it's like, I can see why they wouldn't want to, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to. That mean, that you're just stuck with your high school diploma with no other skills after that. There's so many other options that are much cheaper to where you can learn something. And honestly, if you know exactly what you want to do, then you can find something that teaches you that dives deeper into that one specific thing. So you might even be better off this way, right?
Yeah, potentially these days, given the cost.
I am an advocate of being a more well-rounded and educated individual over various things, but like, some people don't have the time or the money, for that. So like, if they know they want to do accounting and they can just get a very specific course built just for that, more power to you. Or in graphic design. There's so many things on graphic design or coding or programming or computer science, and it's like, yeah, I could absolutely understand that. It's like, you don't have much time. If this takes 2 years or a year and a half and you get everything you need to get you out there, make you competitive, over spending 4 years where you do learn that, but then learn a bunch of other things that you don't value, then you know what? I can roll with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, and when it comes to learning stuff too, there's so many things you can learn. Like, you can learn how to work SEO. Like, everybody's big on the internet about SEO. There's a whole freaking market just on SEO. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much opportunity for people these days. I really understand now why RJ likes you so much, because like just in this conversation, it's been very constructive. You know what I mean? It's this isn't one of those gaming interviews where it's just talking about the game. You're talking some serious stuff, and I can seriously. Really, you got a lot of respect for me on that. That's really good.
Appreciate that, brother. And it's one of those things where, like, I understand that we're all gamers here. We all love gaming. We're all gaming-based YouTubers, and it's kind of our primary focus. But something I've realised recently is that it wasn't recently even, but something that I'm coming to terms with recently is that gaming is the most saturated market on the internet, like at least on YouTube. You know, as far as the platform goes, if you find somebody, like a person on the street, you meet them, "Hi, what's your name?" and you introduce yourself, and they tell you they're a YouTuber, like 8 or 9 times out of 10, they're going to be a gamer of some description. You know, they're going to have gaming focused content in one way or another, because this seems to be the ideal platform for people like myself who didn't have much in the way of prospects when it came to working with video games. Like, I use an example of a friend of mine. He wanted to work with cars. He wanted to be like a mechanic, and not necessarily a mechanic, more like what's the word?
Engineer.
A mod. Yeah, kind of like an engineer, yeah. Like somebody who wanted to modify cars. So he wanted to make cars, so he'd take a car, regardless of what it was, and turn it into a showpiece. You know, he'd build the body kits for them, he'd upgrade their engines and put the neon lights in and everything. But he had no capabilities when it came to that. So he got a job in London in a car wash, and he wrote a cover letter to the company, and he showed it to me, and I thought that was a really good idea. And he was just so blunt and honest. He said, "Look, I'm applying for this job because not only do I need the money, but I have, I really want to be around cars. I want to learn everything I possibly can about them. I'm not in a position where I can pursue education regarding them, but I want a job that will allow me to be around cars in one way or another, even if that means I spend all day washing them. You know, as long as I'm around vehicles in one way or another, so I can learn, so I can learn something about them." And he did, he progressed through that, and he started to do that professionally, working in a garage and everything. Like, when he saved up money, he started his own thing, and that was great. And that's some way that we have that platform right now in YouTube. So when I left school, they said, and like Infinus touched on earlier on, you said that when you leave school, you can either go into like your coding or scripting, or something that requires an education, like game development and game design. But playing video games just wasn't an option. That wasn't a job. Now it can be considered a job, or at least it could 10 years ago when people were reacting to it because it was brand new, but it's not anymore. So if you want to work playing video games, then you've got to do something more as a YouTuber and as an entertainer. Because I had this conversation last night, actually, with a friend of mine called Anya, who is a YouTuber, and she's taken a little break recently. But she was playing YouTube. She was doing YouTube, playing video games, and she wasn't getting a lot of traction. And I said, "Well, what do you do?" And she said, "Well, I play this. It's a dancing game, kind of like DDR, but with your hands." And she's like, "I do that." And I was like, "That's cool, what else?" And she was like, "Nothing." And I was like, "And you're not getting any traction?" And she was like, "Well, no, I did it first and then it stopped." I was like, "Okay, so how are you moving forward?" She's like, "Well, I do WLC." I was like, "Cool, okay. But you've limited your audience to the WLC. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for WLC. I support WLC, and I think that if young, small YouTubers are supporting each other, especially when they're quite fresh to the market and they don't really understand it, it's a really good way to network. But if all you ever do is WLC, then you limit your audience to the people in the Discord, and that's it. You might branch out a little bit, you'll pick up 1 or 2 extra viewers from here or there and sit there wondering why you're not blowing up. And you're like, well, do you advertise? Yes, I do. You know, how? I go on Discord and I message, you know, I put it in the WLC and I message people. I get consistent comments from consistent people. It's like, okay, that's cool. How many people are in the Discord? About 50. Okay then. So that means that your entire audience at the moment is limited to 50. What else do you do? How else do you promote your content? It's like, well, nobody really enjoys this. And it's like, okay, well, there's two ways to look at that. Either you're right, people aren't enjoying it, maybe you should change it up a little bit, think about what you do, and find something else that you like that will appeal to the masses, will appeal to a different audience. Or you seek out the audience that you're trying to appeal to. For instance, I've recently found a lot of success in theorizing about a video game called Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares is a game that I fell in love with back in 2017. I'm obsessed with it to a point where it's a hyper fixation. I think about it, I dream about it, and it's constantly on my mind all the time. So I'll make a video about it and I'll put it on YouTube and I'll promote it, but the algorithm will only do so much. So I'll put a Little Nightmares video up there, the tags will do their job, and it'll get, like, you know, between 25 and 50 views, because the algorithm will pick up the fact that it says Little Nightmares and it'll show it to a couple hundred people. And then I'll put it in the Discord. I put it in the Discord server. The 50 continuous people from WLC will see it. They'll come in, they'll watch a video, they'll like the video, and they'll drop me a comment, and that'll trigger the algorithm a little bit more, push me up to a couple of hundred views. And it's like, all right, that's brilliant. But now what? Like, so not everybody in the WLC is interested in Little Nightmares, but there are communities that are. And that's where I started to seek out my audience rather than have them come to me. I joined a couple of different ones, I'm looking at them now on my Discord screen, which are purely Little Nightmares dedicated chat rooms. And that's all they do. All they do is discuss the game. And I'm using Little Nightmares as an example because this is what's worked for me. It's something that I have a lot of love and passion for. I don't get bored of talking about it. I constantly play the games and thoroughly enjoy them. And I like listening to what the community have to say. And the community have a lot to say. So they've got a lot to share with me. Now, my advice to people who are struggling with their own content, that are constantly making games and things like that, people will often make the mistake of thinking consistency is key, which it is, but it's not the only factor. There are several variables that you have to take into consideration, because you upload a video every single day, and that video can be great. So you upload a video every day, that video is to the best of your ability every day. You edit it to your best ability, you market it to your best ability, and you put it in front of the audience that normally get to see it, and pray that the algorithm picks it up to a point where it goes viral. And that just won't work if you really want to see progress in your channel. It just can't. And take it from me, I know. I'm coming up 4 years on YouTube now, and I've found minor success in certain areas. I'm up at about like nearly 6,500 subs. But my videos, like my best performing videos, only have like 4,000 views. I've never had a viral video, not once, ever. In 4 years, I've uploaded 252 different videos, and not one of them in 4 years has gone viral. Not one. So sitting there and waiting for this lottery win, as RJ quite accurately described it, is just folly. You know, you might get lucky, but you'll be one in millions. I'm talking millions. It's not an exaggeration. We're talking, like, if you're a YouTube gamer, you are one of tens of millions of other people in your position, and unless you bring something else to the party and take it more seriously and actually follow steps to improve what you're doing, instead of just hitting the same buttons every morning and praying for a different result, you're not going to make it. And if you do, remember me. But the people who are on the chat rooms at the moment, it's not just, I'm using Discord as an example for, like, but it's not the only one. I went to Facebook, typed in Little Nightmares. There's several Little Nightmares communities. I went to Reddit. There is a dedicated Little Nightmares Reddit community. And so, because I'm able to niche my content and then focus on driving it towards the people that actually want to see it, instead of just putting it in front of several hundred people that couldn't really care less, then I really, really up my chances. And It's the same with a bunch of different things. I did something similar with a game called Cuphead, one of the most popular series on my entire channel. Whenever I go live, it pops off, it goes well, to a point where my community started moving over, watching RJ play, and now there's a lot of members of the community that will strictly go to RJ's channel for Cuphead content. There was a running joke between us where it's like, Casual Hardcore Gamers is a Cuphead channel now. But it's not. It's just because it was advertised in the right place and therefore blew up, because it was a popular game and we were able to take advantage of the algorithm in that moment, and we promoted it to the right people in the right place. So you guys, I don't know what specifically you guys want to focus on. Infamous, you mentioned, in fact, both of you guys mentioned earlier on that you're considering moving in towards a more D&D focused content and things like that. Like, that could be something where you focus your content and you niche down. So rather than having like 10 different games on the go and playing lots of different things, collaborating with lots of different people and just hoping that you get lucky, it might be worth isolating the content that you really want to make and that you really enjoy, and then having it appeal to the audience that you actually want to attract. People like yourselves. Like, seek out like-minded individuals, because if I'm being brutal and like straight honest, you guys will put a D&D video in there and I'll think, that's cool, but it's not something that I'm going to sit and watch, because I personally, I've never played D&D. It doesn't appeal to me, and that's, you know, but there's probably dozens of other people that would feel the same way in a WLC or in a Discord group. But if you were to go up to the search bar and you type in like D&D, role-playing games or dice games or anything like that, you're going to find communities that are actively seeking out your content. So it's not that you'll have to promote it overly. You just say, by the way, guys, I made this video. What do you think? And you'll generate so much more traction, and you'll get some genuine, honest advice. It might not all be good. Like, a lot of the reviews I was getting straight off were negative because I was stepping outside of my comfort zone. So people are like, you know, the first video I ever did on a Little Nightmares theory was unscripted. And people are like, why do you trip over yourself so much? Why don't you ever stop for breath? Why do you cut at such random times? And it was all like negative, and it was hard to hear. But it's something that I took on board and then applied to my following content. And it's improved with every video since, and it's generated hundreds of subscribers and thousands of views and hundreds of likes, because I'm using the information rather than just going, oh, well, if you don't like it, you can leave, go away. And then, like, you have to pertain to your audience if you want to take it seriously. I'm not saying that you have to bend to the audience's will. You don't get to do what you want to do. You have to do what they do. You know, you have to do whatever they're like. RJ, you have to play Cuphead because that's what your audience responds to. That's not true. You don't have to. But what you should do is find common ground. Find something that you love enough to associate with another community and move forward from there. And that can be anything. It can be D&D, it can be Cuphead, it can be Little Nightmares, it can be anime. I've noticed that King Line of Locks, in fact, has recently... his anime content is great anyway, and he leans down into that, but he's also started branching out into reactions, like reaction videos, because King, as much as I like King, the games he plays, I'm not into. But I love King. I love his personality, I love his charisma, I love his voice, and I really respond very well to him as a person rather than the content he's making. But now that he's making, so recently he released a reaction video to the Kung Fu Panda 4 trailer, and I watched it 4 times because not only is the trailer dope, but King's reaction to it is brilliant, and I'm just sitting there like laughing along with him and finding it really appealing. And he's finding some success with that because he's recognized that he's limited with his content and with his audience, and the only way to move forward is to branch out. But don't take that as you have to appeal to the masses. You don't. You just have to appeal to like-minded people. You've got to love what you do in order to succeed, because if you want something badly enough, you'll find a way to make it happen. But if you're just constantly going through the motions, you're going to hit a dead stop and then sit there feeling sorry for yourself, wondering, why didn't this work for me? It worked for Mark, it worked for Jack. Why isn't it working for me? It could, but you've got to take it seriously. Anyway, a rant over.
That's pretty good, actually. Before anybody says something, we do need to give Darker Things a chance, because this is really a part he needs to because I think he really probably got a lot from that. I know I did. That was pretty good talk. You did good. That was excellent.
Appreciate it. Thanks, bro. And yeah, Dark, if you got anything, my brother, let me know. I'm here, I'm game.
He's probably.
Well, I was trying to say, like before, I wasn't necessarily making a point about being an artist. There's the YouTuber Boy in a Band, and he had that whole thing about not needing to be a. So you would have the perfect opposition editorial to what he says. Value education, because some things are not going to come easy. So at that point, I think for me, I'm gonna have Nugent listen back to this, because he's one of those as a teenager decided he wanted to be a YouTuber, and then as his dad want to try and help him pursue that, right? I try and help him pursue anything he wants to. He started noticing that it was more than just turning down the game, recording, and here come the views.
Yes.
It just didn't happen. He's like, why are we not getting any views? Mm-hmm. And that's how I stumbled on Home Away from YouTube. And another Discord group was like, how am I going to help him, like, get his feet wet? Get some people to watch. Maybe get people who have some editorial skills, help him edit his videos, things like that nature. Networking's important. I get people who will watch other stuff I do on it, like RJ. RJ's great. Yeah. He'll take it upon himself to watch something for me, and then he'll give me valuable feedback. From a constructive point of view, not just, hey, that was great. You like to get a laud, you like to get the applause, but you're not going to improve if you don't have someone who's willing to give a critical eye to something. That's just invaluable. From a personal point of view, I've been following you for a long time, and I have seen a shift. And I've seen a shift when you started focusing more on the Little Nightmares, right?
Yeah.
You were one of the people who inspired me to make a gaming intro for the channel that I was doing with my son, because your intro was so sick. You would come up with different intros and be like, whoa, we had to spend some major time on that.
Yeah,
I want to be like that. I come from a theater background, and theater, and I tried to break into film and TV. I did professional theater for about 2 years in regional theater in Colorado.
Excellent.
And before that, I was getting like extra work. That was stuff that fell into my lap, like you talked about. I didn't have to work for it. Someone saw me perform a play, and said, "Hey, by the way, we're having this regional theater tryout. Come to Colorado. If you want to make some extra money, you might do well at it." My mom sent an audition tape without me knowing about it to a regional theater in Oregon, so I got to study under professional actors there from summer of my junior high school year. Stuff just fell into my lap, so that whole things coming easy and not having to work for it is definitely, like what you said, it's a hard lesson to learn later on.
Yeah.
Because then you get your first no, and you get your first resistance, you're like, whoa, wait a minute, what happened? And it's like you said, 10 years ago, the playing field was not the way it is now.
Nope.
Gaming is so saturated. And so what I want to say is, I think RJ touched on it in a previous one, and you kind of touched on it today. You have to decide what your focus is going to be other than just playing video games.
Yeah.
And I think you nailed it, because you're always engaging. You're always high energy, you're always entertaining, and there's always something that can be gained from watching your channel that I'm not going to get from anybody else. And I think you're, in my estimation, one of the people who, out of Home Away from YouTube, it's more like I watch, even if I'm not trying to copycat your channel, I'm trying to take dynamics from what you do. And just borrow from it. Make it me, but borrow from it. And I think you're one of the people to watch, it's not just hit play and go. You're doing more than, you have a lot of engagement. I think what you say is true. You come off genuine, people, just like what you said, how you like to watch King. I love to watch King as well.
Yeah, he's great.
People need to be genuine. People need to be themselves.
Yeah.
And if people aren't having fun, you're gonna see it right away. You can see something first. And I just think I want to appreciate you for saying, like, one, you're genuine. Two, you always bring something new to the table and something different from everybody else. So there's that, and you know, like when it comes to education, like I stress it with my son. My son, he wants to be a YouTuber, but he also has the culinary interest. So I'm like pushing him in that direction as well. You want to own your own restaurant? Great, pursue that as well because you can do both. Let the restaurant, let the income you're building from your restaurant be what helps you fund your other passions. You know?
Exactly.
And out of that, we're kind of like playing around with an idea of something I wanted to do for years. He approached me about it. He's like, "Hey, Dad, what if we opened a dinner theater? Then you could be the artistic director. You could choose the shows. You could help me with the menu themed around the show that we're doing at that time. We could totally do this." And I was like, "Really? Yeah." So that's actually an avenue we're pursuing, right? But that was birthed out of feeding his passion. And I'm like, "Whoa, how cool is that?" But he is someone who was welcomed. He was someone that was welcomed by home away from YouTube. He felt isolated, lonely, awkward. He's like,
we've all been there. We're all
good. You have to edify me, Dad. He's like, you have to edify me, Dad. You have to tell me I'm doing a good job. No. He's like, here's a community of people who accept me. And I was like, well, that's awesome. And you know, we even tried being on camera apart from one another in our games for a little bit. And we would consistently get the feedback. He'd get the feedback, where's your old man? And I would get the feedback, where's your son? Why aren't you guys on camera together?
Yeah.
And it is true. When we for our channel, the magic is there when we're either watching each other play a game or playing games together. And we're getting back to that original concept. Like you said, you have to do something different. And we fell into the trap of just putting on the game and pressing play. We're getting back to the, I'm just going to see when we start producing more of the gaming content. We've had some hardware issues lately. Where he's actually going to play old school games, and I'm going to play what's considered new school games, and we're going to give each other challenges to see how close we get to meeting them.
Nice, yeah,
and,
I like that.
Hopefully people enjoy that along the way. You know what I mean? So there's that. And, but I was going to say, when did you discover that you were going to have to not do more than just niche down, but present something different?
So,
that was kind of my question.
That's cool. Right. Well, first off, I absolutely love everything you just said. The dynamic between you and your son and the support that you want to show him and the fact that he's been made a part and welcomed into this community and everything, it's good. But something else that I want to touch on just before I go into answering your question just now is what he's got there. He's young. Did you say 17? And he's already coming up with ideas saying, Dad, this is an idea for a business where we can both implement our skills that we've learned. That shows really positive forward-thinking attitude that I think should be heavily embraced. And you're dead right, because he's so young that he can do both. He can pursue both. He can even find a way to synchronize them. Like there's a way, it's a YouTube channel. It doesn't necessarily have to be strictly gaming. If he's got culinary expertise, he could move that into a YouTube channel. He can make shorts regarding it on certain recipes and everything like that, or certain things that he makes. Like my mother, for instance, she's a baker, and she makes some of the most astonishing things you've never seen, like entire mansion, like the Hogwarts castle made entirely of gingerbread, covered in frosting and icing with hundreds of people. It takes her about 80 solid hours to make it, and she's so shy, and like you couldn't put her on a camera or anything like that. But I was like, Ma'am, if you just let me record your process and put it online, it would go wild. And she's like, no, I'm too old, I'm too shy. But you know, if he has those skills and they can be transferable, utilize them. Anyway, I just wanted to say that because your son really inspired me with what he just said there. I think that's cool, and that motivation should be embraced at every level. Further to your question, when did I decide that a change was necessary, was actually about a year ago. Like, I've known that a change was necessary, but I haven't known where to go with it, and it's been kind of difficult to pursue because all I've ever done is gaming. I've tested the waters with a couple of other things. I did like a physical body transformation video that popped off. It ended up being like my most popular video, but it wasn't related to my existing content. And I thought, well, maybe I can either create a new channel or start a series of fitness related videos and go that way with it, you know. So I'm like a buff gamer, as it were, you know, because that's kind of unusual, you know. You get gamer guys and you don't expect them to have like rippling six packs and pull 600 kilos or whatever, but you know, but there wasn't really a way that I could implement it effectively. So that sort of went to the wayside. Then I thought like something similar, like doing, like branching out and doing, like, you'll have seen me and RJ do collaborations where we do like tier lists and things like that, where it's more like reactions at like debates and reactions and things like that to games that we've both played together, or both played in our own time separately, and then come together and converse our opinions. And again, that got a bit of traction, but it was limited, because we were limited to the games that we both enjoy, and that is few and far between, because although RJ's content is great, he plays games that I don't. He'll cover Neo and the Dark Souls series, Elden Ring and Spyro and Crash Bandicoot, none of which I've played, nor do I ever intend to, for fear of death. And the same with me. RJ's never.
Heart, man. You break my heart. Not even Spyro? Oh, man.
But, well, I played Spyro when I was a kid, but
play it again.
Play it again. It's too hard.
What? Spyro, not Dark Souls.
But, yeah, so as I was progressing, I noticed that because I had a rule when I first started doing YouTube. I refused to release a video that I'm not proud of, because, like you said, constructive criticism is invaluable, but as it stood, the only people that would criticize my work or tell me about it was the people from this community, from the WLC. So I was getting a lot of thumbs up and a lot of good jobs, and a lot of this is great. So I thought I was brilliant. I couldn't fail. You know, everything I do is fantastic. They all really enjoy it. But of course they do. It's a WLC. It's in the name. You have to like the video. You have to leave a comment. So you know, and people are much less inclined to leave a comment crapping all over your video when you share a community with them. You know, so people won't give you the criticism that you need if they even watch the entire video, which is another problem altogether. But if you get somebody like RJ who's prepared to sit down and go with you and say, like, you'll watch the whole video and he'll break it down systematically and say, right, this I like, this I don't, and this is why. It's not that he's trying to crap all over your video, he's trying to help you to progress. And if you, and I learned this at an early stage as well, if you can't take criticism, do not pursue a career on the internet, because you will die. It's like the internet is like, the comment section will cripple you at every given opportunity, no matter how good you think you are. Like I spent about 4 days, like, actually, like, consistently researching. I traveled, I went to museums, I did research, I studied, and I spent a lot of time editing what I thought was going to be my best video ever. Like my what's called the Candyland theory, and it was one of my first like major theory videos on YouTube, and I was like, this is awesome and I love it. And then and I was getting all the usual comments, you know, like, this is great job, this is cool, clever theory, good idea. And then you'd get one of them and it'd just be like, why does your hair look like that? And I'd be like, oh, how is that relevant? You know, and it hit me, but then, you know, I'm thinking, why is that bothering me? I'm a person on the internet, there's going to be trolls, expect them. But the whole, you know, why does your hair look like that thing? It wasn't constructive. It doesn't help me. It's irrelevant. So, you know, dismiss it and move on. But if you pay attention to the comments where it's like, you know, people are talking about sometimes the audio, like, it's like people might say, oh, you know, video was great, but the audio's a bit loud. You know, can't hear the game over your voice. You know, that's not somebody saying, ha, you're so loud, you shouldn't, you know, this isn't something you should pursue. They're saying, you know, maybe in the next video, consider equalizing your volume a little bit and balancing things out, and that way you might get, you know, you might have a better result. I actually had that exact thing. I was having a problem with my editing software that made my voice sound really, really quiet. and it was exceedingly difficult to edit because I was having to scream into the microphone to hear anything, and it just wasn't picking it up. I had to update the software, but I was also on a schedule, and I had to release the video in good time because I was trying to beat the game's initial release. There was a trailer released, and I wanted to get out before that was, became a thing, so I didn't miss the bus algorithm-wise. So I updated it, but that was a major comment that really resonated with me. Your audio's not good. I'm like, okay, that hurt, but how do I fix it? And it's constantly paying attention to your audience and moving forward. Anyway, in answer to your question, because I get sidetracked a lot, forgive me for that. But I was making the same kind of videos. I branched out a couple of times, and I started to realize that I've betrayed the one rule I started with. I refused when I started YouTube to release a video that I'm not proud of, that I don't think I've put everything into. Did I edit my best? Was I performing my best? Did I make an effort? Did I fix my hair and have a shave before putting myself on camera? Did I warm up? Did I edit it correctly? Did I promote it well? And for the first 2 years, absolutely. Absolutely. Every single video I released in the first 2 years of YouTube was because I was very proud of it. I would even delay for days at a time. Gemini, you haven't released a video in 4 days, and it's because I'm still editing it. I'm still working on it because I want to make sure it's perfect for when it's released. I take it that seriously. And I think that's evident by my view count and my exponential growth early on. I started to progress, so there were some people that were at like 300, 400, 500 subscribers when I was at 2. And then like 3 months later, I'm at like 1,200, 1,400, because I'm constantly not only consistently releasing this content, but consistently releasing content that I am proud of. And towards the end, like in the last little while, I stopped doing that. I started going through the motions. You'll notice there's a couple of series on my channel, if you go back through it, where the views just drop off. And it's like Resident Evil 5 or God of War. These are videos that, it's not that I didn't finish a series. I did. They're on YouTube. They're in the bank. I can publish them at any given time. But I'm not proud of those videos because I don't feel like I put my best foot forward with them. So I feel like if I release one of those videos, I'm not doing justice to myself and how seriously I want to take this channel. How is my audience supposed to take me seriously and believe in what I do and enjoy what I create when I don't? That's something that you need to pursue, well, in my opinion at least. And again, you can take everything I got with a grain of salt because I'm by no means the most successful YouTuber, but I like to feel like I have enough experience and I've fallen enough times and gotten up enough times to give people at least some sound advice, unbiased advice at that, because it would mean the world if somebody was to come to me one day and say, by the way, Jem, I've got 1 million subscribers. Do you remember when you told me about releasing something I'm proud of? I did, and now I'm a millionaire. Thank you. That's me paid. I'm golden. I'd love for people to take inspiration and benefit from it. And there's a lot of smaller YouTubers that'll shout me out in other videos just because I offer this kind of advice, because it's unbiased and it's true. Because I've got nothing to sell, I've got no reason to lie. So all I'm doing is feeding you what's been positive for me, what's been negative for me, and hoping that you can take that on board and manipulate it into your own channels and find some success that way. So yeah, more to the point, don't release a video unless you're proud of it. It doesn't matter about consistency. The algorithm could not give a F if you release 3, 4, 5 videos a week or 1 video a month. It doesn't make a difference as long as the content is good and consistently good. There's channels, there's one I know, I'm just going to use this as a last example and I'll shut up, but there's a channel called Royish Good Looks, and he's a musician, and he basically remixes like Rick and Morty and Star Wars and that sort of thing. He'll take like lines from the show and he'll remix them because he's a professional music artist. He'll remix them, he'll make a song and he'll put it out and it'll be fantastic. It'll get millions of views. He's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers and he's got about 15 videos in 5 years because it's, what he does is consistently good. It's not en masse, but it's exceedingly good. So if you need to take that little bit of extra time to just polish that thumbnail, or maybe tighten up the editing a little bit, or maybe just show your video, like show the first 30 seconds to a person in the community and say, honestly, show it to RJ. Like show it to RJ and say, watch this for 30 seconds and tell me if you're still interested. Because if he's not, he'll say, hell no, I'm not watching that, you know. And it'll explain to you why. It'll tell you why it's not appealing. Because if it doesn't appeal to the people in this community, then it probably won't appeal to your audience either. And the first 30 seconds is very valuable, because that's a big point that the algorithm takes into account. If any of you go into your analytics right now and check on your latest video, it will have a graph that tells you who dropped off at 30 seconds and who was still watching afterwards. And that number is very, very important as far as YouTube promoting your content goes. So if you want to improve it, ask people what they think before you publish it, and make sure when you do, you've done the best you can with what you've got. Don't just release something for the sake of putting it out there, because if anything, it will hurt your channel. YouTube will, like, say I was to release the rest of this God of War series, and with my 6,500 subscribers, my God of War series pulls like 60 to 70 views. The YouTube algorithm is going to recognize that as utter garbage, because not even 10% of my active audience are watching my content. So the algorithm will bury you. They'll just be like, well, nobody's watching you because this content must suck. So we're not going to promote it. We're not going to push it forward. You're not going to progress in the industry or, you know, move forward with your goal. But with these theory videos, where I am exceedingly proud of them, and I'm putting them out to like potentially thousands of people in a community whose opinion I respect and value and constantly feed off, I am seeing steady progress. Not exponential, but 200 subscribers in the last 28 days. Take from it what you will. Anyway.
Real quick.
That was
So
good.
Gemini kind of lie down after his TED talk. You said it earlier before he started talking that
An hour ago.
you were like, oh, I see why RJ likes you. Keep in mind, so what he just said, what I said today, and what I said in my interview, this is stuff that he and I talk about on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason why we get along so well. Now, we started this friendship playing Resident Evil 6. And that's what, well, actually, yeah, because I reached out to him to do that collab. And we didn't really know each other. But like, I liked his content. Like, you know, Darker said, you know, he was a bit outside the box. You know, he actually was a bit unique amongst everyone in the Discords. And he did his little call out, his little call shout out for like, hey, I'm willing to like work with people. I'm looking to think about working, and I messaged him, and on that video, and then he messaged me back on Discord, and it went from there. And then as we started talking more and hanging out, we started realizing our humor was the same. We kind of got each other. You know, when we talk about real stuff, we get each other. And then we're willing to listen to each other about other stuff, you know, because he's a very knowledge-seeking person, and so am I, so it mixes well. But this kind of stuff, YouTube especially, the whole platform, the landscape of it, we talk about this on a regular basis. This stuff that we're both very in tune with and always cognizant of, because we're both small. Obviously, I'm smaller than he is, but we're both small, and these are things that we both have to keep in mind and talk about, you know. And we talk about some of our peers, some of us in the Discord, you know, especially after my interview last week. And it's funny, I don't know if he told you, Infamous, but part of the reason why Gemini wanted to do this, because he actually wanted to kind of do, like, I guess in a way, a part 2 to what I was talking about towards the end of when I talked about, you know, finding your niche, realizing that it's not enough anymore to just have some good audio microphone and a good camera, you know, for your videos. If you're doing gaming, that is, you have to figure something else out beyond that because of how saturated this whole market is. And Gemini was hoping that we could have talked more on that during my interview. So he's filling in the void with his interview today, which is all great because it's all very important stuff. Because, you know, everything he says is, you know, if you are honest with yourself, you know, and you can, you know, be a little steeled in some criticism, feedback, you know, most of pretty much, if not everything he says is true, you know. If you, and there's and I agree with the WOC. I'm a part of it, of course. You know, you see my videos in there, but I have limited it because of that fact. And I realized this a long time ago as well, about like there are some drawbacks with it, especially now that the pandemic's over and people have left it, and there's no longer like a growing list of new people to continue to give you new people to see your content. It has become harder it's become more limiting and almost more of a detriment to your channel the more you do it. And because, like I think I said this in my interview, the algorithm knows who keeps joining your videos. The algorithm will catch track of who puts the comments in your videos. It knows that. It'll start seeing a pattern. If it sees a pattern, it's not going to really promote it very well because it might think you're a bot. You know, especially if the comments you get are not good. You know, Darker said this, Gemini said this. Another issue with the WLC is the comments. You don't get the right comments, and I said this in mine. Like that's why, like, if I was in your video watching it, I try to put something beyond a good job or a thumbs up, big like. You know, I hate that one. Big like coming at you. Like, well, wait, why is it big? I don't understand. But anyway,
super big. Like,
super big like, and like number 12 coming at your videos. Like, bro, I can count. I know it's number 12. You don't have to tell me. Like, I don't care what number it is. But you know. So, but anyways, you know, but I realized that, like, it just, I try to find something in the video to comment on, whether I was actively watching or passively. And I try to put something substantial, because then I knew, like, this doesn't feel right. Especially when during the pandemic, when like bots were becoming a problem, and like YouTube was like doing a lot of purges because of what we thought hopefully was because of bots. You know, I was like, this comment situation seems like ripe for bots. And so I was like, that's why I would do it. I came in some blows with some people because sometimes I couldn't write the right comment, which is then a reflection of the content I'm watching. So if I can't even come up with a a comment of what I'm just at least looking at or whatever, it's like, well, that might be because it's not like drawing me in enough, which if it's not for me, it's probably not for a lot of people, you know? And so, and as I'm sure with everyone, if you get a bunch of comments that are just the good jobs and just the very generic 2 to 3 word sentences, it's probably not a far cry that they probably didn't watch the video. You know, like really watch the video and having it just in the background.
And I can speak to that, to testify to that, because I know when you watch my video, because you'll give me constructive criticism either right there in my comment section, or you'll DM me. Like on my non-gaming channel, when you said just recently you watched the video and you said, hey, you don't need to be in front of the camera. Your content that you're presenting is solid enough without you having to be in front of the camera. I took a look at that. I was like, okay. And prior to that, you were one of the first people to tell me, you might want to look at your audio because you get drowned out by that music. The music's great, it adds to it, but if I can't hear you, I'm not going to be engaged in the video. Those are the exact kind of things, just like Jim and I said, that people need to hear if they're going to get better. And if all you get is that slap on the back, the big thumbs up or a great video, you're not going to improve. You know, and you're actually one of the people who told me, you know, when I said I was going to probably do that.
I agree with you.
Hey,
RJ is probably one of the people that will give you criticisms and you'll get freaking this sour taste in your mouth, you know what I'm saying? But when you stop and you think about it, freaking, he's right. I mean, he's done that to me back whenever freaking I was just getting on WLC too. I remember I had issues with echoes. If you could even imagine it, I had all of them, and I was posting that shit up on WLC, and nobody said nothing to me until freaking it was RJ. He's the first one to tell me.
I care, you know, I care, and it's because, and I don't really get a lot of that myself either. But then again, I'm more than critical enough of my own stuff. Like, if you told me something, I probably already knew. I'm just like, yeah, I know, you know, and I could take it. But you know, but a lot of people don't do that, and also, Jen, the reason why I, even from the start, when I was giving you criticism, you know, feedback, and I continue to, is because when you first responded back, and the way you interact with me, I could tell that you are someone that is more than ready to hear feedback, and so it's easy for me to do that. Because I know that you'll take it the right way. You know, I have to be careful with some people because they won't take it the right way, and that can be for any number of reasons. But because I know that you are almost like willing and like almost asking, begging for any kind of feedback, just correct feedback. I'm like, I know this, and so I will tell you, and try to help you as wherever I can.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, you go back to the niche thing, I think we're getting close. I'm getting close to putting this out, so I guess I'll just kind of let it out for the three of you guys. So Gemini's been helping me very closely with a new video new for the channel. I have employed him under my iron rule, and it's because like himself, like my first niche was that I thought was a bit of a niche, and it kind of is, but very small, was like how you have your son, you have like a little duo concept with your channel, right? And it's great because it's like a father-son dynamic, which is not common. And so like I had Travis, well first I had David, then I had Travis, and the point of it was to be a duo thing because that's not very common, like I said in my interview, and it was taking direct inspiration from the Game Grumps, which is what made them stand out, because they're a duo, and they're also like, they also have like that comedy spin in all the videos. They use the game as more of like a means to the end of just being funny and entertaining. And that's kind of what I kind of borrowed that from and wanted to be for our channel, of course, which is fine, and that is a niche, but I realized that it's not enough of a niche. And so I've been thinking about pivoting, and how Gemini realized he loves Little Nightmares, and so he's like, okay, I can actually make something from this. And so we tried it. Now he had no idea it was going to be what it was. He took a risk, took a gamble, and it paid off, because all of his videos, even if he did told why is his hair a certain way, it still went off really well, because you can watch the last ones in his comment section. I'm sure that there's probably a bunch of filth, but there's also, when I'm in the comment section, when I go and look at it, because I actually want to see what people will say, he gets a whole bunch of stuff like people saying he's the best theorist, Little Nightmare theorist that they watch. He's like one of their favorites. They love coming back to watch his stuff. They ask him like, what are your thoughts on the next game? I'm so excited. Like, we're having genuine conversations about the theory, the game, the franchise, and everything, which is what Gemini exactly wants to see, because he knows he's making a difference. And so it inspired me, just like it inspired Jen, it inspired me to think like, okay, Gemini did it, so I think I could do it too. And I'm thinking like, well, okay, well, what about me? What am I like? So like, well, I know I'm like a gaming historian, but like, what do I do with that? And I'm like, okay, I'm a hardcore gamer. What do I do with that? I'm like, well, I like to get platinums and trophies. And I was like, well, and then and I happened to come across some videos of some channels that did platinum run-throughs on games. And I was thinking like, okay, as I started watching them, seeing how this was done, and I was like, I think I could do this. I could do something like this myself, because like I said in my interview last week, I have 289 platinums. So I know a thing or two about getting a freaking platinum in a game. And so I was thinking, you know what? I think I want to try this out and put out, start making a platinum video guide of my own. But I can't edit for shit, nor do I want to. But Gemini does. And so I approached him a while ago, and he was totally down to help me with this. So he's actually been helping me work this out. And this was a full production. So when Gemini said like taking it seriously, I wrote over 6,000 words of a script for this video. Okay, I wrote a 10-page paper, literally like I was back in university again. Now, for granted, it was fine because I know how to write and I enjoy writing, but like I basically made an essay for this video.
Exaggerating, by the way. He sent it to me and I read it prior to actually like putting together the video and helping him out and stuff. We're talking citations and everything. Like, he broke this down. Like, I felt like sending it back, being like, A+, good job.
Yeah, he had to give me a 4.0 GPA score for the thing, and then it took me an hour and a half to do all the recordings, the audio recordings for the video. Okay, so and then you have to think about me having to go back and re-edit the script. So we went and re-edited the script. Well, I did. Sorry, I went back a few times to re-look at it again, read it back a few times, the full thing top to bottom, and then got my did my edits. Then I sent to him the final draft. Then I finally gave him all the audio recordings, and like I said, took an hour and a half for that. And then he, which we realized to his detriment, took only 2 days to do the whole damn video to edit it, where it should have been more like 2 weeks. But he got the whole fucking thing done in about a few days, and then he and I finally went over the first draft of the video together. It took us 6 hours, real hours, for us to go through the whole. The video's only 30 minutes, and it took us 6 hours to get through the whole damn thing and edit it because we picked that bitch apart.
Yeah, frame by frame.
It felt weird to go 20 seconds without me stopping the video. Just 20 seconds. I was thinking like, so much is going on. So much here. I can't remember all this. Like, it's like you just see everything you need to change, from like whether it was an editing thing, and where those plenty of things where I thought I just didn't do well, and like I don't know what we're gonna be able to do about the overall audio, because when I recorded it, I was too close to the mic, and it does sound like a little too erotic. We're talking about my voice, so we know it's gonna put your ass to sleep, and so it's a little too much. So he's I told Gemini, he was saying the same thing when he was listening to it, and I was like, man, this video is just bothering me, because I'm just like, because if you watch any very well made video, yes, their audio is clear and great and concise, but like it doesn't sound like they're right in front of a microphone per se, Whereas mine, you can tell I'm talking to a mic. Other videos that I watch, they're using a mic, of course, to catch their audio, but like they sound like they're just talking in a room with you, just normally. But like it didn't come off that way, and I think I was just too close to the mic. But like I don't want to end up having to record the whole damn thing, because that's just going to add even more editing issues for Gemini to have to basically redo the whole damn thing again. So and if that happens, that's an L we have to take, but it's a lesson learned, and that's all on me. So next time I'll be farther away from the mic. And as I was thinking about it, because like when I first watched the video, it just kept bothering me the whole damn time. I was like, I just feel a bit unsettled with my voice. and I like my voice, but just the way it came out in the video, like it was just like, oh man. But then I realized, I was like, wait, why did I do that? Because when I do my Let's Plays with Travis, I have the mic down below me, and I come off great. So like I don't know why I felt the need to have myself right next to the mic. But it's just, those are things you learn. But when Gemini's talking about taking it seriously, and like having to put the work in, and finding out that niche, and then venturing out, I'm using myself as an example to a more relatable example, someone you're talking to right now, someone that you can talk to very freely, instead of one of these, a bigger creator, right, that you probably can't talk to and pick their brain about. Now who knows what will happen with this video? We don't know. We have no idea. I know for sure people are going to be bothered by my audio, because if I am, I'm sure others will be too. But I'm ready to hear that, right? Like I said, like I'm the biggest critique out of anyone else, which is great working with Gemini, because he is with his own content too. And so when we're coming together, it's like he's ready to be critiqued harshly, and I'm ready to be critiqued harshly, because we already do that already with our stuff, And so we'll see what happens. I actually need to do a couple re-recordings of some stuff. I told him flat out, I was like, I need to re-record this paragraph. I just don't. I'm not letting this go out. So like, I have to. I re-edited. I actually rewrote an entire paragraph, because the way the delivery was just all bad. And so I did that. And tonight I'm going to do the re-recordings, and send that to Gemini. And then and also he didn't know a lot of the stuff. Like he doesn't know much about the platinum landscape, and like how videos are supposed to be done, and all these things that you need to have in platinum videos. So like that's learning curve for him too. And I had to go through him with all that, because he had no idea. So there was a lot of else that he had to take. As we were thing. As we were going through. Is it 6 pages? Is it 6 pages full? Or how many pages is it?
5 pages.
5 pages.
Full
of notes of edits.
Proud of you. Proud of you.
Videos. I've already spent like upwards of 12 hours editing this video. Not like, I spent 2 hours and then I took the rest of the day off. No, 12 solid hours putting it together. Showed it to RJ, and he was like, right.
So
again, but this time do this.
Yes.
I'm just sitting there like, okay.
I was surprised, because I was like, because I as the person who's not editing, I'm trying to make his job as easy as possible. And so part of the thing I did was I numbered all the paragraphs. And then, because I gave him the audio clips for each paragraph, so that made it easy for him to piece it together. And so there was over 100 paragraphs, individual paragraphs in the script. He gets this bitch done in like 2 days, and I'm like, yo, what?
Yeah.
I was like,
I didn't sleep. Who needs sleep?
I was like, bro, I didn't tell you to get it done in 2 days. Like, I'm not even paying you. So I was like, slow down. And he's like, no, man, I couldn't. I just kept going. I was like, okay. But so then we watched it and we realized, yeah, you should have slowed down a little.
That was the thing is, I did exactly that, and that, like RJ said, I jumped the gun. I thought, right, I edit all the time. This is something I could do, and I don't feel like the edits I did were bad, but they were wrong, and they were wrong because they didn't pertain to the audience. Remember what I was saying earlier on about doing something you love, but making it like relative to your audience and the people that are going to be consuming your content. Well, the way I edited the video was the way I would edit a video, as if I was putting it out as if it was my content. But I don't do platinum trophy runs. I never have. I've never watched them. I've never even played the game that RJ was playing. So it was completely alien territory. So huge learning curve. So yeah, it sucks that I've got 5 pages worth of notes to go through, but they're all valuable because it means that when I go in with a second draft, it's going to have so much more than if we just release the video. Because if RJ had just gone, yeah, good job, and then put the video out, we would have watched it back and compared it to other trophy runs on the platform and thought, what the f*** were you doing? Why didn't we call it? Like, why didn't you tell me this sucks? You know, if he wasn't open, honest and transparent about it, then we would have a subpar final product. So we can't, like I said earlier, we can't expect the audience to enjoy something that we don't enjoy ourselves, you know, that we're not thoroughly proud of. So if we're not prepared to spend 6 hours going through the entire video and breaking it down frame by frame, then, you know, if we put it in front of the audience and get comments, we can't be too mad about that. You know, if they're not offering us constructive criticism, if they're just saying, why did you put like 42 memes in a platinum video, I'd have to answer for that, because I didn't do my research. And if I had, and if I'd have spoke to RJ about it, and if he hadn't told me, then that's on both of us. You know, it's like, why didn't I do my research, and why didn't you tell me? You know, like, you've got to be transparent, you've got to be open, you've got to be prepared to take these L's. And there's a lot of them. But
yeah,
I'm prepared to take these. Yeah.
Both of us, you know, like, and like, it's tough to, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of hard to, like, we'll take back to the schoolyard, you know, it's hard to bully someone who's willing to pick on themselves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, because like you're taking all the power away from them. It's like I have my buddy David, actually, he told me growing up in high school, you know, he played basketball, and here in the States, basketball is primarily, you know, played by black people, right? And he's white. He is white as the goddamn snow. And growing up, he had a lot of problems with that, you know, a lot of race issues with that, you know, so he was picked on and bullied a little bit, but like they stopped bullying him because when he would welcome the fight, it takes away the intimidation. And so it's like, I'm not gonna fight the dude who's ready to fight because I'm trying to do this as an intimidation thing, so he backs off. He knows that I'm the top dog, but it's like, well, I don't feel like the top dog now when I know someone is always going to fight me when I'm ready to fight them, whether they lose or not. It's like, so it's similarly with this. When Gem and I are ready to give each other L's or give ourselves L's right from the get-go, it's like, okay, well, if I get L's from random strangers, it's not as bad than it would be otherwise if we were just thinking like, oh, this is amazing, this is perfect, this is wonderful, you know?
Yeah.
And this is something you could tie into all your guys' videos too, right? Especially if you're doing gaming stuff. You guys are also consumers of gaming, right? I would hope so. You guys are also consumers of gaming videos, whether that's from Twitch, YouTube, whatever have you, whatever medium. So you're part of the audience that you're making videos for. Remember that. So like when Jeremiah was saying about like, you know, if I didn't tell him about all these things that are in plot videos, it's because I'm a consumer of the very thing that I'm putting out, which helps and is very crucial. It's kind of like, you know, you have business execs who are detached from how it really is down on the front lines. Similarly with this, if I was just putting a video just because I liked it, it's like, well, I'm detached from the actual audience. But it would be even weirder because like it's like I know the audience because I am the audience.
Yep.
You know, so with your old videos too, you know, whatever videos you're putting out, you have to think about that. You know, like, okay, is this something that you would watch? Is it something you would enjoy and consume? You know, or is something better that you would rather watch instead? Because you're part of this audience that you're trying to attract in the first place. So remember that. You know, with any video that you put out. You know, and you know, don't let that mold how you know what videos you put out on your channel for people to consume. And if it's not to your liking, or if you're not getting the results that you want, well, then you have to come to have a heart of hearts with yourself and ask, would you watch this if it was from someone else? You know, and you weren't being told to, you weren't obligated under the WLC to do so, would you watch it? You know, and if you wouldn't, then think about what you can do instead, you know.
Now,
And
you guys have some comments from Fallen that I'm gonna read to you, okay? He's on the chat, so I guess he's just listening right now, so I'm gonna read it for you. He says, this is definitely the realest conversation. I 100% want to do more, but I need to reflect. I love to do half of the stuff everyone else in the group does. I feel honored to even sit in on these things with any of you for whatever it is. And then he goes on to say, music gets even harder, spending literally weeks to get a sound right. Jim might be on Adderall. And he said that's just a joke for sure.
oh no, Gem is something else. And when it comes to, especially when it comes to editing and syncing things and mixing it up, and oh man, yeah. He knows. And man, I know a little bit.
I'm addicted to it. I know exactly what's going on. He gets stuck, and that's where he's at. There's nothing else that exists. It's just editing. I know exactly what that is.
Oh yeah, and I've been there too. With, like I said, I think I said this last week. Like doing the Guitar Hero Rock Band videos. Like you it's a 4-minute video. You're just trying to all I'm trying to do is just sync the game audio to when I start strumming on the guitar. And before I know it, an hour and a half have passed because I could not get it right. But you're like, I need to get this right, and it just doesn't work. And then before you know it, hours go by, and you're like, I still don't have it. So it's just, so yeah. I mean, we've all been there, you know. But I also wanted to bring that real quick in case somebody might forget is that you know, don't let your means limit you, you know. And by that I mean like, you know, like yeah, like not everyone's gonna be able to have a 4K camera. Not everyone's gonna have Dolby surround sound microphone, right? And no one's gonna be able. Not everyone has like the latest capture card to output in the greatest output resolution ever, right? Like, and I don't personally, you know. But like, don't let that stop you. And I mean, it may not help you. It may not have you blow up, but like, the ambition and the constant trials, tribulations that helps. That for a lot of people, that ends up making them spark. You know, they find something like that works after trying so many different times. Like I'll use Jens as an example. I've seen you and your son do so many bring so many different weird things to the table on the WLC. And I'm just like, what are you Super Rascals up to this time, you know? And but like you guys are always trying something different. You don't give up. And yes, I personally know your personal situation, you know, to a degree about what you guys go through, you know, day to day. And so like with that in mind, it's like even more like inspiring because you try to work it out, you know, whether you had to do something in a hotel or whether it's between, you know, while you're traveling from state to state or whatever, you figure it out, you know. And I'll even use Zach, who's not here again in the chat here, you know. That man is always, you know, he doesn't let anything stop him. He does his podcast holding the microphone 30,000 from the camera, you know, for
never seen motivation like Zach. Seriously, you know, the guy's
like,
on some stuff.
Like he doesn't let anything stop him, you know, with his like minimal editing that he knows, his like not the best lighting and all the things, right? But he doesn't let it stop him. He keeps trying, and if he has to hold the microphone on camera, he'll do it. Like
charisma, the dude's unstoppable.
It's just
I think he likes it, to be honest.
He probably does. He's a quirky son of a gun, so I wouldn't be surprised either. But like the point is that he doesn't let his means stop him, you know. Mm-hmm. And yes, it may not help his podcast channel blow up per se, but I think going through these different things and that drive is still something that is important to have. Because through all those trials, he might find something that will work for him.
I remember one of the things you said, RJ, like as far as advice, and it was a quirky one, but you were responding to me personally, and you said, "Hey, why are you trying to be Stone Cold Steve Austin when you're more like Dusty Rhodes?"
I think I remember that one.
Yeah, I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute! Just be yourself on camera. Don't try to be something you're not, because what you have, you're going to appeal to your people. You know." And you're like, "Don't be Stone Cold Steve Austin when you're Dusty Rhodes." And I was like,
Yeah.
And I was happy to use a wrestling reference too, because I don't get to do that every day.
That's the only reason he spoke up. Otherwise, nothing would have been said. He just wanted to hit you with that WE reference.
Yeah.
Yep.
And an old one too, an old classic one too.
Yeah.
Because Dusty Rhodes, man, he's one of the best, man. He's
No
one
doubt,
of the,
legend, absolute legend.
Absolute legend. I mean, I didn't get to watch him because he was well before my time, but
I've
the
seen him.
little that I did see, you know, good stuff. And I mean, I've seen his promos enough were enough for me to be like, yeah, he's the GOAT. But
the reason I'm in the Hall of Fame, you know.
Oh yeah. So it's, you know, you gotta keep these things in mind, you know, and so it's all important stuff, but you know, you can't, like Gemini said, you cannot just keep turning the wheels. You can't just, and that's actually one of the things. It's funny you mentioned that, Gemini, because I think I might have told you, like, that's actually my greatest fear in life, just in general, just general, is feeling like I am just going through life, like no goal, no aspiration, nothing to try to attain, nothing to go for, like no purpose. You're just aimlessly just spinning the wheel, just over and over, you know, and I'm really gonna catch that, Gemini, because that was in the script.
Trust me, bro. I've heard you say that 84 times. You chose along here.
84 times. That makes 85, or is this the 84th time?
Well, no, he's just imagining all the times I just mentioned how much of a grind part of some of the trophies were, because it was terrible. So, but yeah.
Now, Fallen wanted to respond to Darker Things. He said exactly, Darker Things is thugging it out. I love his stuff because it's so different than everything else we do. He is biking, he's reporting some crazy dude, and he is gaming with his son today.
Oh yeah, he was doing the vlog while he was out doing deliveries on the bike one. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, and I was just like, man, this dude just doesn't.
He's hardcore, dude. He's hardcore. He won my respect when he started doing that shit, because I'm like, I'd never put a freaking camera on my head and bicycle around town, dude. I'm sorry, but that's my limits. I've done some crazy shit.
I was hardcore, and I was like, all right, man. And I thought that actually might have some legs. I mean, pun intended. But like, you know, about like it can kind of like demonstrate, you know, your struggle. You know, Jen, like you know, because I know you know.
Story time. I think RJ knows, but the reason why I don't do that is because I was out doing deliveries on a bike and I got hit by the F-150.
Oh.
Yeah.
Stay away from that. Don't do that no more.
Let's see.
So I stopped to heal.
Yeah.
And and while I was healing, because I wasn't going to be on the bike and we had bills coming in, I sold the bike. So when I get another bike, I'll do it again.
Now,
Hey, welcome back.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, do you still have the footage from the accident and stuff? Are you? He's not gonna answer.
No, I don't know if I have the footage from the accident or not. I'd have to look.
You probably want to check that out.
I don't know. I was watching that because it was so raw. It was so real, right? Because you were also taught you weren't, because that was no longer gaming. That was just like real life.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I feel like that if you figure that out right, I was thinking like that could be like a really good like vlog type thing where you're kind of just showing the life of a regular person, how tough life can really be. You know, for like a dad, these things you got to do, like because some people are fascinated by that, just the rawness and the realness of something so candid.
Yeah,
someone just like of someone who's just like has a head cam on or whatever, and they're just biking and doing deliveries because like this is what they got to do to hold it down.
My dad is in his 70s, okay, and he sits in front of his television and he watches Royal Fan, and then he watches little Vietnamese women freaking building shit in Vietnam. That's it. That's all he watches.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm wondering what kind of reason he's watching it for, but that's beside the point.
Hey, you know why he's watching it for. Nobody here's stupid. We all know.
I got that yellow fever. Anyways, but the point is, like, people like candidness, especially in this time in the U.S., especially nowadays in the U.S. How bad it is as far as like financial disparity is, and just how rough people can have it at certain points, and how quickly that kind of stuff can kind of just spread out. I don't know. Like, if you could figure out a right format for that gen and also not get hit again, that could be something maybe worth pursuing. Because like I've seen there's this other video like of this guy who just goes in some of the poorest areas in the U.S. He just vlogs it, and he has a camera. He's just a dude, and it's just a camera, and he records himself traveling to these places, and then he'll talk to the locals, and just record them talking to the locals, and just getting a not bird's eye, but a point of view of how life is, and that's the video. That's it. Like, there's no fancy editing. There's no. Actually, Gemini showed me one. He shared one with me where a guy was doing a tour of his town where he lives.
Oh yeah.
And same thing. There was no fancy editing. Half the time you couldn't even hear him because of the wind that was flowing in the air. But like, he was just talking about how the town square or whatever, and then like how so many businesses have been closed down for whatever reason. And he would just give a quick little background on that particular business or that corner or whatever have you, what it used to be like and what it is now, and like now it's just shut down and run down or whatever. That was it. That was the video. But like, it got like tens of thousands of views because people like, especially those who don't live in the UK, they're just like, or don't live in that part of the UK. It's just like, it's fascinating because it's just interesting to see what other parts, like what's going on in other parts of the world, or like with a certain community, and like. With Eugen, like, it's just a particular person, It's just like people be interested in that, especially if you just talk very candidly about like whatever town you're in, or like whatever, like how you grew up, or like however things are right now, or like how tough it may be like for the climate your son is in, because he's so young and this is what he's gonna have to get into in a few years' time. Like, it's just, those are the fascinating things, and it's very relatable, and it's very candid, and it's very honest, and people gravitate towards that because we don't have enough for that in this world at all. So those are some thoughts. Like I said, like Gemini said, we talk about our peers. Like, we weren't kidding. Like, we talk about our peers. Like, we talk about everyone else's channels a lot of the time. Like, even with you, Detective, we talked about you. Like, we were thinking about some cool ideas for your channel to like possibly take on, and try to like play up your detective moniker that you created.
I'd love to see him explore that. Detective, if you can hear me, that's something that like me and RJ discussed it at length, and like different ways we can take different channels and things like that. Your name already has so much potential in it. Like, your name itself on YouTube draws attention. It's like Detective Fallen. It's like, bro, how are you not exploring this? And I'm like, okay, it's something we got to discuss with him. And I figured I would have an opportunity to talk to you about it. I'm glad RJ brought it up because it just went over my head when you popped in. I was like, I'm sure there was something I was supposed to say to Detective. And then I'm running back Resident Evil 6 in my mind now. I haven't forgiven you for enjoying it. But But like, seriously though, like what RJ just said is spot on. It's something that you could be worth exploring. And if you like, and I don't mean to cut this short, but I'm running low on time and everything. Yeah. But if you were to reach out to me and RJ, like there are some ideas that it might be worth putting forward to you, if you wouldn't mind. Like, not to step on your toes or anything like that, but just we really think it's got some potential, and I'd like to hear it at least.
Being honest, Gemini, I wanted to mention it when we interviewed RJ the first time about Fallen, and because I think if you guys were like be there to collaborate with him, you guys would do really good together with him and you, because Fallen has a lot of potential. I mean, he has a lot of potential, and I agree with you on that.
And the best part is, Detective, if you're hearing this too, is that what we were thinking of wouldn't require you to get like a fancy webcam, or even any webcam for that matter. you probably could just continue using the microphone that you do. It's just the only effort would have to just be more time. Just more time. That's about it. You know, just a bit more time and care, you know, and like energy put towards, because like they wouldn't be videos necessarily what you're doing now. Like they're not Let's Plays per se anymore, but they are a bit more researched and a bit more like thought out and like kind of constructed. So like in that sense, yes, it would take more time in that end. But like as far as like you having to go out and like spend extra money, I don't think what we were saying would even include any of that. So I know when people think of like, oh, we have ideas, it's like they're always thinking like, oh, geez, like I gotta buy this and that. It's like no, I'm not thinking about anything. You don't have to buy anything.
Hear me out.
Yeah. Don't run me. Don't run me. But yeah, like so. If you're compelled to, detective, and you want to, you know, hear us out, you know, reach out to us on DM, on Discord, and you know we can set up a call, or we can just text you or whatever. Because we were both collaborating on that, so you might want to talk to both of us at the same time. But you know, we would definitely love to talk to you because you know you're not the only one either. Like we were talking about Mr. Tibbs, who goes by President Tibbs now or whatever. You know, we have ideas for people.
Yeah, I've got this like in my head canon. It's sort of like Mr. Tibbs and Detective are both sort of like there's going to be a competition, like who gets to 10k subs first out of the two Resident Evil experts on the panel. It's like, I don't know. Cool. I like Tibbs. I've got a lot of time for Tibbs. I love the guy. But I like Detective a lot too, and I believe in his content, and I believe in his channel. I really think there's a lot of potential there after watching what he's done and seeing how thoroughly he can investigate these things. It's like, it just gels so well. There's so much in it. Tibbs, if you're watching this, you got competition. Be careful, brother.
Yeah, watch out.
The weird part is Tibbs is the one that brought Fallen onto the channel.
I remember that actually. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. So yeah, but yeah, and again, it kind of just goes into like the, you know, like I said, and last time, and what Gemini's followed up on is you gotta find your niche. You gotta figure out what you could do better, because just doing a Let's Play with audio, it just doesn't cut it. It sucks because it once did, but it just doesn't. And if you do have aspirations to have, you know, some more growth, some proper growth with the channel, these are some of the things that we have to think about and, you know, consider, right? Like, we're not going to force you and put it down your throat, but, you know, if you want to, we'll present you the idea, and then you can go from there. You know, we can work with you further on it so you can get a better grasp on it. But like, it is up to you at the end of the day if that's what you want, right? And if you're not in the mood for it right now, that's cool. But when you are, we'll be here. So
he said he's speechless for sure, and thank you guys for hold up, I gotta catch it. Speechless for sure. Thank you guys. I am trying for sure, and I do love Tibbs Rivals. Hell yeah, nah brah, for sure. I have tons of plans, I just can't get to it with my lifestyle, but like you said, I try every day to get that time. Please force me. RRJ okay, you guys are amazing. He's such a trip. He spells that shit out too, you know what I'm saying? He doesn't just...
No, it's an inside joke.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. He spells it out though. You know what I'm saying? It's like only freaking Fallen does that shit.
Where did that come from? Was it Jet or Lily?
It had to be one of them.
It was one of the girls, wasn't it? It was just in your stream, and someone was like, "Nobody asked you, or Jai."
Yeah, one of them. Like, it would spell my name very differently and weirdly than how it is. Like, they were just finding different ways to spell the R and the J, like adding all these extra letters. Like, they're basically spelling it out phonetically rather than just how it's spelled. And so it just went from there. And then like Gemini does it, Tibbs does it, Detective does it. So, you know, it's just happened. But yeah. So yeah, because you know we see you, Detective, you know, and we don't want you to just be kind of at the same thing, kind of twirling around, you know, and like, and we don't know what your plans are per se, but like, you know, if it is just more Let's Plays, you know that may not cut it, you know, we don't know, but you know, so again, floor is open. Now keep in mind, I think I'm behind you in time. So I'm on the West Coast. Of course, Gemini is in the UK, so he's either 8 hours ahead of you or 5 hours ahead of you, depending on what time zone you're in. But yeah, just keep that in mind as far as planning stuff out with us, if you do plan to talk to us or want to hear us more out. So, but
You
yeah,
also won't be upset if you're done. It's not like we're not going to start
trust me.
back you.
Trust me. Hey, I've been around freaking Rapid lately, and I've been keeping close with Fawn because he's cool as shit. So I'm gonna talk to him too, and you guys are something he needs in his life. I mean, he's a great guy, you know what I mean? And I think you guys could do a lot for him. So I'll encourage it with you guys on that because he's awesome.
Cool. Well, you can push him to our way then.
That's
for
what
us.
I'm gonna do. And before we get off here, you still need to give your plugs. So let us know your socials and stuff.
Oh, well, to be fair, it's literally just YouTube. I do have a page, but I haven't used it in probably 2 years. So literally, you'll just find me on YouTube under the name Gemini. And I am a smaller channel, so if you guys plan to search me up, just type in either Gemini Little Nightmares, that'll probably put me up there somewhere now, or Gemini 1 Year Body Transformation, because that's my most it's my most popular video, so it might still be on the algorithm somewhere, but it's not what I normally do. But if you're really looking for me, there's that. Also reach out to me on Discord. Well, I don't actually have my my information up, but yeah, if you happen to be a part of this community, if you are in a home away from YouTube and you have the means to contact me, don't feel like you can't. Just reach out, drop me a message whenever you like, and I will try to help you in whatever regard I can. I'm generally friendly most of the time, but I'm not super responsive, and that's not because I'm being ignorant, and it's not because I don't value what you have to say. It's because since this stream started, I've received 73 messages, and I'm gonna have to read them and go back, and every day it's the same because I'm part of so many communities. Messages constantly flow in, so I just straight up ignore Discord, and then I'll set aside like an hour every day where I'll go through, I'll reply to comments, I'll speak to people on Discord, and I will connect with you. So if you reach out to me on Discord, please don't think I'm ignoring you. I'm not that big, trust me. I will get back to you.
And I want to point out to you too, this is going to be our New Year's Eve video on Home Away from YouTube, so you guys are the New Year's Eve people. So
excellent. Well, Happy New Year, everyone. Hope 2024 works out for each and every one of you.
If you don't get a hold of him, you can reach out to me. I'm like his right-hand man, and he's
do that. It's like I work for him, but he's.
I mean, like we're each other's right-hand men to each other. Yeah. And so if you reach out to him, he doesn't get back, you can message me at RJ Casual Hardcore Gamers, and I will tell him that you reached out because he'll respond to me.
RJ kind of gets priority messages because I kind of work for him, so I have to reply to him. Otherwise, I'll get scolded by the boss. I don't want to get fired now. so reply to RJ, but not me. That's unfair. I work for RJ. That's all it is.
And even when he's not, he'll still respond to me. So yeah. So if you ever trouble reaching out to him, because I have Discord open all the time, so I will see the message, whereas Gemini wants to turn that shit off as soon as he can, but I have mine open at all times.
Okay, with that being said, I'd like to welcome everybody for being here, and this was an excellent interview and an excellent roundtable. Everybody did great. I think it went off pretty well. So
likewise.
We didn't have Zach again.
Yeah, I mentioned
damn
that
it, Zach.
I mentioned that to him. He said he's sorry. He loves you, man.
What do we got to do to get Zach? What do we got to do to
Talk
get
about
that
Disney. Talk about
back.
Disney. I've had him on three.
Every day.
I've had him on 3 interviews talking about Disney. Okay, but not one time about gaming.
We got to trick him.
I'll talk Disney all day with him.
We got to trick him then. We got to tell him it's a Disney one, but it's not, so we can get him in. And then
that's a good idea.
Bullshit, bitch.
Recite The Little Mermaid with him. I'm not joking. I'll sing all the songs.
Please don't. Please don't.
Okay.
I don't do that.
I mean,
Sounds
not
good.
that I'll mute, but I'll do it.
Don't do it.
Okay. So you guys have a good night, and thank everybody for showing up. Thank you, Fallen, for being here. And sorry we missed you, Darker Things, before you took off. but thank you too. I'll have copies sent out to everybody on this after it's done processing and ready to go. So, okay.
Hey, you guys.
Y'all take care.
Thanks, everyone.
You too.
Good night.
Night.
Bye, guys.
Let me.
Won't
If
know what that is. How about stay
it's
to make a difference?
yeah, okay. What about now? Does that help?
Yours sounds.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How about me now?
The weird part is we'll talk again real quick. Are you there? Yeah, it's like right there. I can't even hear your voice. Austin's here. Welcome, Austin.
See, you're bouncing out.
Yeah, it's doing the same to me. So, yeah, that is real. But
Well, I really don't.
yeah, I know. The bad part is it's like it's the audio that's the most important thing when it comes to it. You know?
Yeah. Austin, can you hear us now? No, we can't hear him. You can hear him.
Yeah.
Well, let's see here.
Yeah, I seen him say my name with his lips, but I know, like, I think he said my name with his lips. I'm not sure.
Now you're cutting out.
Yeah. No. Is there a way for you to type something into the chat right there, Austin? Because, like, we're seeing your lips move, but we can't hear your voice. Like, there's no audio whatsoever.
Try that now. I put on it. I don't think it's on my end though.
Oh, I've got you. You're good to go. So.
Okay. All right.
So.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with him.
There's and see,
I don't have.
the bad part is like with the phones and stuff, I'm not really all that great on how to deal with the phones when it comes to Discord. So transfer accounts, no. Let me see what we got here. Now
Now you're cutting out. Do you hear me?
yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
I'm not hearing you.
You're not hearing me?
What's going on?
It's
It looks like everybody's on here.
yeah. And don't worry, this usually takes it happens like this in the beginning. For some, I mean, always. That's the bad part about audio. So
Okay.
it's nothing strange is what I'm saying. Like, this is the kind of stuff that you have to deal with. So if we can get Austin to where he can be heard, then everything can be cool. It's definitely got to be coming from his phone. Like, there's a
What'd you say?
option to turn the phone up or unmute it.
So you can hear me. I can't. You're cutting out a lot too, Roger.
Yeah, no, I don't know what the deal is.
You know?
Yeah. Let me just get the link for the Jitsi and we.
What are you doing?
Yeah. So.
You're cutting out though.
Okay.
How's? Oh, I can hear you good now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Now, hold on a minute. I have a plan.
Okay, I can hear you guys now, though.
You can? Okay. So
I did hear Austin. I don't know where he's at now, but
he's bouncing in and out.
Okay.
On May, what I'm doing is I sent you a link to Jitsi, and if you click on that, we can freaking get this going. It'll be a lot better than having to deal with this. Just you know
Okay.
where the admin channel is.
Yeah, let me look here. Okay, I got that. I'm there.
Just click on that link real quick, and tell her she has to click on the link again. So there she is. She's back in.
Okay.
All
Is
right.
Austin in?
Yeah, he's in.
Okay.
Now down on the bottom, Austin, you'll see that little pop-up. It has that microphone on there. You click on that, and it should unmute you so that you can talk. I believe he's there.
Hello?
Hello, there he is. There he is.
You get it?
I heard him say hello, so we're close.
Did you get the microphone, Austin? It's on the left-hand side there. I think you hit or something.
Microphone.
Oh, you
Yeah,
got
there
it.
he is. He's there.
Yeah, you got
He's
it.
there.
Okay.
All right. So let me.
Well, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
now
we can hear
I
you.
can't see your face, but that's.
We.
Yeah, we need to be able to see each other's faces.
Yeah. Now, if you hit the camera, it'll let your face show.
You there, Roger?
Yeah. Hold on. Can you hear me? All right. Hold on a minute.
Okay. I don't know where.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. How about you, Austin?
I did hit it.
Okay. Can you hear me, Austin?
Can you hear us, Austin, or who can you hear? Anybody? Yeah.
Okay.
Well, his is coming in and out. Austin says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you guys want to at least get the show started and everything, and then as we go, we can kind of get this sorted out. I can hear just like barely a whisper.
Also, turn up your mic. Can you turn up your volume? Maybe that's it. I don't know anything about the stuff like this, but
He comes in and then it just like vanishes on him, like you know
Yeah.
what I mean, like
yeah.
like just a momentary. And that's on 2 devices or 2 platforms, whatever. VoIPs.
Yeah.
Oh, it's-
I don't think it's on my settings. Do you? So if I can hear you, I don't think there's. Should I do something for him?
No, I mean,
Oh,
it
yeah.
should be fine. Like,
It says invite someone, but he's already in there. So
yeah.
Huh. I don't know.
Let's see here. Yeah, hold up. He's using voices and stuff. That was cool.
Oh my goodness.
Everything looks like it should be up and going, so maybe that's what's going on. So
Yeah.
okay, so
All right.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. There.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, that's good. That is really good.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. And you're not I'm not cutting out or anything?
no, you're not cutting out. Let me see.
Okay.
Let me see what's going on with your mom. She was on here and then there she is. She's coming in.
Oh, she was cutting out too.
There you go.
Okay.
All I see right now is your screen.
Okay. No, she's on here too.
Yeah.
so-
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Roger? Yeah, I went away.
Yes.
I got-
Okay. All I see right now is the screen with you.
Okay. Now hold on a minute.
Should we all three be able to see each other? Or?
Yeah, you should be. But hold on a minute. I
Yeah,
think.
don't do anything, Austin, because
No, wait a minute. Okay. Now can you guys see both of each other?
I can see Austin.
Okay. She can see you. Can you see her? Austin?
I don't think he's in the voice thing anymore. God.
Oh my goodness, this is craziness at a whole different level.
It's like a haunted. It's haunted in itself. Okay.
I've got an idea that might work. So,
Can anybody hear me?
yeah, I
Yeah, we
can hear
can
you.
hear you
There we
now.
go. That's good. That is
Okay.
really okay.
Can say something, Austin. Are you having trouble hearing us?
There's Bob Dub. She came in.
Hi. What's your video or audio? A lot.
This has gotten interesting really, really quick.
Yeah.
The audio. Austin came in and we've been having. Well, first we had issues between me and Summer, and then after we got that straightened out, Austin came in and he was having audio problems. So.
So can you hear us? What's your can you hear us?
I can hear you fine.
Okay. Okay, great.
Except that you don't seem to be streaming on YouTube, so...
I've got to hit start before we do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Still working on it.
All right. We haven't evolved that far yet in the process.
Some technical difficulties.
This was a part that we probably shouldn't have been streaming on YouTube. Just let me put you this way.
Yes.
It's a work in progress, so it's these crazy phones, man.
You know, he doesn't have an iPhone. I know I do, and those things are not compatible. But it shouldn't make a difference, really.
Yeah, there you go. See, Bob Dub's the smart one. She actually sent a text, like a message.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so let me get everything going, and we can get it set up, and then hopefully we can get him on here to do the live stream and stuff. But I'll do a countdown, and after that, just introduce yourself, Summer. Introduce everybody on the panel if you want to, and then start out. It's your show, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he says he can't hear us, so I don't know.
3, 2, 1, now.
Hi, my name is Summer Todd. I'm doing an interview with Roger Hanson. I'm from Southwest Ohio. I grew up outside of Oxford, Miami University, second oldest college town in Ohio, which I just found out today. And I'm retired from there, and we'll be discussing some of the mysterious things that have happened on that campus and some unsolved mysteries today.
All right. This is actually like your show. It's not a interview.
Well, okay.
So just
sorry, never mind.
I'm your guest.
And Roger's my guest. I'm sorry because I got distracted. We were having some issues, so this is my show. So yeah, I'll be leading into everything. So, but that's a little background on me right now. So, are you on? Can you hear us, Austin?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, feel free to talk now. So
I had to turn my phone off and back on.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew it had to do something with turning something on and off, because that's the way it always works.
All right, hey guys, welcome to the second episode of Duality. I'm here again on the wonderful world of weirdness with Roger from Roger Hanson Live. and we are delving into the dance that goes on throughout all history and all time between masculinity and femininity. And last week we jumped in with masculinity. We explored the concept of masculinity as an axis, and we talked about the core of masculinity being love. And then Roger brought to our attention the fact that even though these things are called masculine and feminine, it doesn't mean that women don't have masculine and men don't have feminine. We have this duality within us, and it's important for us to balance those things and to be able to use our feminine side and our masculine side in harmony with each other. And so I thought, because the conversation went like that last week, I thought that we would delve a little bit deeper into the feminine aspect, because the core of femininity is balance. So just like the masculine axis is this sort of, like, you would imagine a metal column, right, that radiates from lead at the bottom, iron at the bottom, then lead, tin, all the way up, all the way to the top to gold. And the purpose of masculine development is to move the iron up to the gold, and so to rise up in status as you develop your masculine characteristics. The feminine aspect, the feminine axis is horizontal, and it doesn't exist as a thing. It's more like an energy field, and it was conceptualized as earth, water, air, and fire. And if you think about that carefully, you realize that it is the solid state, the liquid state, the gaseous state, and the combustion state of energy and of matter. And then you can see that femininity is a flow between states, between energy states. And you see in women, you have the great emotional outbursts and emotional responses to the world, which are so important for a woman to be able to bring up her baby healthily, to be able to tune into the tiniest little emotional response in her baby. And yet, when she is not being a mother, that amount of emotions can really, really, really contaminate her life and her society unless she learns to balance those forces. And so that is what I say, that the core of femininity is balance. To balance those energy flows in your life so you develop a stable emotional environment within which to bring up your family. And that is possible because you are attached very, very firmly, shall we say, to your masculine other. This solid core of metal that's at the center of your life and around which you flow. And so, yes, there is this amazing dance that we dance. And as Roger pointed out last week, it is a big pity that these words are masculinity and femininity and that they are tied to gender, because these concepts transcend gender. Even though we understand gender and we understand our gender role, in terms of these things, they are not masculinity and femininity in terms of gender. They're masculinity and femininity in terms of conceptualizing our universe, in terms of things that guys like doing, going out there and building things and doing things and changing and achieving. That's a part of Mother Earth. And then there's also the feminine, which is staying the same, the sun coming up every day, the earth going on, always a second chance every morning. So, yeah. All right, that is my introduction. Roger and I have had a really amazing talk so far. And so, before I continue, before I jump in and ask Roger to carry on and explain more to me about what he was telling me about dualism and Zoroastrianism, I would like to introduce him. Co-host, Roger Hanson from Roger Hanson Live, who's also known as Infamous, who is a gamer, a game developer, a podcaster, a streamer, and a really good guy. So welcome, Roger. Thank you so much for being here with me tonight.
I'm glad to be here
this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Such a pleasure. Such a pleasure. Such an interesting conversation we're having. So you were saying just before the show, you were talking about how Zoroastrianism has these dualities of good and evil, where good is not more heavily weighted than evil?
Yes.
That's very interesting.
It's interesting how they interpret good and evil when it comes to all that stuff. It really is. Before we get into that, though, can I say something about something we mentioned last week so that I can kind of clarify
yes.
it? Last week when
I didn't realize.
When we were having a conversation of love, I should have been careful about how I said that, because I made the statement that there's all femininity in love, and I was wrong by saying that. I should have thought it through, because love, like pretty much everything else, is everything has both a feminine and a masculine aspect, you know what I mean? So I should have really thought about that before I said that, because love has both the feminine and the masculine, like we do. Like everything on this planet, you know what I mean? They have both. So when I said that, I shouldn't have said that. That wasn't correct. So that's what I wanted to put out there.
Okay, cool. No problems. Yeah. Well, I think that one of the things that I've noticed about having these conversations is that we seem to have come to a place in society where we are battling to express ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing this reflected in our youth, which have these really big gender crises going on.
Yeah.
So I think that what's great about doing a show like this is that we can put these ideas forward, we can have these ideas, and then later on down the road we can say, hey, hold up, what I used to think, I maybe don't think that anymore, or I expressed that. So yeah, I appreciate that. I think that sets a really great tone for our podcast going forward. This is like a conversation of exploration. Right. We're not experts and we're not laying down the law. We're just people figuring stuff out and talking about interesting stuff.
And saying things without thinking about it.
That's true.
I said that, and I should have, like I said, I should have stepped back and thought about it before I mentioned it, because like you were talking about, out of love, you take care of your child and stuff like that, and you have responsibilities, and that's all the masculine aspects,
mm-hmm.
and the nurturing and being receptive and all that. That's the feminine energy that you put into taking care of a child. You know what I mean? And that's the duties of being a father or a mother. Taking care of your child, making sure they're fed, going to work, things like that. That's all the masculine aspects.
Masculine aspects of peace.
You do things out of love. So I should have thought about that whenever I opened my mouth, basically. So if you want, I could talk about Zoroastrianism.
Okay. Yes, let's go on and talk about that a little bit, because I think that that's kind of up what I was saying about these concepts being bigger than gender. They're really big concepts that we're talking about.
Well, you know, you've been coming up with some really good concepts too about ancient civilizations and the feminine aspects of their deities and their societies too. You know, so like instead of talking about the dualism, I can actually bring up like the feminine and masculine aspects of Zoroastrianism for you if you want me to. That way.
Yes. Cool.
Well, the gender-based aspects of Zoroastrianism doctrines, they're multifaceted and they're complex, and at times it's a contradictory. Study of the religious ancient history through its text is complicated by what they call the Avestan language roots, root nouns, and they're grammatically feminine, all right?
Mm-hmm.
But the religion's earliest practitioners began to anthropomorphizing abstract concepts, is what it's saying, and attributing biological and neutral gender to those concepts. So they're talking about biological or neutral genders to those concepts. Now,
Okay.
as a result, the divine and demonic spirits of Zoroastrianism displayed gender-specific characteristics that shape how devotees viewed their societies and the roles of men and women. So they began to do that even though their language was grammatically feminine. You know what I mean? Which to me kind of gives a tone that originally Zoroastrianism was a feminine aspect. It had more of the feminine aspect of its religion. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
But it began to change to abstract concepts, and it started taking on gender roles, which characterized how women and men should behave in their society. Now, the basic doctrinal dichotomy within Zoroastrianism is between Asha, or Arta, or Ard-A, which is A-R-D and then A, or it means order, which equates to righteousness. Now this opposes Draj, D-R-U-J, or D-R-U-G, which is also D-R-U-Z, and that equates to confusion, which equates to evil. So for them, they're talking about order and confusion as being good and evil. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So Asha is
so interesting. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So Asha is grammatically neuter, whereas Draj is feminine, or Drudge.
Yes.
Okay, so confusion is the feminine aspect of Zoroastrianism.
Mm-hmm.
So you have two primordial eternal entities, which are believed to have chosen between order and confusion. Okay. One is the Spinta Menya, or Menage, or the Holy Spirit, equated with Ahura Mazda, and which is also the wise Lord or Creator, now regarded as God. Now, for making the religiously appropriate choice of Agra Manu, which is Ahriman, Ganag Manag, the angry spirit, or destroyer, now regarded as the devil, for not deciding rightly. Now, the grammatical gender of Ahura Mazda and Agra Manu were transformed into biological gender as male during personification of the concepts that each represented and depicted as such on rock beliefs commissioned by Sassanid monarchs, which are that they were the ones that were in charge of the Zoroastrianist religious beliefs, the Magi, basically, which I'm sure you've heard of them, the three wise men out of the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Those were Zoroastrianists.
Right.
So, so you have basically the confusion is the feminine aspect of Zoroastrianism, whereas order is the feminine or the masculine aspect, and that would be what they represented, or what represented good, whereas confusion represented evil and disorder. You know what I mean?
Right.
So chaos,
right.
basically.
Yes. So can I say something? No, jump in here and say something.
Go for it.
I've got a really fascinating insight about this from psychology. So our brain, in its storage system in our brain, it stores everything in categories, and the main categories that it's, the most primitive categories that it's got are yes, no, positive, negative, black, white, light, day. So what happens is, because this is our physical storage, all the things that are stored under yes sort of get mixed together in our brain, and everything stored under no gets mixed together, right? Mm-hmm. So you think of these concepts like good and evil, night and day, light and dark, and you can understand how they're linked. But then you start putting things in there like male and female and good and evil. And what you find is that male and good get stored together in a man's brain, and in a woman's brain, female and good get stored together. And so we have these opposite conceptual memory banks in our brains between men and women, just because of the way that things are stored. And so this is one of the things that, like when I was growing up, it was called the war of the sexes, is that men and women are always complaining about each other and scoring points off each other. And the reason is the storage mechanism in our brain, where that we actually store our data linked to different concepts according to anyway. So I think that's quite interesting, because you're talking about how the feminine is linked to chaos, and the masculine was linked to the devil, did you say?
The masculine was linked to order.
Was linked to order.
And the feminine was linked to chaos.
Chaos.
And confusion. So
confusion.
And that's how they interpreted good and evil. It was between chaos and order.
So interesting. And so what I was saying in my introduction was about how the masculine axis is depicted as being metallic, and the feminine axis as being non-metallic. And so you can see that this categorization system that we have, it goes through everything. It goes like into plants, into animals, into morality, into everything, and you get these links between concepts.
And
how fascinating!
when we were talking, I got a little confused there because I was saying duality when it came to Zoroastrianism, but that deals more into dualism when it comes to
Right.
Ahura Mazda and I forgot the name of the other one. We were just talking about it too, but Drudge, I believe is what it was. And the thing about it is when we were discussing it was like with that the Zoroastrians didn't find like they did have the hierarchy like Ahura Mazda was their main deity, don't get me wrong, but he wasn't good and he wasn't evil, you know what I mean? Good and evil were balanced, and there was just as much reason for evil according to the Zoroastrians as what there was good, and everything was according to balance, and Ahura Mazda balanced the good and the evil, you know what I mean? So the chaos and the order, basically.
Here's a question that we've just got in on our stream here from Jamie Jizzle. Jamie says, how do we continue to live through such horrific things on this earth? How do you think that a Zoroastrian like priest who didn't see things in terms of good being more important than evil, how do you think that they would advise people to live through horrific things on earth from that sort of dualism point of view?
From everything I've learned from them, I would have to say, now I could be wrong because I'm not a Zoroastrian priest or anything, you know, but I would have to say that the way that you live through these horrific things that are going on Earth is you have to decide for yourself what you want to be. Do you want to be good or do you want to be evil? Even though all these bad things are happening to you, you have to realize that that can influence you. And what do you want your mindset to be? Do you want your mindset to be on a good, pure path, or do you want it to be influenced by these evil thoughts, this confusion, this chaos, or do you want it to be ordered and you know, good? You get to make the choice. Which path do you want to take? I could be wrong, like I said, you know, because like I'm not a Zoroastrian priest who knows, you know, has years of research in it, but I have researched it. And that's how I've seen most of them talk when it comes to that topic. There are horrible things that are taking place in the world, but those things are happening because it's meant to influence you, and you're the one who has the choice of if you want it to influence you or not. You know what I mean? When it comes down to it, it's what do you want to be? You know, through all this hardship, do you want to come out of it being a better person than what you were? Or do you want to cave in to the thoughts and the emotions that come with all those horrible things? You know, so that's kind of how I take it. I hope that sounds good enough.
And it really is a struggle. I think I'm listening to you and I'm thinking like I'm facing this big trip over to South Africa, and it's quite daunting, and a lot of emotional stuff is coming up, and we're doing this podcast and I'm thinking about balance, and I've got these big emotions coming up and I'm thinking about balance. And I'm realizing that this is sort of daily challenge that we have, is to keep on always choosing balance, always choosing control and equanimity and being on top of things and being a better person. And in terms of that thing that you say about good and evil being equally weighted and just as important as each other. It sort of means that it's just as easy to choose bad as it is to choose good.
Right.
It's not sort of harder to do one thing or another. It's just a simple choice.
Now, I know that you've done a lot of research and everything into Buddhism and stuff, and I'm not for sure if you're a Buddhist or a Christian, or I know that you've said that you've been involved with it, right?
I was brought up a Christian. I've done a lot of studying into Christianity. Over the last 2 years, I have started looking into Buddhism, but not really into the religious part of it, or into the practical side. You know, how to use it to achieve this sort of nirvana is what they call it, isn't it? Sort of the state of peace or whatever.
I have a basic understanding of Buddhism. I really wish I knew more of it, but what it really, a lot of this sticks out to me when I compare it to like Buddhism, and some of it even into Hinduism is Dharma. And like, do you know anything about the Four Noble Truths?
Yes, I know the Four Noble Truths.
Okay. Now, could you kind of explain that so that?
Sure. So, the first noble truth is that life contains hardship, suffering, misery, stress, anxiety, like all the bad stuff. First noble truth. Second noble truth is we need to acknowledge that and understand where that misery in our lives is coming from. That's our duty, is to comprehend what it is that is causing the stress, anxiety, or misery in your life. And then the third noble truth is that once you know what's causing the misery in your life, there's something that you can do about it. And that you have a duty to do something to minimize the suffering in your life.
Okay.
And the fourth noble truth is that there's a way that you can do it. And the way that you can reduce the suffering in your life is called Noble Eightfold Path.
Right. Now, can you go into the Noble Eightfold Path for me and kind of give me feedback on some of that?
The Noble Eightfold Path is a way, it's multifaceted. You can see it at many, many, many different levels. But for me, it's a way that you can sort yourself out, can make yourself see things clearly and get on with your life. So the first thing, like once you have comprehended your suffering and you understand where your suffering comes from, the first step on the Eightfold Path is to understand that you need to see things the right way. You have to have a clear perception of what's going on in your life. And the clear perception is that you need to see that pain is inevitable in life, but suffering is not. Pain is what happens to us in our circumstances. Suffering is when we dwell on our pain and we stay within our pain and we don't get out of it.
Right.
So when you've undertaken that, when you've understood that first step, then you are ready for the second step, which I think is, I don't even know if I know these very well. Is it to have the right attitude? No, I think it's to have the right resolve. I think you have the right view of suffering, and then you have the right resolve. And the resolve is that you need to suck it up from deep, deep down inside your soul, and you need to say, I am going to change my life, and I am going to do this, and I am not going to wallow in my misery. I'm going to resolve to be the person that rises above and does this thing. And when you've done those two things and you've got this resolve, then there's the next two things that you need to do, and that is to have the right speech. The first one of them is to have the right speech. You need to talk about your life correctly. So you need to take responsibility for yourself. You need to start looking at what you're doing, and you need to start making a plan, an actual verbalized plan on where you're going to go next. And when you've made that and you know what you're going to do, so it might be a list, or it might be a schedule, or it might be a 5-year plan, or be whatever it is. But once you have verbalized and articulated where you're going with your life, you then need to have the right actions to put that into practice. So you need to do things like get up in the morning and have a shower and brush your teeth and face the day and do the things that need to be done to put your plan into action. Otherwise, you're just going to have your suffering. So you've now got on your 4th step, and so then you need your 5th step. Your 5th step, I think, is to livelihood, right livelihood. You have to feed yourself. You have to take actions to make your home nice, right? That was in take action. Take action and do the right thing. And the next step after you take action is that you have to provide money for yourself. You have to have a job. You can't lay around and, like Confucius says, man who sits on hill with mouth open will have to wait a long time before the roast duck flies in. You have to go and you have to get a job and you have to feed yourself. Or you need to dig in your fields and do your carrots or whatever it is. But once you're feeding yourself and you're taking responsibility for yourself like that, you need to know that you have to put in the effort. You have to put in the right effort to make the things keep on happening. Because it's exciting when you first start getting going, but it doesn't stay exciting. And that's where you need to look back to the 2nd step, and you need to have that resolve so that you can put in this effort, this massive, massive effort that it's going to take for you to be a good, decent, respectable, noble human being, and not just one of the masses who don't care and who don't try. Once you've done all those 6 steps, you're ready for the 7th step, and the 7th step is mindfulness. Mindfulness is a technique in Buddhism where you train your brain to keep all these things in mind so you don't forget. Like, I'm always forgetting all the things that I ought to be doing. If you can get to the 8th step, then you keep these things in your mind and you don't renege on your responsibilities. You don't forget to feed the cat. You have that focus that is necessary for you to be a success in life. And if you have been through all those 7 steps adequately, and you've trained yourself and you've focused yourself and you've become mindful, then the final stage is that you enter into a state of right concentration. And right concentration is like that attitude that you need to have to be a successful person. It is the difference between being somebody who sits around immersed in their suffering and somebody who has the pain and has the hardship but gets on the path and lives their life anyway. Okay, so that's totally my interpretation of it.
Well, you did a good
I
job.
have been studying this just myself.
Yeah.
So don't take that as gospel. But that's...
You did a great job. And, you know how you was talking about duties? You hit it right on the nose. Like, you know what duties are, don't you?
Obligations?
Karma.
Oh,
That's
karma.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. When you say duties, you're actually talking about karma.
Right.
So,
Yes.
have you ever heard of RITA or RTA? It's spelled RTA.
No.
It's part of what you were talking about with the Four Noble Truths and the Noble Eightfold Path, okay? And the most amazing part about this with Dharma is everything you just explained was the masculine aspects of Dharma, okay? These are the things that you have to do. Now, when it comes to Dharma, with the feminine aspects, it's virtue and purification. That's it.
Wow.
That's it.
Okay. That makes sense. Wow. Virtue and purification. Right. Those are the feminine aspects of Dharma. Gosh, that's fascinating.
With all the stuff you... yeah. That's what gets
total
me.
Sense. Yes.
With all the stuff you just sat and explained, that's all the masculine aspects of Dharma. Like,
yes.
So I thought that, and see that blends into Zoroastrianism too, because they all come from the same beginning. They all come from Indo-European ideologies, Mithra and stuff like that.
Yes.
So it goes farther back even. So.
How far back do you think it goes, Roger?
Well, back when we first started eating horse meat.
You reckon?
Yeah. I'd almost guarantee that it was believed back then, and that was the beginning. That when, the first kind of animal that we actually hunted was freaking horse, because they were the easiest to catch. So you're talking about an ancient belief that goes a long way back. So with all that being said, you were talking about something too, about the ancient druids and stuff like that before.
Oh, right. Okay, you have filled my brain with all these amazing things, and I'm getting a little bit distracted. So let me focus. Druids, Zoroastrianism.
If you want to, we can hold that off to another time, because you've actually did an excellent job on what you just said. I was like, that was pretty cool. And I think that was actually helpful for Jamie's question too.
Well, I think that it's fascinating. What's been so fascinating to me about discovering Buddhist thought is that it hasn't been okay in our society to look for this I don't know how to say. When I was growing up as a Christian, I was told that in Christianity there was only one way, and it was the Christian way, and everything else was second best. So don't even bother. Just stay with this way. This is the best way to do it. Just do it this way. And that sounded like a sensible argument to me. But when I discovered Buddhism, and I discovered there's this 2,500 years worth of study that isn't included in Christianity, but it is just as valuable, or maybe even more valuable in some ways, because Christianity can give you a lot of comfort in suffering, and it can give you a lot of feeling that there's a God there who cares about you, and that the suffering has a meaning somewhere down the line. And so you can get all this sort of comfort from the Christian mindset, maybe. But Buddhism gives you these ways that you can actually control your mind that Christianity doesn't really touch on. And it seems to me so sad that we have these divisions between ideologies instead of being able to draw things together and to be able to use the good from all things and to build us up. We have these competitions, like don't look to them, they can't help you. Oh no, don't look to them, they're wrong in that way. Instead of being able to take the bits that are awesome and add them, and keep on your whole life adding more and more and more skills until you get, like, I think last week, one of the things that I was saying was that we mature when we fully are able to balance the feminine and the masculine within ourselves. And so it's why old people are wise, is because it takes a long time to be able to balance the masculine and the feminine. And so it's only a few old people that have actually got it right.
Yeah.
So it takes a long time to understand and to learning is a lifelong thing. Anyway, yeah.
Well, I think you actually answered your own questions too at the beginning of the stream when you was talking about going over to South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
You got all the answers right there. You just explained everything that you needed for your trip home.
Oh, Roger,
it came out of your mouth.
I'm really good at the theory bits of learning.
Yeah.
But the putting things into practice.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this trip to South Africa as sort of an internship.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to take this Buddhism that I've been studying for the last 3 years, and I've got to see if I can actually do it on the ground in a stressful situation, visiting my dying mother. So when we come back, we'll have another conversation, and I'll catch you up on how, if it worked.
Now, on the Noble Eightfold, do you remember the fourth one that you was talking about?
Fourth one?
Yeah.
Right actions.
Okay, now, right actions, you was talking about, what was it? This suffering.
Mm-hmm.
And suffering is something that you create yourself. There's hardship and then there's suffering right now. Yes. Also apply that to hate and resentment. Okay, hate is something that happens naturally. Everybody's going to feel hate. All right. Resentment is what you turn it into when you hold on to that hate and you allow it to freaking grow inside of you. So just remember, it's okay to feel hate, but that's a momentary feeling. Once hate goes over 6 seconds, it's become resentment. Okay, it needs to be taken care of the same way that you're talking about with Noble Eightfold. And what's the opposite of hate? Love.
Acceptance. Love?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Love and hate.
Love and hate.
Two opposites can't occupy the same space.
Okay. Yes.
So,
that's something John's been trying to teach me recently.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to go back to that thing that we were talking about, love. You were at the beginning. You said about how love. You saw the masculine part of love.
Mm-hmm.
So I was having this conversation with Rush of Waves the other day, and we were talking about. I asked him what love is, and it was so interesting because he said we talked about it, and we came to the thing that it was actions.
Yep.
It was that when you feel that thing that this person is in your care and you need to cherish that person, then a thing happens in you that you take action because of that feeling. And so love is that feeling that comes up, but it's the thing that you do. And I think that saying that the path is masculine and like the actions are masculine, and these things that we do are masculine, and love. It's all sort of like all these little pieces of the puzzle are starting to come together in my mind. And I'm starting to see this journey that I'm going on, this sort of pilgrimage back to South Africa, as almost being, well, I'm going on a masculine journey. I'm going on a journey of doing, aren't I? Wow, that's so interesting. So where am I as a female? What part of me as the feminine is inside that journey?
Okay, now, with what was being said there, that was the masculine aspects of love. Okay, like, think of it like this: masculine is the left side of your brain. The feminine is the right side of your brain. Okay. Now, whenever you think masculine aspects of love, you're thinking the external. You're focusing on the external part of love. All right, and that would be the parts of your brain that's telling you to be grounded, analytical, be focused, supportive, and protective. That's all the masculine energy that comes out of being or thinking about the masculine aspects of love. But then you've got the right side of your brain, which is the feminine side of your brain, okay? And it's thinking too. Now, what you've got there is the right side of your brain, and it's thinking of it's focusing on the internal parts of you, okay? It's thinking about, the nurturing, being receptive, being intuitive, things like that. So you have those two things going on. So when you go over there, you have to apply not only the feminine or the masculine aspects of love, but you also have to do, or the other way around, masculine aspects of love. Not only that, but the feminine aspects. You have to be nurturing, receptive, be creative, try to be expressive and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Don't just go in there thinking that you have a responsibility and a duty and stuff like that, be nurturing and show people that you care, and it's, I always say it's an inside job because there's a reason for that, you know what I mean? If don't just think externally, the outside and everything that's going on outside of you. You got to think within too, you know what I mean? It's a balance. It really is.
That is interesting. I was thinking earlier because, like, I've mentioned to you, there's this sort of confusion and turmoil and anxiety that's coming up with this, like, it's 2 10-hour flights with an 8-hour stopover in the middle. So even if I was just going on holiday, just the traveling is stressful. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I think my computer froze momentarily. All right. So I've been thinking a lot about how I'm going to be traveling and how I'm going to be doing this, but I can see from what you're saying that there's a whole different level. Is that I need to also think about who they are and how I'm going to respond to them. And that's going to be big because this is going to be a big thing for me, going to my parents. You mentioned it in Old Men Talking the other day, where you said that it's very, very hard to start looking after your parents because they've always looked after you, and suddenly it's back to front.
Right. It's really a hard thing to do because you really have to look at yourself and look at your actions, like you were talking about. These people are basically they've regressed to where they're children. You know what I mean? And I shouldn't call my mom and dad these people, but that was my bad. But my parents basically,
Yes.
they're needing they're needing somebody there to take care of them, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm the one that has to be that person to make sure that they don't fall down, make sure that they get to bed, and things of that nature. And there's emotions that go on inside of your brain that you could easily give into that aren't positive thoughts.
Right.
You know what
Right.
I mean?
Right.
And I have a choice today. What do I want in my life? Do I want to have the guilt and shame of being that person, or do I want to do the right thing and in the end be able to say, look, I was there, I did it, I did the right thing.
Yes. 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 That's what I want to do. I think I've spent, I was speaking to a friend of mine. We're both sort of getting our lives together. And he rang me, and it's so lovely because he's got this new job and he's a truck driver and he's driven off and he's on this mission. And I sent him a message and said, like, I'm stressing about going on my mission and I'm so happy that you're going on yours, because I'm like somebody who's also off, doing it. And so, oh gosh, I can't remember why am I telling you this? Damn. 7 years. He says, oh no, it's been 7 hard years, but finally I'm getting out of it. And I said, oh, you're so lucky. It's been 18 years. It's been 18 years, Roger, that I've been on antipsychotic medications and on welfare and struggling and being a complete loser. I am so ready to do something right. I cannot tell you how, I don't know what, it's not excited, but how ready I am to succeed.
Yeah.
I want to go there and I want to be a good daughter and I want to say all the right things. And sorry, Connie, this isn't therapy session. It's
fine. It is fine. This is your show, and you're telling everybody. You're telling everybody what's going on in your heart. That's what's important.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to do great. I've always thought that you were going to do great. Even when I first met you, you just have something inside of you that's good, And you the thing of it is you need to believe that. I already believe it, but you need to believe it. That's what the key is. You need to believe it. You're not a loser. I'm not a loser. None of us are.
No.
The loser is the one who gives up and lays down and never gets back up. You know what I'm saying? So you've been getting back up, and you got to remember that.
Yes, absolutely.
So
yeah, and it is important, like you say. It is important, like you say, to have that soft, nurturing, feminine part.
Yeah.
Of the journey,
but also have balance. Balance is the key.
Have the balance.
Okay, and remember, there's opposites to everything.
Right.
Okay, so if you have a negative in your life, look for the opposite. Look for the positive. What's the opposite of this? Anger. You see. What's the opposite of being sad? Be happy. Just be happy.
Just choose it. Yes.
Choose to be happy. Say, you know what? I'm not gonna make my day freaking crappy. You know what I mean? Just because it started out bad doesn't mean it has to be bad until the end of the day. I can start my day at any moment of the day that I wish. All I gotta say is, I'm starting over. That's it. This is the beginning.
It's amazing. Yeah.
That's
something Rush has just taught me. He was talking to me about, like, did you know that there's 2 nervous systems? You've got I can't remember, parasympathetic and a sympathetic nervous system. And the one set of these organs and things makes you get going. So it's like when you need to, when you need to run a race, or you need to physically active, all this energy and everything, and your heart starts pumping, and your blood goes faster, and you pick up more nutrients, and you get more oxygen, and then when you've finished all that, you've got a different nervous system that clicks in, and it soothes everything. And so your heart rate drops, and your breathing quietens, and all the other things that happen. And you can control those reactions just like you can control your breathing. Isn't that amazing?
Yes, it is.
Like, you can think to yourself, I want my heart to beat faster, and it will actually beat faster.
Have you ever heard
Did
of
you know that?
Have you ever heard of serotonin and dopamine?
Yes, I've heard of them.
That's some of the stuff that's taking place in the process that
Right.
we're talking about right there. And deep meditation is really, really key to a lot of things, because like people don't realize that's not just like, well, you hear other people say it, and I'm not going to say it, but they say that it's just that spiritual hocus pocus stuff.
Okay, yeah.
But
yeah,
the truth is meditation is also it's beneficial to you on a physical, healthy way of living. It helps you with your freaking blood pressure. It helps you with all that. So
incredible. I've heard about meditation for years and years and years and years and years. And I've always been like, yeah, sounds great, lovely. And I've never tried it. And the first time I sat for an hour and meditated, it changed my life. I don't think I'll ever be, I don't meditate every day. Sometimes I meditate once a week. Sometimes I meditate every day. But, so I'm not like a hardcore meditation practitioner. But I just think that it's something that will be with me for the rest of my life. Because it works. Yeah. Because I just had to try it. I was like, wow, who knew? 2,500 years people have been breathing because it actually works.
I'm telling you, man, there's something about it. If it works for all these people and they've been doing it for thousands of years, they must be doing something right. You know what I mean?
Something right.
So
it's so good. Anyway, so I would like to add that to Jamie Jizzle. Jamie, if you're still with us, I think that meditation is probably one of the most beneficial things that I have ever come across in terms of what you can do for yourself, in terms of self-care, self-help, and building your strength and building your spirit, building your self-discipline and your self-determination. Really, 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 really good tool. And on that positive note, Roger, I think that we should maybe wrap things up, or do you have any final thoughts for this evening?
No, I just want to say I hope the best for you on your trip home, and let us know what's going on with you when you get back, and love you to death. So
no, Roger,
man, that's all I gotta say.
You are so wonderful. I am really sad to be having this break from these wonderful, wonderful live streams that we've been doing, but I'm so excited that I'm going to be coming back, and we're going to be just jumping straight into our schedule and carrying right on. So thank you so much for making this show a possibility, and for all your encouragement and your wonderful words. Yeah, and I hope things go well with you, and I'll see you and I'll see all the listeners also. I come back in 3 weeks' time, and I will be 60 years old, so I will officially be a matriarch when I return.
There you go. We will give you a ceremonial, royal ceremony of whatever kind. I don't know what they do in England, so
we'll make one up.
We'll make
one up for the wonderful world of weirdness. Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you want to do that.
I don't know. Yeah, I won't say that on air, maybe. Okay. Right. Thank you, Roger. Thank you, everybody, for listening, and I'll see you again soon. Good night.
Good night.
Hi, my name is Summer Todd. I'm doing an interview with Roger Hanson. I'm from Southwest Ohio. I grew up outside of Oxford, Miami University, second oldest college town in Ohio, which I just found out today. And I'm retired from there, and we'll be discussing some of the mysterious things that have happened on that campus and some unsolved mysteries today.
All right. This is actually like your show. It's not a interview.
Well, okay.
So just
sorry, never mind.
I'm your guest.
And Roger's my guest. I'm sorry because I got distracted. We were having some issues, so this is my show. So yeah, I'll be leading into everything. So, but that's a little background on me right now. So.
Now I'll help with trying to get Austin in the background. So like whenever you need me to talk and everything, I'll be available. But like,
okay.
I'd really like to have him in here too and stuff, and that's cool. So,
okay.
But with Bob Dub, do you want to say hi, Bob Dub?
Yeah, that'd be good.
I think she's gone. She got. Yeah, it's an interesting day.
Okay.
So the topic today, what is it do you want to get into? Because we had the interview and we were talking about the university and stuff. Now, where do you want to start out when it comes to that university? Because I did the research that you sent me, and I think it's really interesting. So I just want to know where you want to start with it.
When I was talking to you, I think a lot of people were interested about the unsolved mystery with Ron Taman. So, I mean, if you've done some research, I've seen some stuff. There's some stuff I know about it. I watched it on Unsolved Mysteries, and of course, I worked in Miami for 20 years, so I've heard all kinds of stuff. Mm-hmm. So we can kind of lead into that. The student that disappeared there.
Tom's, yeah. Wasn't that his name? It was
Ron Taman was his name.
Ron Taman.
And the year, God, I know the year. He disappeared.
I actually got that.
Yeah, I should have brought that in my notes because I'm not real good with dates. But
I brought notes for you, so I like I told you, I've got everything back, or I'm backing you up here. I got it.
Right. So.
I just have to scroll down and find it because there is a lot of good stuff on here. I mean, this is probably one of the most interesting untold stories there is out there, to be honest with you. Like, you could create an entire freaking movie off this stuff.
Yeah, well, like I said, it was on Unsolved Mysteries. And what was the year? 1940?
It was in the 50s, I believe. Ronald Taman, he was a 19-year-old who went missing April 19th, 1953.
Okay, 1953. Okay, and so the story was it was spring break, and so there's no one around. There's not very many students around, of course. And I've been there at spring break, and it's desolate. and I guess he was still on campus, and he was studying in his room. And I don't know what kind of weird stuff they did back then for fun, but I guess somebody tried to play a prank on Ron Taman. So he found this fish in his bed, supposedly. And then he went and got housekeeping, and he wanted new sheets, which I always thought was kind of strange. Because first off, there's hardly anyone around, and he ended up disappearing. And I mean, if somebody played a prank on him, you think that they would want to see his reaction, but that didn't seem to be the case. So that was how it all started. I think that the housekeeper might have been the last person to see him, from what I'm reading, from what I've read. So he has this fish in his bed. He gets the sheets, and then I think his roommate came back, maybe the next day or early in the morning or something, and Ron Taman was gone, and nobody really ever saw him after that. And the police were called, and they started a search, and I think they drug. It was called Acton Lake at the time. Now it's Houston Woods Lake. There was even rumors that Rowdebush Hall, it was when it was being remodeled. People said, well, I think it was being remodeled around that time. People said, well, maybe the cement was wet and somebody killed him and put his body in the cement. So when Rowdebush Hall was remodeled many years later, maybe in the 90s or something, they said they were always trying to see if there were any bones or anything. Of course, cement's, pretty acidic.
Yeah.
So don't think it would be in there. There was a cistern behind Fisher Hall they looked in. There's also a report, probably there's a little town about 30 minutes from Oxford, 7 Mile. Mm-hmm. A woman said Ron Taman showed up at her door, and he was distraught and kind of looked bad, and he seemed confused and was asking where there was a bus, I think, or how to get a bus.
Yeah.
But that was, they kind of seemed to dismiss the story. I mean, it was a woman and her daughter who both said it was him, which really doesn't make any sense. I don't even know how he would have gotten there. I mean, I think his car was left on campus. So, he was never found. And there was also a weird thing. The coroner at the time said that he'd never had a request like this, but 2 weeks before Ron Taman disappeared, Ron Taman came to his office and wanted his blood type. And he said he's never had anybody asking that, and he didn't know why. So that was always something kind of odd about that too. I don't know if he joined the CIA or something, but I think he knew he was going to disappear because of the blood type, getting the blood. That was strange, very strange.
I kind of read into the whole thing about the CIA thing, and it all depends on how far you're willing to believe, you know what I mean, when it comes to this, because one of the biggest blogs they got out there about this topic when it comes to him is when he left to go to the CIA, they said that he was associated with the MK Ultra program and stuff like that, and they were also trying to make implications to the woman who was running the campus at the time. I guess she was the one who founded the school or some stuff, that she was supposed to be associated with I believe it was her uncle or somebody who was supposed to be a real bigwig in the government and everything. But I was...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Okay.
I skimmed through it to check it out, but I do want to mention that, I mean, there's a lot of strange stories coming out of all that with Timon and that whole thing. They've gone as far as to say he ran off to the CIA and that he was a part of the MK Ultra mind control experiments and stuff, and
Right.
that
It just doesn't. I just don't know how a person just walks off that campus and disappears. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I would think he had to go. Somebody had to pick him up, and he went somewhere. I do know his car was left on campus. Yeah, they said his car was still there. So, yeah, it's still unsolved. And his parents, I think, his father's probably dead now, but back in maybe it was 70s, his dad was still looking for him. And yeah, it was just very strange.
Yeah. Yeah, what it was is, it was initially built as an independent college building on September the 3rd, 1856, and then Oxford Female College occupied the remoter location northeast of the developing town of Oxford, Ohio, as well as Miami University. They were talking about a Reverend or Dr. John Witherspoon Scott, and he was father-in-law of President Benjamin Harrison. And,
okay.
The founder of Fisher Hall is who they're talking about, and it's Ebenezer Lane. And Ebenezer Lane and Reverend Dr. John Witherspoon Scott were the ones involved with it. And the woman who ran the place was supposed to be affiliated somehow with somebody in the government, basically. And
see, I had never heard that. Yeah. And I just know that there was stories on campus about the Fisher Hall being haunted. Of course, it was torn down in 1979, I believe, and it sat on campus for years, and it was deserted, and it was scary looking, and people would go in there, and around Halloween, and just in general, they'd go in there and try to scare themselves, probably. But yeah, and then with Ron Taman disappearing from that building, that's it was a big deal at the time. Yeah, and it still is today. There's it's never been solved. So,
well, I even heard, is it true that like when they tore the hall down, they even searched for his bones and remains then when they did it too? Because
yeah, I think so. Yeah, and this cistern I said behind there, I think they looked in that again, and like I said, that the lake, it's Houston Woods lake, they drug that lake when they were looking for him. It's not a big lake, but it's big enough, trying to find him, but nobody ever found him. So that was one of the big mysteries up there, and it still is. So
the one thing that really stuck out to me when it come to him, though, and it kind of goes into the other stuff that later on we can talk about, like with his disappearance. It's more of how the police dealt with it, you know what I mean? Like, that right there is probably the most suspicious part about it, I mean, for me it is. Like, they had 3 ideas, I guess, that they said that it could have possibly been. It could have been foul play, and amnesia. They said that most likely he had amnesia and walked away from the incident. You know what I'm saying? Like, where do you come up with that kind of stuff? Like, okay.
Well, especially since he was coherent, it sounds like, when he talked to the housekeeper about the sheets. And that's another thing. I think he wanted to use the sheets for something. I think there's something with that. Well, I have no idea what it would be. But there's something up with that.
Yeah, it just even the story that comes from the police officers is just really outlandish. And don't get me wrong, I understand it was a smaller town and everything, and people, that's another thing too. Like the thing about it being, you know, it very seldomly happens there. I mean, just from the stuff I've researched here, I've found like 4 freaking murders that happened in that town in the last 70 years.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good amount, you know. I was doing some history on it the other day, and I thought, well, gee, you know, I guess there has been quite a few. Like I remember, it hasn't been that long ago, maybe it was 2014 or something, that a girl's boyfriend killed her in level 27 apartments. They're brand new apartments. Mm-hmm. Well, they're fairly new now. Her boyfriend, and she broke up with him. I think he's from around Columbus or something, and she broke up with him in the morning, came back home, and then I guess he drove all the way here, and he had a gun in his backpack, but she didn't know it, and he'd never been violent with her, but that morning when she broke up with him, he was pretty upset. So she called the Oxford police, and they came out, and she said she was kind of scared, and they came out, and they were talking to him and her, and then she said, well, you can go, it's fine, I think everything's fine now. And they were like, okay. Well, he had the backpack, and he went into the apartment with her. She had roommates, but they went into him and her went into her room, and he killed her. He shot her and shot himself in that apartment. And, you know, a lot of people were criticizing the police quite heavily about that, but the police were like, well, first off, you know, she told us he'd never been violent. She said he was scared of him, but we can't just search him for no reason. And she said we could leave, and we had no reason to think, oh, you know, that he had a gun or he was going to be violent. We just thought, hey, you know, they'd work it out and maybe he'd leave again. But so, yeah, that's been pretty recent, really.
Yeah. Now, were they associated in any way with the college, like students or anything like that?
Becca, yeah, her name was Becca. I forget her last name, but yeah, she was a student there. She worked at King Library, and yeah, she was a student there. He was not. He wasn't going to college, I don't think. He was up in Columbus around his parents, but I think he lived alone. And yeah, she was a real good student, and I think that was part of the problem, is she was starting to kind of grow apart from him, and he just couldn't handle it. And it was really sad, because when I read the stories about it, you know, his parents loved her, and her parents loved him, and the families were pretty close, and nobody ever thought anything like that would happen between the two of them, so... Yeah, that's a pretty sad story. But yeah, back to the campus, there's all kinds of haunted stories about the campus, and I'm trying to think. Peabody Hall's one that a lot of people have talked about. Yeah. I had a student worker tell me that he was a guy, and you know, it used to be a woman's dorm, and it was Helen Peabody, I guess she was in charge of it, and now they say she doesn't like the men there, so she is particularly haunting them, you know, she's particularly mean to them. So the student said he was in his room, and I think his phone was ringing. It would keep ringing, and like just weird random times at night, and wake him up. And this was like before cell phones, I think, or you know, right as we were getting into them. But he said he unplugged the phone, and the phone still rang. So I think he asked to get out of that hall. And he said there was all kinds of stuff like that happening there. And then, oh, this is good. I was when you go, like, I was looking for a different job on campus. And so you just go to different departments and interview, you know, you put your name in and they interview you. So I went to Peabody Hall to interview for a job, and there was an older gentleman there and interviewed me, and he was talking, and I was getting ready. We were wrapping up the interview, and he said, oh, and by the way, I know you've heard that this place is haunted. And he said, I'll tell you the truth, it is. every bit of that stuff you've heard is true. And I was like, this is crazy. And it was pretty spooky because he was so businesslike, and he just seemed so, what do you call it? Just like somebody that wouldn't make up a story like that. So, but he said it's not. He said it's just something we deal with. We kind of, we deal with her. It's Helen Peabody.
Helen.
So yeah, that's was the major building on campus that was haunted. They said.
No, I've actually found out something too. It was that do you know much about Wilson Hall?
I don't. I think they just tore it down not too long ago.
Yeah, they called it the Pines.
Yeah, it was part of Fisher Hall at one time, I think, right? Yeah.
It was pretty close.
I heard it was very haunted, though. I think there was an administrative assistant. I don't know. When you work in the university, you deal with a lot of people in different departments, and I had called her about something, and she said, I don't know how we got talking about Wilson. They were going to tear it down. And she said, well, it's a lovely place, and it really isn't in bad shape. She said, the only problem is it's haunted. She said, I worked over there. It was haunted.
That'd be a big reason for not wanting to work there, ain't it? Like,
I don't know, but yeah. So that was kind of odd. I worked in Schreiber, and I never really had ever heard it was haunted. But then I was talking to one of the building managers, and he told me that. They set up the dining area. It's called the Heritage Room. They set it up for events and stuff. So that's what a lot of our student workers would do there, or his student workers. And he said one of the students was going in there. It was early in the morning, and she was setting up the tables, and she looked over in the corner, and there was a woman standing there. And she was like, oh my God, how'd the person get in here? Mm-hmm. And then she said they just disappeared. So she was always afraid to go in there by herself and set up the tables and stuff for the events.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And that kind of goes back to what you was talking about in your interview with me with your mom, where she had the same kind of experience too on campus, didn't she?
Well, yeah, and now that place it's a community center. It's still there, and it's clear across town, and I think that's why Miami University rented it out as a community center, because it was kind of maybe away from the main campus. And it's I've heard so many stories about it, and it's so weird. I tried to look up some information for you, and I couldn't find anything. I really couldn't. And so it's really strange. But yeah, when she worked there, though, it was still part of Miami University. It was a dining hall, residence hall. So, like I said, she saw this lady over in the dish line, a girl, all dressed in black. And so, it scared her half to death. And she was there by herself in the morning setting up salads for and she said the girl just disappeared. And what was weird is the other day I was looking up stuff to send you, and I saw some of the girls, how they used to dress back in the 1900s. Yeah. Wore the black dresses and skirts and stuff. So yeah, that was pretty interesting.
Now, Austin said he got his audio finally, so.
Oh, are you on? Can you hear us, Austin?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, feel free to talk now. So.
I had to turn my phone off and back on.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew it had to do something with turning something on and off, because that's the way it always works. It always works that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always the first thing I try if I'm having technical issues.
Right. Yeah. And so, Austin grew up too outside of Oxford, but he didn't work at Miami University, but he's heard a lot of the stories about the university. And then the Bikers Light, all the students go to see on Oxford Milford Road. I don't know if you heard much about that, Roger, but
you told me a little bit about it in your interview. I remember the light and everything. So,
I mean, and we've actually went out there and we've seen it. I mean, I can't figure out what it is. Like, you know, you'll go out to this old road and there's a curve and you turn around and then you can. I've seen it without flashing my lights 3 times, but you'll sit there and you won't always see it. But when you do, it's pretty scary. And it's like all of a sudden you'll see a light and you think it's a car coming up this road. Mm-hmm. But then it comes right at your car and then it kind of just disappears. And I can't figure it out. So, and it's pretty national. That story is, I've seen it on some ghost, stories on TV and everything else. So it's pretty national. And a lot of the students go out there at Halloween to see it, and Austin's seen it. So yeah.
Now I've seen it many times.
It's pretty scary.
Me and you and my wife went out to see it last week, I think it was.
Yeah. So we did.
Yeah.
We did see it.
And we actually saw it.
Right. It's not as bright as I've seen it before, but that was it. And it's weird. So of course, his wife April got scared. So she was like, "Let's go." Yeah. So yeah.
It's a little creepy out there too, because.
Yeah, it's kind of on.
Even that aside.
Old back road there. Yeah. So. That's pretty crazy.
What kind of stories, have you heard or seen anything when it comes to the university at Austin? Like, do you have your own personal stories about anything when it comes to that at the college? At Oxford?
No, nothing really that I can think of because I haven't spent enough time up there.
Like,
back to the Ox College where my mother saw that. The lady. I forgot about this, but my brother-in-law, of course, he liked to sit around and drink, and he'd always tell big stories. But he worked at Miami University as a maintenance man, and I think he was telling the truth about this. He said that none of the maintenance men wanted to go in that building. They'd be there like one time, and they would never want to go over there. Nobody wanted to go over there. He said if it was just to change a light bulb, he said nobody wanted to go over there. And then he said this, now I don't know if it's true. He said, I saw something, but I will never talk about it. So I don't know if he was just blowing smoke. I mean, he did seem like he was kind of scared. So that was a story I heard. Oh, and then also it was, right now they do plays and stuff in there, but I think I don't know if that's just when it was with the university. Do you know, Austin? I don't know. They had plays and they did plays in there and stuff. But
plays?
Yeah, they had plays. Like for art.
Which hall was it?
Ox College.
Are you talking? I don't know about
the community center now.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about that for sure, but
it was part of the theater at one time or something. So
no, you talking about whenever I was checking it out, it was talking about the Markham Hotel and Conference area.
No, this was like the community center now that they're renting it from the university. That was Old Ox College. I think it was there was some performing arts stuff going on there at one time. I don't know if it was a dorm for that, but I know that performing arts students were over there. And somebody said that like they would be getting ready for plays and stuff, and weird things would happen, and just things in the dressing rooms, or just strange things. So I've heard that too about that. Yeah, you're talking about, Markham Hall is Fisher Hall. When they tore down Fisher Hall, they put the steeple of Fisher Hall on top of Markham because they just kind of wanted part of the old building on there. Mm-hmm. And it's on the same site, basically. And they say Markham's haunted too because people like it's an event center. And it's beautiful and you can have all these fancy receptions and stuff there. But my building manager, again, he said I was over there working and he said one of the students went downstairs in the elevator. He said the elevator it just was supposed to come back down, but it went back up and she just got scared. She just said she felt weird. You know, she was getting some wine or something. And so that building is supposed to be haunted too. Most of the buildings on the Western campus are, it seems like, up there.
You want to hear what I found out when it came to Markham Hotel?
Yeah, I'd be interested.
Okay, you know the name of the hotel was named after somebody, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It was opened in September of 1982 on the former site of Fisher Hall, which you know.
Yeah.
Okay, but the building was named after Joseph T. Markham, a Miami alumnus killed in a car accident in 1973.
Oh, was he? Yeah, now I do vaguely remember that.
Now, see, that goes into what I'm saying. These are like weird coincidences that just seem to be related to death that anybody could just, mark off as insignificant and everything. But it just seems odd that everything related to this freaking college has something to do with death in some way. You know what I mean?
There's a lot. And, I don't know how he was killed, but we had this was weird too, and it's just creepy. I don't know that there's anything spooky about it, but there was physical facilities director, I believe. He was in a car, and this was like, I think in the 90s maybe. I can't, I'm not for sure, but it wasn't a long time ago. He was in a car coming to work, but he was a passenger. And there's like these riding stables you go by, and you're coming on like up the highway, and you come right into Miami University. Well, there's a lot of deer and stuff come through there because there's some woods there. And somebody was coming out of Oxford as they were coming in Oxford, and they hit the deer. It flipped up over the hood of the car and went through the windshield, and it killed this poor man that was over in physical facilities. He was a director. Everybody loved him and stuff. It might have even been like in 2000. I think I was working there then. And it was right before Thanksgiving. So there's these creepy things like that happened too, and then I think I did see that car accident. I don't know the particulars on that, but yeah, that's a little weird.
The weird part about it was it's his father who was the one who built the hotel, and then he dedicated the name in his son's, in his son's dedication, who died from a freaking car accident. And I'm like, that's just kind of weird, you know what I mean? So
right.
And it's like an entire list of all these strange occurrences that happened to that Timmons disappearance all the way up,
Yeah, there's some strange things that have happened on that campus. Yeah, I was thinking about a man. He's in prison now. They were building the new Farmer School of Business. And there was a man named Tom Petters. And in fact, if you look him up, you'll find him because he's in prison right now. But they were building a new school of business, and the president at the time got to know this guy named Tom Petters, and he was donating bunches of money to the university for this new school of business. And he was pretty good friends with the guy that was in charge of the school business over there. And his name was Tom Petters, so everybody loved him. Just thought he was the greatest thing. And they investigate people. Like, they'll do research. I mean, you can't just say, "Oh, I can give you some money. I'm going to give you a bunch of money." They research that. They do some background checks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So Tom Petters was going to give all this money to the university, to the School of Business. I think he was into like sun cameras and all kinds of entrepreneurial stuff, supposedly. But anyway, they investigated him. Everything was great. So they were going to name one of the rooms after his son, because his son was going to the university at that time, and another one after his daughter. So the School of Business has got, they got these 2 rooms they're going to name after him. They're getting all this money from Tom Petters, and they're all happy. So they're building away and everything. So then things get really weird. Tom Petters' son went to, I think it was Italy or something, but he didn't know the language, and he was on somebody's property, and he thought it was a park, and he was with his girlfriend, and I guess the man that lived there came out and was telling them to get off of the property, and Tom Petters' son started fighting with this man. Well, the man had a knife, and he stabbed Tom Petters' son, and he bled to death, and he died. Wow. So, and so poor Tom Petters' son died, but they're still going to, that's another reason, well, we're going to name this room, we're going to name some stuff in this Farmer School of Business after his son. So that happened. Then, I think it was about a year later, maybe, there was some stuff going around about Tom Petters maybe having some fraudulent activities and things like that. And he was on the cover of Forbes magazine. So he was supposed to be this brilliant business person. And then I think it was a couple weeks after he was on Forbes, he was arrested. Tom Petters was arrested at the Bellagio for, what do you call it? Stealing people's money. He was investing.
He was embezzling.
Embezzling people. Yeah.
He was like.
He was embezzling from the. He was embezzling from those alumni.
And he was like a Bernie Madoff, and he was embezzling money from people that he grew up with in Wisconsin, I think, at their church, and I don't know that he would have ever been caught, but the economy, it was starting to kind of get weird, and people wanted their money back from, their investments, and that's how they caught him. So this guy goes to prison. The Farmer School of Business has to, they had to get the money, they had to give the money back because there wasn't any money. So it was a mess. But there's, it's weird. And then, and his daughter, they didn't name anything after his daughter, and of course his son had died. So the whole thing was just kind of creepy and weird and bad.
It's like the whole thing's kind of as cursed.
That's exactly what I was thinking the whole time reading the stuff that your mom gave me to read. Okay, all I'm thinking of is I told her, I was like, you tell your daughter she needs to go to another college out of state.
Well, she did to UC. She didn't.
Yeah, she went to UC. So nothing bad wound up happening there.
That was horrible. I mean, and this is one thing after another. And then it goes back to what I was telling your mom about the police, okay? The police come up with this crazy stuff. Like, they turn around and say, well, the citizens here in freaking Oxford, they're not used to this kind of stuff. And I'm like, where do you come up with that crap at? I mean, people are dying all the freaking time here. Yeah,
I used to hang out up in Oxford. There's a lot of pretty rough corners of that town. so people were pretty used to some pretty messed up things up there. Yeah. More so than you would think for it being a really small town in Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and Austin, I think this story's kind of yours. Is the girl? There was a student that was hit by a train, right? So you can tell everybody that story. Oh
yeah. There was a girl. I want to say it was around 2005. I'm not sure what year it was, but she was found mauled by a freight train ran over her. The engineer said she was just laying out on the tracks when he was coming down the line, and he sounded his horn, and obviously that didn't make her get up, and he couldn't stop, so he ran over her, and it took him a few weeks to identify her, and I guess her body was so mauled from having been ran over by the train that they couldn't figure out much, but they suspected that this bouncer at a bar uptown had murdered her and dumped her body on the railroad tracks. And a few months after she died, this guy walked out on the railroad tracks in the middle of the night out in front of a train, and the engineer that was driving that train said the guy was just standing out there in his headlights, and so he sounded his horn to scare him off the tracks, and that didn't do it, and the guy just kept standing there, and as his train got closer, he started waving at the engineer, and the engineer couldn't stop. You can't stop that much weight that quickly, so he ran over him, but that was that bouncer who was suspected of having murdered that girl.
Oh wow!
And then dumped her. Yeah, he was a bouncer at that club uptown. I don't know if he went to the university, but she was a student there.
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
You notice it all rotates around women. So like that crazy. Well, I think it's kind of crazy with the MK Ultra thing that I was telling you about when I was reading through what you said about Timmons. This woman, she believes that he ran off and joined the CIA.
Yeah.
And then if you read closer and farther down to it, it starts saying that he was like a part of the MK Ultra program, which
that was where they tried to use LSD as like a mind control substance,
right? And
wow.
to brainwash people and like turn them into Manchurian candidates and stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was.
Well, see, your mom told me about that and gave me the references to it, so I checked it out, and that's when it started doing that, and I was like, hold on, that's just first of all, I know John, he doesn't really get into the whole conspiracy theory thing, so I was like going to be quiet about it. But then I kept reading, and I'm like, hold on, man, these women are freaking dying, you know what I mean, and they're college students at this college. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're dying in droves up there.
It's
and that's weird. And then I read that story about gosh, what's her name? I just read it today. About the woman in Candlewood.
Oh, yeah, the one that was the cold case that's going on up there, right?
Yeah.
I have her name too. It's Elizabeth Andres.
Yeah.
Andres. Or Andres.
When you mentioned it, I don't know. At that time, I think it was like, 1979 or something. My husband and I lived in Candlewood, but we were so busy. Like he was working almost a job and a half. He was playing music. I was working full time, and we were trying to get money together for a house. And the media wasn't like it was. Back then it wasn't like it is now. So I heard the story, and I heard a little bit about it, but I never really paid much attention to it, even though I lived in Candlewood. And because he moved away, the boyfriend moved back out west, and I think she had graduated. She was getting ready to leave, but I investigated it today, and it's it's pretty terrible how the police treated her boyfriend. I don't know if you saw that, Roger.
Yeah,
if you got to look at it.
I did.
Oh my God, how they interrogated him, and finally he just said he did it. But I don't believe he did it now. I used to hear it and I think, oh yeah, it was a boyfriend. And
they probably just intimidated him. until he broke.
Like they questioned him for like 30 some hours, and then they had him take a lie detectors test, and the guy that was giving it kept saying, you're going to fry in an electric chair, and I don't know, but anyway, so finally he confessed, but it seems to me like she was killed by, there was somebody that was friends with one of the police officers, either him or the maintenance man at Candlewood. But that was a bunch of bull crap too, what the police did, and they also got rid of a lot of evidence in that case. So now they really can't go back and try to figure out who did it. Her boyfriend's still alive, I think. He's he's had a hard time with it.
No,
from what I've heard.
I actually checked it out and got some names for it. I don't know if you guys ever heard the story from Amber Hunt and Amanda Rossman up there. They were they're a journalist.
Not sure.
They're journalists, but they thought the story behind that was so important they actually did their own podcast for it, a whole series on it. And what they said from their investigation was that the police did an improper investigation, and it just wasn't done properly. They accused Robert Young, who was the boyfriend, of murdering him, and he did confess, but he recanted his confession afterwards.
And he passed a lie detector's test too, I think. Yeah.
No, the juries, in two separate juries, both criminal and civil, found him not guilty. And even though both of those juries found him not guilty, the police refused to do an investigation.
Yeah, and didn't some evidence mysteriously just disappear? Now they'll never really know, I don't think. It was like the bloody sweater she had, and a lot of the evidence that had DNA, it just accidentally got destroyed, they said.
Mm-hmm. Well, see,
I'm sure it was an accident.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With what Amber and Amanda said, they got absolutely no cooperation whatsoever from the police, and like their story was the same as the other murder you was talking to me about earlier, where they said, well, this was a small community, people aren't used to this kind of stuff, and blah blah blah. I mean, come on, just the stuff I've read and found.
There's a lot of very hardened criminals living in Oxford, more so in some of those really rougher areas than you would think. They act like it's such a quaint college town.
Yeah.
That's how Miami tries to market it, but it's pretty rough in some spots.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the one thing that was interesting to me is, and I think his name was Statham, wasn't it? Or no, not Statham. I know the other guy too. He was a police officer at the time, and his good friend was her manager at the Red Ox, I think. And her manager said, well, I've been to her house, she invited me over, but her friends were saying she would never do that. And that's weird, because it's like he thought, well, maybe there was some DNA evidence or a fingerprint there from him, but they never investigated it anyway. So, it was like he was making up an alibi just in case.
Yeah.
But they never, ever checked it out anyway. And people were saying it was because he was friends with, I think his name was Pat Baird at the time. They were real good buddies. So, that's weird that he was good friends with the police officer. And but then the maintenance man too, that was weird. He left the country. He left the city of Oxford and left the area.
Yeah, I never knew. They never said anything in any of the articles, so I didn't know that.
Yeah, he left. What happened? Well, see, I think it might have been him too, because she got mad that night because he left her door unlocked the night before, and she wrote this nasty letter, a note. They had a copy of the note to the manager of the apartments, and she said, he needs to stay out of here, and I don't want him in here. He left my door unlocked, and until I get my stuff packed and gone, I don't want him in here. And so then this maintenance man ends up right during the trial or something. They never even questioned him, and they never ever looked for any DNA evidence from anybody else but the boyfriend. And this maintenance man just leaves the area. I thought that
was probably him that did it.
Yeah.
he saw a easy way out, and he slipped out.
Yeah.
But another weird thing about this too is I think her murder was around. It was on break too. I think it was right after graduation. So, you get these crimes up there around graduation or when it's spring break, like Taman disappeared in spring break. There's nobody around up there. It's like that right now. They're still kind of on break, and you just go up there. There's nobody around. You could probably commit a crime, and nobody would know any better. So
yeah.
So that's something interesting about that university too. Yeah.
Oh, Bob Dubs, she's quiet.
Huh?
Oh, Bob Dubs been quiet. I think she's over there just taking it all in.
Yeah, I haven't heard nothing from her since the last message she sent me.
Are you there, Bob Dub?
There.
She's like
her microphone's off.
Yeah, she stepped away. She's like,
yeah.
She did.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, she said she's gonna listen in on and off. Another thing, and this is so weird that I remember it as I talked to about things. Things come up. I used to work, and it was on Western Campus in Denison Hall, in the dining halls when I first started there. And there was a man, his name was Houston Wiseman. And speaking about breaks, this is how it ties into that. He was a flirty, gross guy. He just was always like talking about the women and all that stuff. And I was pretty young.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh, you there? You can say something.
Hey, Bob Dub.
Hi. So anyway, this creepy man I'm working with, he was kind of creepy, and I found out I had went to school with his son, and his son liked me back then. His son was kind of, into drugs, and I didn't know his son real well, but his son would kind of follow me around some. So I talked to him one day, and I said, yeah, I kind of knew your son. And he was like, yeah. And he said he's into drugs real bad now. So his son, this guy's son, Houston's son, was like in a rehab center. And then, this is weird, and he came home, and it was over, going into Christmas break. Supposedly, he killed himself in Houston, his dad's house. He shot himself.
Mm-hmm.
And so, my mother knew, like, Houston's wife. That was, this boy's, I forget the boy's name, but that was her son. So, and she told my mother, she actually told my mother, she said, I think Houston killed our son, because she was getting divorced from him and stuff, and he was so mean. And she said, I swear to God he killed him. And I got to thinking about it, and I was talking to my mother, and I said, well, it's possible, because when we worked in the dining halls and it was getting towards break, we'd just do cleaning and stuff like that. And it was so easy back then. We had the old time clocks where you just punch out and back in or whatever. It was so easy to slip out of there then. So Houston could have easily, just left there during the day and came back. So that would have been his alibi, because he wouldn't have clocked out and nobody would have known. Because, the students were mostly gone, his student workers and everything. So nobody would have known.
Yeah.
And so, and this gets even weirder because, okay, so this Houston guy, he's just crazy and, everything. All of a sudden, right after his son died, and I know people do this, but he got religion. And if you know this guy, I mean, he was into all kinds of stuff. I mean, my husband bought a car from him. We found a gun underneath the seat. I mean, he was kind of shady. So
Yeah.
So his son dies, and right after that, this Houston guy stops drinking. He's got God. He's got this and that, and all, and that lasted for about a year. But so there's that story too, But a lot of people don't know it, and I never really said a lot about it because you don't want to go around. Well, I was actually scared to say it when Houston was alive. I think he's dead now, but. I wasn't going to say anything about it, but my mom and I discussed it some, and she said, his wife she told me she thinks he killed our son because he was so upset that his son was on drugs, and he was just really hard on him. So she ended up divorcing him, his wife. But so that's another odd thing. It just seems like there was a lot of crime and stuff going on up there now that I think about it.
Yeah, it could be a breeding ground. I mean, really, like a cursed area, like your son said.
That's what I was just about to say. I was just about to say, I wonder if it's like the town was like cursed or something, because that old Walmart, the first Walmart they had up there, because they had a small Walmart, and then they moved it to a big super center on the other side of town. But back in the 90s, very early 2000s, there was a Walmart there that I think was built on an old Indian burial ground.
See,
so
that could be a possibility too, because like all this stuff is happening up there, and if what I remember from my notes, wasn't this college built off a little bit of ways off away from the town up north of it, like off in a remote area?
Yeah, it was kind of away from the town area there, and more of the wooded, what was, I guess then back in the early 1800s, just forest.
Mm-hmm.
What's weird is,
and we're not too far. It's not too horribly far from. There's a road called Wayne's Trace that I grew up not too far from. That was where General Anthony Wayne went through 1790, I think it was, and there was actually some wars with the Indian tribes in this area.
Yeah.
So they may have cursed a lot of the land. Now, I don't know about Oxford's history as far as that goes. I would need to do a lot more research into that, but if it's a cursed area, it could have something to do with that, possibly.
Well, and wasn't there the Talawanda Indians? Because our school was named Talawanda. That was after the
yeah, and that was, I think, the Talawanda and maybe the Shawnee tribes lived there.
Though it ties into this Walmart, it's kind of weird because I don't know if you listened to my first interview with John talking about my sister in this haunted house she lived in.
It was right at caddy corner to where it was.
Yeah, it was on the same land as that Walmart. Eventually they tore the house down, and then they built a Walmart there. And her house was just creepy and really haunted. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they said that the Walmart was haunted too. They said they had all kinds of issues with the electric doors, like, the automatic doors would do weird stuff, and they just said that some odd stuff was happening there too. So
cursed areas like that would because like hauntings, everybody thinks hauntings are all the same, but they aren't. There's a lot of them, like down in the South, like in Louisiana, that they have the kind of hauntings that make you nauseous or your nose bleed and stuff like that. Like, you're not seeing ghosts, you're feeling a nauseous feeling and getting really, really sick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of that, especially in New Orleans and stuff.
Yeah, especially in New Orleans. It has a lot to do with like the atmosphere. So like when you're in an area that's a cursed area, you start feeling nauseous and start having, issues like that. So it could influence you to the point where, hey, you never know. Maybe these guys said, I'm gonna kill somebody, and that was it. I mean, you never
Evil.
know. Yeah.
Evil negative energy or evil spirits kind of took them over, maybe.
I don't know,
And they were already dealing with inner demons, and it kind of fed into that, and those darker aspects of their personality maybe just got out of control.
Right.
You never know.
Well, and like Houston, I know he was kind of crazy, but I never thought that he'd actually kill his son. But if I look at it, I do think that there was something odd about that whole thing. And it did happen during that break. So, but they never really looked at it as a murder because his son was on drugs so bad. They just figured he killed himself. But
yeah, but we've already covered the police officers there, so
yeah.
we know what's going on with that. Like, these guys are like, screw it.
Right. Well, yeah.
I mean,
and then, there's just a lot up there now that and I never really put that together until just recently. I mean, I just figured me being a little older and it being a college town, there's a lot that goes on. Now, I worked on Western Campus a lot, though. When I first started there, I worked over in a building called Hoyt Hall. And I loved it, but it still always was creepy. Like, it wasn't a building that you'd want to stay in, by yourself after everybody left the office. It was always creepy.
Yeah. That's a
and
sign.
it was right by Peabody Hall, which was the one that's supposed to be so haunted.
But that's a sign right there. When you're in a building where you don't want to be alone, something's telling you get out. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be a spooky voice, you know what I mean? It could be a feeling going, hey, you don't
just like a feeling that you need to get the hell out of there now.
Yeah, so, I used to, sometimes I would be the last one out of that building, and I didn't like it. And I always felt like it was kind of back in the woods. But then, another thing that ties into that, right as you go out of the driveway out of there, there's that musical place called Presser Hall. The music department, and then I heard that was haunted. I couldn't find any stories on that either, but a lot of people on campus said, yeah, Presser Hall is terrible, it's haunted, you don't want to work there. So and it's an older building, but it seems like a lot of it's on Western. But then, like I said, Shriver isn't. It's right across the street from Western. And when I started working there, I never thought Shriver was haunted. But after I worked there a little bit, I did. I didn't like I said, I didn't like being there alone. And it just had a vibe to it. But yeah, so
maybe I need to do some more research into the history of the area prior to when the university was founded.
Yeah.
Like when the Indian tribes were in there, and see if there were wars between the Indian tribes and maybe there were wars between the incoming settlers and the Indian tribes. That may have led to, if Oxford is indeed a cursed area, that may have led to it being such.
Yeah. Well, it seems like they're always in the news too, because they're in the news right now, don't you? Because the student leaving the bar, and then the police officer decked him 3 times with his fist, and so it seems like they're always in the news about something with the students, but
and they're always trying to cover it up.
Yeah. That's Ohio for you, though. I mean, right. Ohio, they've got a standard. Everybody has the Ohio voting thing going on there, so they have to do that all over the state. It seems like they don't want people to know all the bad stuff happening in Ohio for some reason. Or Iowa. I'm sorry, I got it mixed up, didn't I?
What'd you say, Iowa or Ohio?
Yeah, I mixed Ohio with Iowa.
Well, Ohio's
I don't know why I did that.
Going on too.
Yeah, Ohio is actually a pretty cool state. Whenever I went through there, man. Me and my buddy Noble, I used to drive with him when he was a truck driver, and he'd always want me to go up into that area when we were heading towards West Virginia.
Yeah.
So He didn't like.
Okay, you were down on the southeast side there.
Yeah.
Going into West Virginia. Yeah, we're over in the north or the southwest corner of it.
Yeah.
I tell you what, that area, you don't want to be in a semi-truck driving down that area. That's some strange highway.
Yeah.
That really is.
Now, I was watching a story about Hocking Hills not too long ago, and I've been there, and that place is creepy. I went there with my husband, and it's Hocking Hills. Where's that at, Austin? I always forget.
Hocking, I think it's in Akron, I believe, but I wouldn't quote me on that.
You go off into the woods into these cabins, and it's like desolate. It's out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like got hiking trails and cabins you can rent for a weekend or something. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like a getaway. It's out in the middle of nowhere.
And I'm not scared because I'm a country girl, so we go. Me and my husband go up there, and I'm like, I don't know, because it was out there. It was scary. So you're in this cabin, and there's nobody around, and we were out, just having a little wine, sitting out on this deck area. And, everything you hear in frogs and you hear all the night stuff, and it's noisy because it was in the summertime or early spring and just all kinds of noise. And all of a sudden, it just got quiet, like nothing. All of a sudden. And I told my husband, I said, what is going on? I said, it's real creepy. And it was like that probably for maybe 15 minutes. And then all of a sudden the frogs and stuff started back again. But I told him, I said, that just creeped me out. So anyway, last week I was watching some scary stuff. I mean, it was like Terror in the Woods or something. And usually that's about Bigfoot. And they had a story about Hocking Hills. And what caught me was these people, there was a group of them that a lot of times groups go up there and have, camp out or just stay in the cabins because they're expensive. So several people will go. And this girl was celebrating her birthday and all of her friends. And I think her mom was with them. And they heard something out in the woods in the middle of the night. There was one of the guys was still up. Everybody else was asleep. And he came running in. He thought somebody was playing games with him, but no, everybody was asleep. And he woke them all up. They went out there. And they swear it was like they saw this Bigfoot out there in Hocking Hills. and then it ran off, and they couldn't go back to sleep. So the next day, him and his friends went into the woods, and they saw this footprint, and they did have a picture of it. And this guy had a size 12 shoe, and he put his shoe next to it, and it was twice that size. And you could see it. It was an actual cell phone picture.
It's possible. It's possible there could be a undiscovered species of primate, but
right. But
I don't rule it out at all. It's just how you'd think by now they would have captured one, or
I would think
that's one of the things that's always puzzled me about it.
And what got me about it, though, is the guy that was sitting out there, everybody else had went to bed, and he was sitting out there. And he said, I was sitting there listening to the night sounds and all the frogs and stuff, so just like my husband and I were doing. And he said, everything stopped. And he said, that scared me. And he said, then he heard the rustling and all that stuff. Now, my husband and I didn't hear nothing like that, but it was weird, and I just remember that, and I know what he's talking about. So I don't know what's out there.
Well, see, in the woods, especially if you've run in the woods, like I grew up in the woods, and when you're in the woods and everything stops, there's no noise and stuff. There's usually something passing through that those animals don't want knowing they're there. You know what I mean? Predators. So. That's the one thing I've always been watchful for whenever I'm in the woods. Like, you gotta listen to the sounds. When the sounds stop, you need to be aware. You need to freaking know something's wrong. So
yeah, and I grew up in the country too, and I used to ride horses, so I'm very aware of that, because you don't want to be riding a horse. If something's going off, they can throw you. They'll get scared or spooked. So yeah, and that's why when I was at Hocking Hills, I was like, oh, it just really got me when everything just stopped like that. And that was exactly what this kid, he was a younger guy, what he said. He said, yeah, I'm just sitting out there having a beer, and all of a sudden, and he said, it's the spookiest, weirdest thing, you know.
See, now you're getting me scared.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping now because of that.
You get scared easy, Roger.
I wish. I'm wondering how Bob Dub is being. She's been real quiet, and now we're talking about.
I don't know if she's still there.
Like they call.
Yeah, we're talking.
They call them.
Was that stuff she's really interested in?
I don't know.
I don't know. She probably mute.
In and out. Oh.
She said she was here a second ago, but.
Okay.
Was,
I don't see her. Is that little green lady? I don't see it on. But
Yeah, her microphone's still off. It says.
Yeah.
She came in earlier and said she was still here, but it was like. But yeah.
So another thing, I don't know if you want to discuss it. It's kind of off topic a little, but it's not a lot. But Austin, since Austin's here, I might discuss it. Is the slider phenomenon. I know when I told you about it, Roger, that you had never heard about it. And I really hadn't until I experienced it with my daughter. You know, like when she would get upset, I think we first noticed it, was it when who was driving the car? Was it her or you? You were doing your hours? You were driving?
Oh, I was back when I had like my temps and I had to do my hours or whatever.
So you were driving, right? I think you were.
I think so. Yeah.
So when she would get like upset, maybe with a boyfriend, or she'd get maybe tense or nervous, it would happen. So anyway, Austin's driving a car, and we're going around this corner, and there's this big light on the barn, on the side of this barn. And we go around a corner, and Chantel was like saying something about Austin was driving too fast, or she was scared or something. And then we go around a corner, and this big light just went out. And I was like, well, maybe it's an automatic light or something. But back then, we didn't have as much of them, did we, Austin, out there? I think it was just a security light. But it didn't come back on, and it was really dark. So there was that. Or like in her room, if she'd get mad at her boyfriends, the light bulbs would just like go out. It just like pop, kind of.
I think we had one explode.
Yeah. And then, we were walking down the street. We went to get ice cream somewhere, and it was getting dark, and we were walking down the street. And this has really made me think she had it, because it's the street light phenomena. And if you read up on it, a lot of people talk about how they take street lights out. So
yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, so we were walking under the street light, and it kind of popped, didn't it, Austin? And
yeah.
I know street lights get old, and they're like any other light bulb. You know, it could just be a coincidence. But she was upset, about one of her boyfriends that night. You know,
those teenage girls, they always are.
Yeah, and it's that high teenage energy. It's that energy, you know.
It could be related to like the poltergeist phenomenon, you know, where you got a lot of pent up energy, mental and emotional energy, and it has to go somewhere. And of course, it's tied into, you know, it's intertwined with physical reality. Yeah. So it can have major effects on it.
See, I didn't recognize it with the terms that you guys were saying with slider, but then I have heard stories of that. I never realized that was what the term was, because I've heard of people knocking light power or lights out when you're walking down the road.
Right.
I've heard of refrigerators getting knocked out because somebody's in the kitchen and it would knock the refrigerators out.
Computers. This was weird too. Again, she was kind of high energy. It didn't happen as much once she got past puberty and she was, in college. But she was moving out of an apartment, and I was helping her. Her dad and I were helping her, and I was in her room, and she had one of those, stereo systems with the 5 CD changers and stuff. And it was unplugged. We were getting ready. We were going to take it on out to the car. And so her and I were sitting on a bed. She was kind of getting stressed. You know how moving does. It stresses you out. So she's kind of getting stressed, and this stereo came on. And it was playing a CD. And I was like, Chantal, I thought you said it was unplugged. And she's like, it is. And it was playing. And I don't know. It was just this energy she has of something. I mean, and she's one that kind of blocks it. I think if she...
when you block it, it's like you create a dam.
Yeah.
And that energy has to go somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Right. But if she was open to it, I don't know if she'd be a full-on psychic or what. But she's very... she's very high energy or something. She's got a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. But
I tell you...
kind of scares her, so...
I'll tell you what... it's like at 1 hour and 15 minutes, so why don't we make the next episode just about that, so we can talk about it and we can really get into it, because like I know we were planning on doing that and having it set up, because
it's a good point to start from the next in the next time around.
We kind of give everybody an idea. Like, this actually leads into the next good topic right there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We started having the conversation, and we'll do the next one next week about that with your daughter and everything, because I'd like to hear about that.
Yeah, and there was also, a professor I talked to about it, which, I was kind of surprised he was very open to it, because I had never heard of it until I never ever thought about it, and I looked it up, and I was like, well, this kind of seems to fit what's going on.
You remember that show that was on TV back in the 90s called Sliders?
Yeah, see, that's what
I know you.
That's
what she was.
I don't remember.
Yeah, that show was kind of about that phenomenon.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah. And
that show was about that stuff.
I was thinking about it whenever you were saying that with Sliders, because it's kind of about it. You slip in and out of freaking let's do it at another time.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize.
Oh yeah.
I didn't realize it was getting that time. So.
Well, and my phone battery's only like at 8%, so.
I'm glad that
it's getting ready to die on me.
I'm glad that you
does that though, because I'll be on a computer or my phone, and it's like all of a sudden, if I get real upset, everything goes haywire.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I'm really like her, but it seems like we all kind of have that energy. I've seen other people do it too, and they'll be like, "What is going on?" And the madder they get, the worse it gets. So yeah.
Yeah, I've done that a little bit too, so.
If you guys want, we can stop it here and we can start back up next week. And like I said, I'll put the description in the video for you the way you wanted it, with the college and then the state both in the introduction with your episode.
Okay.
So that it'll be all that. And I'll check with you and see if you like how I set it up, because we can do the college and then Ohio, to where people know it's at the college and then at Ohio.
Yeah. And Austin, did you know there's the second oldest university in Ohio? I didn't know that. I thought
Miami?
Yeah, Ohio University.
No, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. I asked Alexa. I was like, how old is Miami University? And she said it is the second oldest university in Ohio, and I didn't know that.
I knew it was old, but I didn't know it was the second oldest.
I didn't either.
That's
a fact.
Friend of mine, Mark, he's over in England. He mentioned something else too. He's like, it's strange that your guys' college is still referring to the girls' school as a university, because they used to do that a long time ago with these schools. They would classify them as universities for like girls' schools, girls' universities.
Oh,
And
okay.
he pointed that out to me too. So I think that's kind of unusual as well. You know what I mean? Because not too many girls' schools do that these days. They don't call them universities and things of that nature.
Yeah, it's kind of an older term.
Yeah. So you know,
at least in England.
you know, it goes back.
You know what I've noticed, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know if it's like this in a lot of towns, but Miami University and Oxford has basically renamed everything in that town.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's so hard to go back in history and figure out what's going on because they changed the names of everything.
Well, they're destroying their history.
I think
I don't know.
I think after we're done with this, we're gonna find out there's a reason why they're destroying it. You know what I mean? Like there's definitely something there, and I don't think anybody's really gonna know what the full story is behind it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, why do you rename the names of buildings that are already there? You know, they just rename buildings.
Old stories and old folklore, man. You know.
Yep.
You want to get rid of those old stories and those old folklores, you change the name.
Well, you know what?
Damage control.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's interesting? There was well, we can wrap it up after this, but there was a president there. His name was President Schreiber, Philip Schreiber. Actually, they named Schreiber Center after him. And he had this thing on the website at Miami. It was called Mysteries and Ghost Stories, and he was really into ghost stories, and he would like meet with the students and they tell ghost stories and stuff. Well, I was looking for that the other day because I was going to share it with you, Roger, and I can't find it anymore. So I think the new president has decided that he just doesn't want it on the Miami University website and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think it just makes him uncomfortable, or I don't know, but it's been there forever, and now it's gone.
They wanna clear it up, get rid of it.
all
Yep.
he had on there was a few, you know, like the light, and he had Fisher Hall, of course, and Ron Taman, and Reed Hall, I think, was on there. Just a few things. It wasn't like it was a big bunch of stuff, you know. So yeah.
So you're gonna end it for us?
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, so we'll end this, and next time I'll kind of talk about the slider phenomena, and that will lead into that. Yeah. So
It was good. It's good talking to you, Roger Hanson, for the first time.
Yeah, it's great talking
wanna
to
do
you
this.
too, man.
well, and thanks.
Yeah, I want to do this again real soon, and
Well, we're doing this every week, right, Summer?
Yeah, if you want. I don't know if I can do it on Saturday, but I can discuss with you when I can do it, because I
Okay.
think
Yeah, we
next-
can schedule around.
yeah, next
yeah.
Saturday I might not be able to do it, so maybe
Yeah.
I might be able to join in if you guys do it Sunday, maybe.
That'd be cool.
But we'll see.
We can run it by each other and see and stuff like that.
Okay.
Do it.
Yeah, if that's okay, yeah, we can kind of just take it as it comes, and it'll work.
Yeah, that'll work out.
And
Been good talking to you guys. My phone's on 3%, so I gotta go.
Okay, well, thanks.
Guys,
Take it easy.
thanks, guys. Thank you so much. It was
Thank
an
you.
awesome-
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you, Bob Dub. Take it easy.
Awesome. So glad you got here.
And so, how do you pronounce your name? What do you call yourself, Bob Dub? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I hope that you enjoyed it, and that you felt free to comment. I didn't know if you were like in and out or what, but
I was just busy playing with the AI image generator and listening to you, and absolutely fascinated with what you were saying. Gosh, what a place to live.
Okay, well, it's been great.
Well,
and,
Good talking to all you guys. Take it easy.
You too.
Okay.
And
Till next time.
Later.
See you guys.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.